Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Hello, friends, fellow traders, and everyone else. We'd like to welcome you to the biggest and most watched live futures trading broadcast worldwide, Topstep TV. This is opening call. He's Cramden. I'm Norton. Glad to have you with us here. Well, we got an exciting, informative, educational programming for you today and throughout the week. We'll be your trading buddy, trading mentor, newscaster, fellow trader, even that voice in your head that keeps telling you, work hard and you will earn good rewards. Work smart and you will earn good rewards. Work hard and work smart and you will earn extraordinary rewards. Yes, that voice tells me that a lot. So get yourself ready for some top-notch, up-to-date market know-how. Got your game plan ready? Yeah, checklist. Journal prepped for today?
Check.
So. Check. Well, I'd like to say good morning, and how are you? I'd like to say hello to our good friend, John Hoagland. Hello, Johnny.
Good morning, Eddie, and good morning, everyone. Welcome to the opening call, Monday, January the 8th. We're going to see if we can't find some accurate context, good risk management, and remind everybody to remain patient today. Eddie, how was your weekend?
You know what? It was a blink of the eye. Very fast. Restful, very restful. How about yours?
It was good. It was good. I was restful as well. Just took it pretty easy. Got hopefully some good sleep and got a lot of work done. A lot of writing, a lot of thinking, and lots of good things came from this weekend. So I'm excited about it. It feels good.
Fantastic. What do you say, Johnny? We get into the news. We got a big week ahead of us, and let's start this off. Well, U.S. stock futures edged lower today. All important inflation data out of the world's largest economy. That's due later this week. Elsewhere, Boeing shares fell pre-market as the plane maker and U.S. regulators reportedly discussed the criteria for safety inspections after a dangerous mid-air fuselage breach.
That was
Meanwhile,
unbelievable. That was unbelievable. Can you imagine being on that plane?
well, I heard that a few bags of peanuts and some cans of ginger ale um, lost their lives that trip.
My goodness. Very scary,
So,
though. Very scary. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, Eddie. Go ahead.
no, not at all. Meanwhile, executive at the electric vehicle division in China's Evergrande is detained on suspicious illegal crimes.
You filthy criminals.
U.S. stock futures hovered below the flat line. Investors prepared for that inflation data. Well, we saw the S&Ps here shed about 9 points. NASDAQ lost about 36, and the Dow dropped. Yes, it dropped 0.5%. Well, congressional leaders have reached a deal. They're agreeing on something.
No.
I think they agree that they dislike each other. But besides that, they have reached an agreement to set federal spending limits for 2024's fiscal year at roughly $1.6 trillion. My goodness, that's a lot.
What's a trillion among friends?
Yeah, just write it off. Buy me a Coke. The framework accord comes as lawmakers on Capitol Hill are racing to hammer out a deal for the government before the several federal agencies are set to run out of money later this month. But hopefully we can pass the hat and help them out. Johnny, what do you got for us today?
As far as economic numbers this week, Eddie, and everybody, we don't really have a lot going on as far as economic numbers are concerned. Really, for the first 3 days this week, most of the important information is going to come out on Thursday and Friday, including the beginning, really the kind of ceremonial beginning of earnings season, with many of the large banks releasing their earnings on Friday morning. But today, at 10:30 this morning, we've got a 3-month and 6-month bill auction. At 11:30, I have Talking Fed Bostic due to speak. Tuesday, tomorrow, international trade in goods and services. Wednesday, mortgage applications, wholesale inventories, EIA petroleum status report. At noon, a 10-year note auction, which might be kind of interesting. And at 2:15, another Talking Fed Williams is due to speak. Thursday is going to be the most important day as far as economic numbers are concerned. The CPI numbers come out at 7:30 a.m. Central Time on Thursday, along with the jobless clams as usual on Thursdays. 9:30, the nat gas numbers come out. 1 o'clock, Treasury statement comes out. And then Friday, PPI comes out. 9 o'clock on Friday, our good friend Neil Cash and Carey is due to speak, one of the talking feds. And at noon, the Baker Hughes rig count will round out the week of information. Don't forget, those CPI and PPI numbers are among the Fed's favorite gauges of inflation. Everybody will be keeping an eye on those. It could be some fireworks, certainly on Thursday with the CPI numbers. And then, of course, the earnings season beginning with some of the large banks on Friday. We'll be talking more about that as the week goes on. But let's have a good session today. The VIX this morning slightly higher at 13.79. Dollar index a little bit lower last I checked at 102.4. And the yield on the 10-year back above 4% at 4.05%. Again, last I checked. That may help keep some pressure on these equities. We're going to see it here very shortly.
All right, Johnny, thank you very much. Let's not forget about our crude traders. Oil prices fell today after Saudi Arabia slashed prices of its Asian crude exports over the next 2-year lows. According to the current narrative, that global demand remains weak. We did see U.S. crude trading 2% lower, while the Brent was down 1.9. Major crude exporter Saudi Arabia on Sunday cut the February official selling price of its flagship Arab light crude to Asia to its lowest level in 27 months. So we'll keep an eye on crude here today. Johnny, you heard about us landing on the moon back in the day?
Yes. Yeah, and
Conspiracy
I
or
think we
truth?
did.
What do you think?
I
What do
think
you
it's
think,
the truth.
I think it is too.
I think it's
Well,
the truth.
they're going to do it again and again and again. I guess this is the new hip thing to do. India scored a moon landing last year. Japan hopes to do the same next month. Now, 2 private companies are hustling to get the U.S. back in the lunar game. More than 5 decades after the Apollo program ended, this is something that Pittsburgh Astrobotic, that's a cool word, Astrobotic
None of these are
technology.
manned missions, right? These are all just automated, right?
Chimps and squirrels. I don't know. I
They're
don't
going
know.
to have a hard time finding an acorn up there.
I think so. Well, the Pittsburgh Astrobotic technology is up first with its planned liftoff of lander today aboard a brand new rocket, United Launch Alliance's Vulcan. And Houston Intuitive Machines aims to launch a lander in mid-February. So there you have it. And before we go to charts, tip of the week. Now, folks, please, tip of the week. This is something that we've been talking about, but journaling. Yes, journaling can help you identify your strengths and weaknesses. All right. Whether you use a pen or paper or a digital journal, make sure to always be journaling. You never know what you might learn about yourself and about your trading.
So true. So true. Journaling is probably the first thing that traders set aside. Maybe they do it for a little while, but they don't keep it up. But it is part of the everyday homework that we should all be doing as traders. If you are journaling and reviewing everything, it can't help. It can't hurt,
Hurt.
but keep your shorten your learning curve. I mean, reviewing everything, thinking about everything that you're doing, so important to maintaining that fast learning curve. We'll be talking more about journaling as time goes on here, of course.
Right. And we would remind you throughout the week if you are, and you should be. But anyway, Johnny, let's get to our charts, see what you got for us. Johnny, what do you got for our contestants today?
All right. Well, looking at the weekly chart, usually I do that on Mondays. We had 9 straight weeks of upward movement. I would call that a Santa rally, right? Well, that is showing signs of cracking on the weekly chart. Overall, I mean, the longer time frame structure is still to the upside. a little bit concerned for the shorter time structure. Take a look at the daily chart now. Here is the daily chart. So we see volume basically maintaining. We're seeing some pretty decent volume. I think a lot of traders are really starting to get back into the markets this week. Last week, a lot of kids were still out of school, a lot of people still on vacation. I think we're going to see a lot more liquidity and some more volume coming into the markets this week. Of course, it may take until Thursday's CPI number to cause that or to create that, but looking for the year to really start this week. So one of the things about the daily chart is after 4 days of increases in open interest on the way down, Friday, we lost open interest. So that kind of tells me that this push to the downside was probably shorter time frame, weaker hands speculators, some of them swing traders, that probably liquidated or covered some of those shorts on Friday. The upside structure is somewhat at risk here. Last week's low and the FOMC low, last FOMC meeting low, very kind of close together and kind of pivotal to us being able to support price there, or acceptance below it could bring another leg to the downside. So last week's low was 47.02. The FOMC low that was that Wednesday, the 13th of December, 46.96.75. So 96.75, about a $6 range in there where I'll be probably looking for some opportunities if price does manage to get there. As far as today is concerned, when we're looking at this, Friday was an indecisive day. We've got an inside range, inside an indecisive day. This market is seeking new information. Take a look at the 30-minute chart now. As far as what we did in the overnight session, we don't really have any overnight inventory with which to kind of look for early opportunities. We look at value high up here at 47.45 approximately. We look at value down here at 47.21.75 approximately. Settlement 47.34.75. We increased price by 5.25 points between Thursday and Friday. We don't really have any overnight inventory. We kind of are trading right where we opened last night, inside value, inside range. Suggests to me to stay very patient. As far as the profiles are concerned, Friday was a normal variation trading day with a weak high, not a very strong low. So this market did a lot of exploring different levels throughout the day, but it really didn't change all that much. Looking at the day over day, we've got lower highs, lower lows. In short time frame, we are in a downside trend. This excess on the low here on Friday before the open looks kind of like we got a little too cheap there, right? The knee jerk was to the downside. We looked higher. We were unable to maintain the rally, but it by and large just kind of remained range bound for the session. We did have 5 straight days of negative delta. Delta, the number of contracts that trade on the offer is positive delta. The number of contracts that trade on the bid is negative delta. So we've had 5 straight days of negative delta, which kind of connotes to me that this move to the downside is not created by longer time frame traders. It's created by shorter time frame, weaker hands traders. We'll be looking for probably the bigger, longer time frame, whales to come into the market this week. I don't think that they came into the market last week, and they may be just kind of positioned and hedged, waiting for the CPI numbers on Thursday. So we may be one of those beginnings of the week where we're going to have to hurry up and wait, look for smaller opportunities, and be reasonable with our profit targets. Of course, this is just context. Anything can happen. We always say ACH, anything can happen. Now looking at the weekly in the NASDAQ, I mean, largely it tells almost the same story. 9 straight weeks to the upside, a nice pullback last week. We've got price pulling back on Friday, a little bit past the July 2023 high. I find that to be somewhat interesting, maybe a little bit supportive if that is the case. Moving on to the daily chart here. We have, volume again, same as the S&Ps, maintaining. The market is still presenting weaker than the S&Ps. Here is the December 13th FOMC low. We've already kind of moved below that and are showing signs of acceptance. Weekly kickoff low 16,270. Last week's low 16,334. Kind of a big range, but looking like a kind of a target rich environment because we've got all of this consolidation here where the market actually broke out above it. So we found buyers at this level before. Will we find them today? Again, I'm going to really try and be patient the beginning of this week because we do have a lot of important information coming out Thursday and Friday. I don't mean to kind of beat that down, but I think it's really going to kind of keep the longer time frame hedged and positioned in looking for protection if anything wacky happens on Thursday. So this market is still presenting as weaker. And again, in the daily chart, we've got an inside extended trading hour range. What's it look like on the 30-minute chart? Let's take a quick look. We've got no overnight inventory. Maybe we're starting to look a little bit stronger to the upside, a little bit, perhaps longish, but we're still inside the range and we're still inside value from Friday. So there's very little change in the perception of value and a lot of anticipation of potential change in value as the week goes on. So I'm going to try and stay patient. I'm going to be looking for opportunities, and again, we're kind of looking at a short time frame break, probably more created by shorter time frame traders. I think we saw some short covering in the S&Ps and the NASDAQ early on Friday, and then the market just kind of drifted back lower. If we break this downside structure, there's nothing that says, as resilient as these markets are, that we can't start to kind of grind higher in anticipation of Thursday. There's the 30-minute chart. On the profiles, there's a normal variation day with a weak low, not a very strong low here. No excess on the daily chart, but we do have the excess prior to the open. We got 5 of 6 days with negative delta. 5 of the last 6 days with negative delta indicates this move to the downside, probably more created by shorter time frame speculators. Now, I'm not just talking day traders, talking maybe some larger speculators, some swing traders kind of holding or kind of adding to positions as price moves lower in anticipation of a potential market state break to the downside. We don't know if that's going to happen. We don't know when it's going to happen. All we know is we want to be ready. We're just trying to focus on good context here. The crude oil, look at this. The weekly, it's barcoding. We haven't moved in a month. Daily. That Saudi move hit prices pretty hard last night, but it doesn't change the fact that we're still in this area of balance. Our weekly kickoff lows, 69.50 and 76 quarter, haven't changed in 3 weeks. So I'm looking at this market saying the longer time frame is just holding pat. They're not changing positions. We're going to be using range bound rules at those extremes. In other words, if we get an opportunity down near weekly kickoff low, like we did last week, if we can't maintain price and get some momentum to the downside, if a breakout fails, we're gonna fade that breakout, and we're gonna see if the market can't rotate back to the high of last week or even the high of the weekly kickoff high. So we've got new information in the fact that the Saudis have lowered their price to their Asian exports. And that certainly brought in some volume last night. Take a look at this on the 30-minute chart. So here's when the news came out, just, an hour or so after the London Open. And we woke up some traders there, right? It looks like we've got some pretty decent volume on this push to the downside. We've opened with a gap. It would appear that the opening range is the high of the regular trading hour session. So with the gap open and the opening range, the high of the day, my thought or context or nuances would be saying to me, If that opening range remains the high of the session, then that's the best trade location. I might be looking for some continuation to the downside if that opening range remains the dead high of the day. The profiles yesterday, we had a weak high, that would be Friday, and an excess low down here, down around 70.20. This area right here just was rejected, and then we had the move to the upside. So right around 70.25, this consolidation here, we might find some stickiness down in that area. Now, just to briefly check out gold. Gold was a tempting opportunity this morning, and I'll show you why on the daily and the 30-minute chart. I'm glad I didn't do anything because it wouldn't have worked, but it was interesting. The weekly chart, upside digestion is what I'm kind of calling this area of balance here. We put in a low, area of balance, overlapping area of balance. Upside digestion, again, is what I'm calling this. We had that excess high about five weeks ago on Sunday that put in the all-time high. I'm just going to keep that in mind for when price heads in that direction again. Here's the daily chart. So I've been looking for some sort of change, some sort of opportunity in bigger opportunities, because I've been seeing that the longer time frame has kind of been out of this market for a little while, and that has caused the weekly kickoff high and low to tighten up a little bit. Now we're testing the weekly kickoff low now, 2031. The overnight, the regular trading hour high is 2030.40. Within 6 ticks of it. The opening range ended up not being the high of the session or the low of the session. It's traded both sides, which is why I'm glad I did not try and take that opening range trade. Take a look at the 30-minute. Here's what we're looking at. So overnight inventory short. Have we closed the gap? No, we have not. We've left, I think, 3 to 4 ticks off to the 720 open of a gap here. So if we can't close that gap relatively early, the nuance says to me that I need to be kind of looking for opportunities that might be closer to the downside. So, right. And if we do head to the downside, there is space down below there. Take a look.
Looks like a lot of space, Johnny.
Yes, there is. Here it is. So this naked point of control down here, the TPO naked point of control, 1997.80 would be the target. Right. This was that 13th of December when we popped after the FOMC, and that point of control is all the way down there. So that's really kind of a visual target. Sorry if I went too long. Ladies and gentlemen, take a deep breath, stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. Blessings to you all. Don't forget to pray for peace. Let's get down to business.
Right. And remember, we only have the biggest and best names in the trading world on our show. So you're not going to find any other stream or prop firm for that matter. And coming this week, we've got some heavy hitters. And just want to let you know, we got Deanna, Andre, Michael Patak waiting in the wings here for Fast Market. We're going to take a few, and we'll be right back.
520. 16,520.
And
Here we
hey,
go,
we're
boys.
back.
we're
Welcome
back.
to Fast Market.
So let's all straighten up and fly right.
Yes, we got a whole week ahead of us. And good morning, Andre. How are you?
Good morning. Good morning. Doing great.
Good morning, Michael. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Good to go. Better late than
think
ever.
my-
We apologize for that.
Yeah.
we are
If
here.
my mic is off, let me know. We have new technology, which comes with new learning curve. So we're learning. Yeah,
Nice
yeah.
boss,
So
man.
hey guys, we came out of the gate. It was very, very tilty the long side. Longs are getting paid right now.
Yes, they are.
Position trade pops up. Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
There you go.
Mhm. Opening
So we are
range is
loud and
below the
clear
session
here.
in both the NASDAQ and the S&Ps.
All right.
So, Michael, if you look on the 30-minute chart, looming just above us is that 200 session moving average, which lines up just short of Friday's high. Looks like a very easy target and a possible kind of market state, short time frame market state break from the kind of trend that we've had in short time frame to the downside to a possible change to another opportunity up there. So I did not take the opening range trade today because the S&Ps opened right at the point of control and in value from Friday. So I'm going to try and stay patient on that. We're going to come up with some basic rules to kind of take that trade almost on a daily basis so we can kind of watch its performance over time. I think that would be something that folks would find interesting. But as far as today, opening in range right at the point of control, very little change in the perception of value in the S&Ps. NASDAQ is looking a little bit bouncier, and it seems to be kind of leaving TPO value. It's still inside volume value on one of my platforms. So stay patient, Michael. There's opportunity here, and certainly watch that NASDAQ. I was watching the average long and average short prices were relatively close when we were up at 80%, but we didn't get much of a pullback off of that, at least not yet.
Not yet.
I think we have Deanna here.
Hey, Deanna.
Hi,
Hey,
Dee.
yes. Hello. Yeah, slight technical issues here.
There we go. Let's get Deanna in here. She's doing it
Hello.
out.
Come on in, Deanna.
Deanna, how's the weekend?
It was quiet. Very good. How was yours?
Mine's been very, very busy. I've had people in. There's people in staying at our house since Wednesday. People coming and
You
going.
know who they are?
I know, right?
I don't know who they are, but they
Family,
already
wasn't
did.
Family's been in, brothers and sisters, and a brother and sister and dad, and they're all kind of rolling out. And I got attorneys coming in that I'm friends with, and Topstep folks that I'm friends with and work with, and crush
Did
the
it snow?
markets
Did it
with.
snow yet out there?
Dude, I am wildly ecstatic, Andre. There's wrecks along the highway today. Everybody's safe
Oh my God.
because there's so much
I know what you mean.
gosh darn snow here. It's awesome. We're getting hit right
We've
now.
just had our first snow. I went
Really?
to walk the dogs, and yeah, it literally just started snowing. It was quite pretty.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, we got maybe 2-3 inches here over the weekend.
You know, Johnny, I think we're
Wow.
supposed to get about 9 inches coming up.
No.
Yeah, we're supposed to. Yeah, this week we're going to get hit hard.
Oh,
Chicago.
Oh, looks like I'll have to dust off my shovel and give it to my son.
There you go. There you go.
That's
Use
right.
my snowblower.
All right, guys. So tilt. Or we're watching. Is anybody
What's
in the
tilt,
chat
Michael?
seeing anything? 67% long in the S&Ps. Nothing. 60. It's like a 60-40. 60-40 blend. Anybody here have any numbers that they would like to share with us in the chat that they like, and the reason why,
Mhm.
Yeah, back it up. Here's a number. Chris Brown passed his combine today. Good job, Chris.
Which Chris Brown is that? I know a Chris Brown, and
We got a buddy named Chris Brown.
we got a buddy named Chris Brown.
I don't think
wouldn't
it's
doubt
him.
I wouldn't doubt he's got a little trading gig on the side.
Isn't he a rapper or something?
There's that Chris Brown too.
Chris Brown?
Not the Chris Brown we know, and he hates it when people say that to him.
Oh, sorry, Chris.
Yes. Well, considering that the Chris Brown rapper had domestic violence charges or something.
Oh yeah, that's not good.
Yeah. It doesn't bode well for your name, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
Soil.
Right, in
doesn't bode
Nasdaq,
well.
I do have, I have average daily range high at 165.53 half. So that's one of the levels to have a look at potential reversals. If there's no reversal, then we might go higher. But this is now tagging the high from Friday, or it's close to the high from Friday.
And that 200 session moving average on the 30 comes in just above that average daily range at 571, 16,
Okay,
570.
so we got some stack levels here.
Yeah.
Well, Nick Nichols says the 16.0505 half opening range low, maybe low of the day.
16.505 half. That was.
It might be. So far, it is.
So, John, that opening range, you said you're going to start playing it a bit more. Why, again? What do you like about it so much?
Well, because it usually is a really good risk limiter. It doesn't usually cost much to take it. And if you catch it and it's a directional day, and let's say you catch the opening range to the long side and it's a directional day, there's no telling how much of a reward over risk you're going to be able to get on it. It's a great question, Michael, and I can show everybody, like, maybe that's something we can talk about during group coaching, because I have a platform where it's very easy to see that opening range, that first minute of trade, and we can kind of go back and look at how often it's one extreme or the other, either the high or the low of the regular trading hour session, and what kind of risk there is and what kind of potential profit there can be in it.
Got it. Hey, Carlton.
Hey, question for you, Johnny.
1 second, Eddie. Carlton, we're going to hook you up with TopstepX coming out here very soon. So email in. I love the word, how you spelled patience. Say patient, P-A-Y. I like it.
P-A-Y,
So
get paid.
There you go.
Yeah, you should get paid for being so patient, waiting for TopstepX. So yeah, we're going to get that to you. So email them. We'll try to bump you to the top of the line. Well, we're going to put you on the wait list. I think it's closed out, but we'll get you on there.
It is.
I love the call out.
A question for you, Johnny. Football traders asking, do you think that early 47.50 is good resistance zone based on January 3rd and January 4th consolidation? Maybe Andre can answer that one. You trade
47.50. We've been playing around that price for the last week or so. So yeah, you could be up to something there, onto something there.
Well, last week's weekly kickoff low was 47.37, which was the afternoon pullback on December 13th when we popped after the FOMC meeting, and that's where we really kind of broke from. I can show you here on this platform if you would like. If you want to put my screen on, here is that level 47. 47 quarter was actually at 47.47. I was a little bit mistaken on that. So this was that support level that broke, and we're back at it. So I do see that as something that looks kind of interesting. There's a little bit of an anomaly here. We've got Thursday's points of control right here, and we're kind of above value. And on top of that, we're getting relatively close. Well, we still got some space to get up to the 200 session moving average here on this 30-minute chart on the S&Ps. Right up there. We're going to call that 47.54. High from Friday isn't too far off from that. We were looking at that in the NASDAQ too here, Michael. We have that 200 session moving average, and D's average daily range. We're kind of peaking out above those. Friday's high was, what was it? It was 16,577 quarter. What's our high so far today? 16,577.75. We went 2 ticks above it. Interesting spot. You've got nothing really helpful for you in tilt other than maybe 57% short in the NASDAQ. They're heading opposite directions. We're 62% long in the S&Ps.
Sure are.
Yeah, but Dre, we had a shit ton of people long in the around the 520s because I guess short
on the open.
Right, the open we were doing tag. Yeah, I got it. I got stuck a little bit on it, but that ripped higher. A lot heaviest short. Yeah, heaviest longs. I've seen
80.
I don't know. Excuse me, out of the gate in the
Jeez.
520 area. So this is 16 520s. A lot of buyers came in here at Topstep. So there you guys go. A lot of people like that level down there, the 520s. They're long. And we're
I think they got paid.
50 handles higher. Yeah, they did.
Yeah, this would have been a good opening range trade to take. High of the opening range was 16,523. Once we looked above that, your risk was 523 down to 05. So 20 points of risk on that. But we're already at a 50 tick winner. That's what I like.
Nice way to start the week.
Greg's
what I like
asking about this
that
delta.
Yep.
It's suggesting to us that moves are insinuated by short time frame participants. How does that pair with open interest change?
Oh, what a great and very important question. For all you bell to bellers, I'm going to write myself a note, and during group coaching, I'm going to show you a real example of how open interest and delta can signify the presence of longer time frame participants. In this case, they were longer time frame buyers in gold. This was one of the more stark examples of being able to use open interest and delta to indicate possible longer time frame participants in the marketplace. If you're going to be here at noon, we'll start with that, and then we'll move on to the questions. Now, this is something that we see in smaller ways on daytime frames. This particular case, again, is extremely stark. And I mean, it provided a $200 move in gold. And at the very least, if you're watching the open interest and the delta, it'll keep you out of trouble and maybe help you find a way to get in with the stronger, longer time frame, deeper hands traders that you can certainly get some profits on. So I'm going to do that right at the beginning of the group coaching today. I don't want to take up all the time for fast markets doing that. So hopefully you're bell to bell. Hopefully you're all bell to bell.
Bell to bell.
And
well, hold
we'll
on.
do that at the beginning. Yeah.
Yeah. John, if you're bell to bell, did you know that on Thursday we're going to be coming out with something pretty special for you?
Ooh, I did
what
not
is it,
know.
I know. It blew my brain too. I know.
What is it, Michael?
Yeah, I don't know. I just know something special for Thursday. So those bell to bellers, we're figuring out how to. If we're hanging out all day long, we're all gonna get something. I know that.
Nice.
So so bell to bellers, we are we're putting something together, and it's gonna be hopefully something we can keep as an ongoing, consistent reward, and kind of works a little bit better than fire drill. So where's Andy when we need him? But we already came up with the name Bell to Bell.
Free Jolly Ranchers for Andy says we're giving out.
Roll that.
Well, I like what they came up with. 2B2.
2B2, I like it.
Or B2B. Yeah, bell to bell.
B2B.
B2B crew.
Yeah.
Right.
That sounds like B2B.
Creative.
Like that's great. I like the emoji. I like the emoji with the bell, Eddie. Like the bow, and then the peace sign, and the emoji with the bell. If you want to do like a total emoji.
Yeah. Stacking Bananas says he's been bell to bell since day one.
Love it.
Well, Stacking Bananas, you're going to get some free gosh darn resets here very soon because Bell to Bellers, I just got told it's going to be free resets quite a bit. So
what?
Yes, I know. I know. Check under your seat because you got a car, Andre, and Eddie's got a car.
Which is damn.
Oh, yeah, okay, cool. Robbie, poll out there. Do you trade the opening range? Well, we had 46% saying yes and 54% saying no. So we're basically sitting on the fence with that one.
Bell to Bell Mania. Yeah, we are. Anybody here put any trades on yet? besides yours
Get
truly,
long
right out
Nasdaq.
of the gate during
No, not yet. I'm contemplating a short in crude oil, but there is a little demand. Well, there's a very strong demand on the daily chart, so that's sort of making me a little bit nervous.
Deanna, what do you see?
Yeah.
Yeah, so crude oil. If we can swing over to my screen.
Yeah, it's been 4 weeks just back and forth
Yeah.
on the weekly
Tough.
chart.
That's tough.
Yeah,
pushing
so
highs,
this
pushing
is
highs.
what- Right. Yeah, Nasdaq's going crazy. So yeah, I'm seeing that we're coming into the lower end of this range that we've been in for a while. So this is why shorts directly into that are not. They're not that appealing, but at the same time, we do have this massive unidirectional day as a result of the news that came out
Mm-hmm.
overnight. So I would like to go along with that. So ideally, I want to see some kind of a pullback first. But when I look at the very short-term developments, we do have some sellers still around this level, which is why I was kind of contemplating maybe just going short for like about 30 ticks. But then I decided against it because it's Monday. I want to be patient. I don't want to get myself in the hole on the
Right.
first trade. Yeah, so I think I'm gonna keep my paws off the mouse for now.
Well,
Just to get a
that
bit
is
more
good.
information and to see. how the-
Deanna, we have a bit of an echo, so I don't know if you got the stream playing in the background. It
No,
might
no,
speed up.
I'm.
Okay.
70% long. Yes.
Let's try this.
Yep,
I
just
don't have anything else open. Is this better now?
in the S&Ps, Andre.
Yes. S&P is
another
correct.
check,
70% long.
Yeah,
Nasdaq very strong. Bulls very strong.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like it.
And I'm seeing the Nasdaq tilty to the short side, 60% short. People are fighting this.
I know they're fighting. This is weird.
Am I still
Alright.
echoing?
Anne's giving. Go ahead, give us a test.
1, 2, 3. Test.
Oh, that sounds better on my end now.
There's a little something in the
Okay.
background, D. It's hard to pinpoint exactly what it is.
It's better now.
Yeah.
I'm
I
hearing.
don't know why
Okay.
though, because it's like nothing's changed, and I literally don't even have YouTube open, and I've just closed the stream, the end stream, the
Oh
the
yeah, you
real-time
can close
one.
that.
So I literally just have the whatever this platform is.
Hey, Eddie. What?
Cool.
Hey, Eddie. What do we got on the calendar for today?
Well, taking a look here, I know that
anything or
January 8th.
No number Monday.
We got coming
No
up at
number
10
Monday.
o'clock, the New York Fed consumer inflation expectation. We got coming up in about 9 minutes, a very minor number, employment trend index. Bostic speaking at 11.
Okay.
We do have consumer credit later on today.
All right.
And
Bostic.
earlier today, we had some, we had a speaker, I think. Cash carrier, is that later this week, Johnny?
Yeah, that's he's due to speak on Friday, but you never know when
You never know.
Sure don't.
when a
When they
Fed
take
might
the muzzle
pop up.
off him.
Mhm.
Take that muzzle
Apparently,
off
the
those
president
speakers.
is also going to be speaking today at 11:20.
Okay.
That's new. I did not see that on the schedule before.
No.
About what? What's there to talk about?
Who knows, man?
Let me make a call. I'll give him a
Michael,
call.
what do
real
you think he's
quick.
going to talk about?
I'm probably jumping on the campaign trail. I don't know.
I mean,
Do you
it's
get
an
in a head
election year.
start?
It's an
Getting a
election.
head
year.
start.
I assume he's going to be talking about himself.
Well, I get there was a little bit of headway about not closing up the government in a couple of weeks, so
Oh yeah,
he
there's a
may,
headline about that.
talk about
Yeah,
his vital role in
Oh.
making that happen.
He
Oh,
found a
there you
trillion
go,
somewhere.
John. That's what I was thinking. He they got that one passed without without the old crying and complaining and
Well, yeah,
all of a sudden it's passed. So no shutdown
really
again.
It's really just step one. They still have a lot of work to do before they come to some sort of final agreement. From what I understand, a lot of the Republicans feel like there's not enough spending cuts in it, so there's still work to do. But at least they're working towards being able to come to some agreement.
who's the new homeboy house speaker guy? What's his name?
That's a boy.
He's the one.
Exactly.
Mike Johnson.
Mike
That's
Johnson.
the
Yeah,
boy,
Mike
boy.
Johnson.
Yeah.
Mike
Perfect
Smith,
name.
you know. Yeah.
All I can think of
Throw
is
him in there.
McCarthy. Yeah,
It's Chris Brown.
throw him in there.
Yeah, Chris Brown. Oh, wow. All right, so we're on our highs in the S&P.
Passing that 50K. Nice job.
Nice. Big week.
Nike,
of
you're
inflation news this week. So what we got inflation Tuesday or Wednesday, Thursday, right? This week. So it might be a build up.
Thursday and Friday. CPI on Thursday and PPI on Friday.
It's a meat and potatoes kind of week, Michael.
Yeah.
It is the meat and potato
And-
kind of week.
You know, a lot of, there's speculation that a lot of folks are going to be waiting for that information before really getting into any big positions for the year. Don't forget, we also have the beginning of earnings season on Friday with a lot of the large banks announcing their earnings before the
Of
open.
course.
So things are going to get interesting very soon.
We're gonna ramp up into this week then. First full trading week of the year. Safe to assume that most traders are back now from their vacation. School starts for the kids, so everyone's gonna be fully focused on the market now.
Oh
Yeah.
my God, my wife is
Buckle
so
up,
happy
you
right
ready?
now. My wife
Are
is
your
so
kids back
happy.
to school,
She was,
Michael?
yeah, she was up very, very early and making them lunches and very excited. The kids have been home for feels like an eternity. And then she gets a text message from the school saying school's delayed.
No.
We're like, see you, babe, I'm out of here.
No, school ain't delayed. Listen here.
Yeah,
No.
hey, delayed. Turn those machines back on.
Turn the machines back. God damn it.
A lot
You
of
got the
moms feel
patience,
like
Michael. You
that.
got the patience.
Mhm.
A lot of moms feel like the most wonderful time of the year is after Christmas when the kids go back to school,
Pretty much.
right?
Yeah, I have
Well,
quite a few friends who share the sentiment.
Yes.
If you go back to trading, we roll this back to trading. I think who would all here say, well, let's just put a date on it. Mine would always be like the second week, so it's not even the 8th right now. It'd be like the 15th of January and after. I recall always feeling as though the year started January 15th or after.
Yeah. Fully
because
back.
you feel like
Yeah.
things picked up
Yeah,
in the
same.
history.
But I think
Yeah.
with this week, with what the data we have coming out this week, I think a lot of traders are going to be eager to get back in the markets. But yes, typically it would take 2 weeks off in January before we really got cooking.
Yeah. Well, Ruby in here says he's homeschooled, so that none of the shit matters to him.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Anyone do homeschooling?
Hey, one thing we want to
Hats
thank
off
our
to you,
traders for
Ruby.
being
Hats off.
patient.
Patient.
That fire drill email will be hitting your inbox this week. And once again, thanks for being patient. Start the week with your reset as needed. So that was for our fire drill. So thank you very much for being patient.
I see a lot of people in the chat here saying that Boeing is keeping the Dow down right now, which makes a lot of sense after
That does make a lot of sense.
the window ripped off on that 737.
Yeah. Also because
What-
of
what
the
did
stupid
Alaska-
index.
Yeah. What Alaska Air just say? We're shutting it down, all of them. They've grounded all of them, right?
FAA is like, hold up, we got to surround these. I was just on one of those planes like a week ago.
Jack, do you
So
have the
we know
article? We could share that one. If there's
yeah,
something
can I-
big happening and affecting an index, drop that into drop that
We
in the
should-
chat,
we should-
guys.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
shared
sniff
it
it
during
out.
opening call
Let's see.
today, Michael. But
Right.
yeah,
Bring it
a lot of
back
people
for the
stranded.
newbies.
Yeah.
Bring the story back in so that we all know, because we have a lot more people here. than
Yeah,
in the
I was
morning.
sorry, I was walking dogs at that time,
Well-
so I was like rushing back.
Oh my
There
goodness.
you go.
Catch it.
Regarding that door, a plug on the emergency door ripped off the side of a Boeing 737 shortly after takeoff. So this was something that they were checking on prior. But meanwhile, the company is planning to hold a wide meeting to discuss the incident, and the firm has already faced heavy scrutiny over 2 fatal crashes of its 737 MAX 8 plane, one in 2018 and one in 2019.
I remember that.
So they might be grounding a lot of planes here, folks.
And you know the messed up thing about it is it's not even an actual door. It's not a door that you can open. It is supposed to remain closed. There's no latch, there's no nothing. It is not even supposed to be used. Why it's on there, who knows? But it certainly caused a big scare for a lot of folks up there at the 16,000 feet.
Could you imagine how terrifying that would be? Can you imagine?
Yeah, that's why I've got the Madden, the John Madden travel. You travel by
Hey, new highs.
yeah.
New highs,
highs,
pushing
Nasdaq.
on new highs, ripping highs.
Yes,
right now,
lagging.
guys.
Yes, it's definitely lagging. If I look at the Nasdaq and ES on the daily chart, they're both creating a demand now. So that's the only thing why I would hold off from the shorts for now.
Mhm.
Yeah. The
'Cause if
shorts
it is
are
a demand
feeding
level, it's going to be a lot of buyers, and you don't want to stand in front of that.
Close
play
that
out. Yeah, we
damn
just-
door, huh, John?
Well, apparently there's
Just had a
no one
pool.
sitting in those actual seats either. In the actual, so who knows?
Some people were
Maybe they-
injured though, but it was minor injuries.
Maybe
We
they
lost-
grounded
we
it because they
lost
can't
some
fill the seat.
The kid in the middle seat got his shirt ripped off.
That's
Really?
Oh,
We
Yeah.
lost a couple bags of pretzels and some cans of ginger ale.
ginger ale only on airplanes.
only on airplanes. It is.
It
It's the
hits-
most.
it just hits different.
It's where they get their highest sales is on airplanes, from what I read many
Yeah.
moons ago.
Ooh, ginger ale. Ooh.
All this,
72%
talk
long,
about
yes.
flying. I'm supposed to be flying next week, guys. So.
Where are you going, Deanna?
Oh, just to go Belgrade to visit my mom for a few days. So I'll be streaming
nice.
from there. Yeah.
Nice.
Nice.
Hey, what levels do you guys have up here? Like we're in the 6 handle now, the 16,600 handle above it. We're at 4750 at it around there at the S&P.
I don't have any levels here. I do have a little supply. It's 167, but nothing here. The ones
Nothing
that I
here in the
had
6-4.
got smashed through. So
Yeah. I mean, we've been through the TPO point of control from the 3rd, which was 16,588. The next naked point of control higher as far as TPO is concerned, Michael, is 16,724. 16,724. It takes us another 100
yeah, and
handles.
I've got a supply literally just about 20 handles below that. So that's definitely a level 2 to maybe use as a target for longs.
Mm. Yeah, but it's so hard to buy it. I mean, we're at the day session highs right now, right?
Yeah.
Point, click,
Hey,
and
did the
play.
number come out? Is there a number right now? This market's really thin.
No.
No, it's
Wow.
it's a minor.
Yeah, it's
It's
a real
tough to
minor
trade
number.
Yeah, real minor number. Yeah.
Yeah, Michael, real minor number.
Real minor, barely know her.
Yeah.
You're an idiot.
Be careful there. Be careful there. Yeah,
Oh, God.
that's your name.
That
on the
was
list.
from The Office. If that
I
was,
know,
that
I
was
know,
from The Office. Charles Minor's here. Minor, barely know her.
God.
Hey, Deanna, how much importance do you assign to the fact that NASDAQ has already hit its average 24-hour range and volume's about average? Would you be avoiding any new longs at these levels? This is from
No,
TBT.
quite the opposite. I will be looking to long on a pullback when that happens in crude oil. So you have the average daily range of some sort that gets ignored. That gives you a piece of information. It means that they've ignored it, and we potentially have a single direction day on our hands. And in that case, you can default to the volume profile to look for your low volume and high volume nodes, and then just try to get an entry in a pullback. Because it indicates a higher volatility day, right? When the norms are not respected, it means we have a higher volatility day.
Yeah,
So
when it
quite the
walks through
opposite.
important numbers.
Rather than being a contrarian constantly, you take that information and then you use it to formulate the day type that we might be seeing, and thereby you increase your chances of getting a good trade. Rather than constantly thinking, I'm just going to go against this. I'm just going to go against this. No, don't go against it. All levels are being broken, guys. It's like that tells us a very important piece of info. So use it.
But
Well
but
said.
look at the S&Ps, D. S&P stock.
Yeah, S&P,
just
I
shy
don't
of
know.
that.
They need like a coffee or something.
Yeah.
Something brutal.
You need
Yeah.
a kick in the ass.
Yes, they do.
Yeah.
Water
Yeah.
Joe and some no-dos.
There you go.
Yeah.
Old school.
One of these. One of these.
Hey,
What do you got there,
speaking of
Deanna? What is
needing
that, Deanna?
something,
It's like a very concentrated, like a Red Bull, just in a very concentrated version of it. So it's called Applied Nutrition Energy
Okay.
Shot.
oh, nice
Oh.
fake name.
In a tiny little shot, it's got like 336 milligrams of caffeine, the same as a venti latte.
Is that
So you have
mean-
this, and it's like,
That's
like
what
5
ESPN
hour
does.
energy?
Yeah.
yeah, it's like a virtual kick up the ass.
Wow. Speaking
5
of
hour
kick up
energy.
the ass, we got a poll out here. What
What do
would
you
you
got?
drink on an airplane? Soda, coffee, bring on the booze, or hey, nothing. I don't want to have to pee. Put your vote in.
Depends
better
how
at
long
least
the
drink
flight
water.
is.
I don't fly well,
Depends how
so
long-
bring on the booze.
Yeah.
Oh,
The
really?
booze.
And
don't
speaking
care
of
if-
needing
I
the
don't care if it's 8 in the morning.
booze, Michael, we got a photo for you of the door
Let
on
me see
the
this thing.
Boeing airplane.
Let me see this.
Bring
thing.
that up real quick, James.
Somebody's arm attached to it.
Oh,
Oh, that's scary.
So,
Jesus.
No,
You missed me with that.
I would shit my pants if I was sitting in that seat.
Dude.
Fastest way for me to never go to anywhere ever again is that to
You
happen
asked
to me.
for aisle. You asked for a window seat.
Yes, for
You asked for the aisle. Yeah, that's the answer.
convertible.
Now, here's a question: is a parachute considered a carry-on?
Oh, I like that, Eddie. I
Good
like
question.
that. What if you were the guy that just started and you just wanted to troll? You're the worst troll on the planet, and you wanted to troll the 737 Maxes. So every time you checked in, you always carried it. Your carry-on was a parachute, and they caught wind of it, Eddie. That you were just flying around, being all that guy that put his parachute on or put his parachute bag when he checked in. Wow, well, I'm on the 737 Max. I carry it every time I go traveling.
Terrifying.
One of my
Why
my
not?
first traders, she was a Russian girl called Yana, and she was a bit nuts.
Right.
In her spare time, she used to like just do skydiving, and a couple of times she was going back to Moscow to see her family. So she'd be like sitting in the business lounge, and she just goes, "Oh hey, look, they've got like a skydiving thing. Let me just go and jump a couple of times, and I'll be right back." It's like, who does that?
oh my goodness.
So
My
nuts.
goodness.
Yeah, and she would just go and do a couple of jumps and then go back to the business lounge. I'm like, you're completely insane.
Oh my
What's wrong
God.
with
Yeah,
you? Like, I'm not
used to have
jumping
a
out of a plane
trader,
unless it's on fire.
No.
Right?
We used to
Yeah.
have a trader,
But-
Suzanne. Remember Johnny? And she was one of those wing
Yes.
wingsuit.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah, she was crazy.
You ever see those? Those are crazy. Where you're
Yeah, I think Yana did that as well. But she was
I'm
mainly a
never
skydiver.
jumping-
But she did. I saw the photos of her in the wing thingy as well.
Never jumping out of
visit.
a perfectly good airplane.
no,
I did it once, never doing it again.
no gravity.
You
sucks.
did it, huh? Really?
Yeah. My dad used to do like recreational flying. You can get like a private pilot license. So I thought that's what I wanted to do as well. And I went through all the training, but then my eyes started going. However, as a part of the training, you had to learn how to jump out of a plane, right? And and I did it, but they were flying really low. And I'm like, like the ground is just here. Like, are you kidding me? And they're just like, no, just jump. But it was really scary, and I'm never doing it again. I thought I was going to die. I was like, this is it. Goodbye, world.
Now you had to pull the ripcord. I mean, probably pretty quick if you were that low, right?
Oh yeah, like pretty much like 1, 2, 3, pull. That was it. Otherwise, that ground is coming quick, man.
Oh
I
yes.
don't know. Maybe it
it
wasn't that low, but to me, it just looked like it was really, really close. So yeah.
Here's
Hey,
something.
What do we got? What do we got for the other markets? Is there anything else moving? I know we just got a slow creep higher here, and I want to we coming up to the 200 period moving average on the 30-minute on the S&P. So we're there. We're past the 200, no problem.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And that's keeping me
and
from
Yep, I see it.
keeping me from even thinking about shorting the S&Ps here.
Yeah, if crude oil stays for another 3 minutes in this same area, I might have a long because we haven't managed to go below the daily demand edge. So that tells me that we spent quite a lot of time in this area from 70.30 and 70.11. And even though there is some liquidity lower down, I'm not sure we're going to get there this time around. And since
Yeah,
it already fell like 372 ticks, counting the overnight move, we already have a sizable, like how much lower, like famous last words, how much lower can this go, right?
Right.
But because
Can't
of
go
that
lower than the
demand and
low.
stuff, I'm now thinking a long after a few minutes go by, just to
Yeah,
make sure that we stabilize.
I was saying on the opening call, anything below 70 quarter recently has been rejected. There's been excess down below that. So I don't know if it helps or hurts, but I'm kind of with you on that.
Yeah.
Bob L. Wife got me a skydive for my birthday. It was great. Funny, she looked disappointed when I came back.
That's pretty
Dark.
good.
I like it.
Who said that?
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
I love
Yeah,
I love
Bob
it when
L, you did a comedy
guys
quickie.
make. Yeah, I love when guys make wife
Speaking of
jokes about.
spouses, it's my husband's birthday today.
Oh, happy
Whoa.
birthday!
Happy
Whoa,
birthday.
there
Happy
you
birthday,
go.
hubby.
Yeah. Yeah.
You wish him
I
the
would
best
ask
from
what-
all of us over here.
Yeah, what do you get your husband for do you guys do birthday presents?
Yeah, I got him 3 sort of funny shirts. There's a company called Teddy the Dog that does these really funny shirts. So I got him one that says "Party Animal" and then it's got like the cone. It's like an animated character. And the second one was "May the Fur Be With You," like the Star Wars characters. Then it's time to wind down, like wine, WINE. And then I got him sort of like mud boots and stuff for dog walking, and I got him a nice cardigan from Robert Graham actually. So
Wow.
yeah,
Wow.
so quite nice.
Nice.
Yeah.
Good boy. Well, happy birthday.
Yeah, I know. It's nice. There you go.
He was pretty happy. So, yeah.
Hey, we had Trading Viking. You mentioned in here that hey, why don't you guys use Topstep X? I see you guys all. I see all your screens. We will. And when it comes to public, we have it. So so live orders right now are being set up that my account that I trade on will be connected to it, so I can take this live. So the minute that happens, it's like right there, like almost
Game on.
We're all gonna be jumping over, and I'll be trading the same account, but not the same front end. So the front end will be top.
There's basically an API bridge that we're all waiting for before we all go to Topstep X. Yeah.
Yep.
For the nerds out there, fellow nerds.
So
I'm gonna
tilt
pop along in crude oil.
crude.
Let's do that.
I mean, this 30-minute NASDAQ is just a straight up rocket ship. So
yeah, it is. Like Deanna said, ES needs a coffee right now. Nothing cooking.
Yeah. Well,
gold keeps ripping. We switch it over to gold real quick.
Go around the world.
Anybody journaling?
Skinny,
We're talking about that today. And if you checked in your email, we do send out a template, a journal template. So check your email. And
journal.
Of course, we've got our heavy hitters for this week. Today at 11 o'clock, we got Trade Like KV. And 1 o'clock, Strategy Lab with Anne Marie.
Nice.
Yeah.
Excellent. Looking forward to that one.
What was the tilt, or not the tilt? The poll last week for journaling. It was like something. You guys know what percentage?
Under 50%. I remember.
That said they were going to be journaling this year. Remember, we did a whole thing. Are you going to? There you go, Raymond. Raymond just started journaling. Hell yeah, Raymond.
Nice.
That's very good for you.
I bet your trading
Nice.
gets
It takes
better.
work. It takes work. It takes patience. It takes sitting down and reflecting. It takes your stream of consciousness. Journaling can be anything. You get into a trade right now and you just start going, I'm starting, got a great entry. You want to have, you're broken out, like why you got into the trade in your journal, your entry price, your exit price, the money you made on it. Those things help.
Your
That's
emotional
just,
state.
for me, your emotional state, getting into it, getting out of it. Thank you, Andre. And then I had like a stream of consciousness like that, like chicken scratch, so to speak, like that I would write as I was in a trade. I just wanted to understand my subconscious and how it was talking to me about that trade or something. So that was me. But to each his own on how you want to journal.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that on Thursday. This particular journal, we kind of call it the emotional journal.
Yeah.
And it's something that was kind of taught to me or given to me by one of the trading psychologists I worked with a few years back, and I didn't realize how important it was until I realized how important it was. So however you are journaling, make it yours and continue to do it. I think a lot of folks start journaling, they have great intentions, but it seems to be one of the first things that kind of falls off if you're starting to kind of weed through the things that you think are useful. But again, it's one of those things. Journaling is very personal. It is something that you have to make your own, and it can't help but speed your learning curve just by doing that journaling. And especially to me, the emotional journaling is the most important part, because you start to see patterns in your decision-making process. It's it's sometimes some pretty specific times. Do it like your homework. Make it part of your routine, and it will help you in the long run. I'm sure of it.
Speaking of routine, we talked about New Year's resolutions. I wonder how many people have already broken their New Year's resolution, the new routine that they're going to put in their life.
I have not
It
broken
usually lasts
mine.
about a couple of weeks. It lasts, doesn't it? So let's ask the question maybe next week.
Well, let's do that poll right now. Have you broken your New Year's resolution? And let's see if 8 days. Let's see all the 8 day. What percentage of people 8 days into it? If you had a New Year's resolution, whatever it may be, whatever.
Well,
all I know is
resolution, but I'm 8 days without drinking.
There you go. That is
$1,000 on the table, right?
No, we haven't shaken hands yet.
Yeah, we haven't shaken hands on that yet.
How are you going to shake hands?
You're going to fly.
Colorado.
You're in Colorado,
come
bro.
on, I'm in. Okay, he didn't. He said he needed the weekend. So, John, are you still? Where are we at on this proposal that I sent over to your table?
Well, I have not had a drink. I am master of my domain. The question that I have is it January only, or is it all the way to March in Vegas? No.
You have to tell me which one you're committing to, and then I'll go the over under on a. I'll set a value on it.
All right, I'm going to just January.
Yeah, Jan's.
So MP's going to fly out there on a Boeing Max to shake hands on this. That's what I'm hearing.
With Eddie's carry
on. Yeah, with Eddie's carry on. I'll take you for $1,000 on the whole month of January. We have to honor it. I can do this whole look at you, look at me. Do you want to do something here? I'm your accountability partner /
Now you sound like you want to fight.
Yeah.
You feeling froggy? No.
Are you down,
I'm
John?
good with that. Yeah, I'm good. Yeah.
Okay.
We can shake hands.
All right, let's do it. Yep. There we go.
Oh, man.
Hey, Jack.
All righty.
We've just seen a bet placed, and we got Robbie in the wings here.
I just saw him for a moment here. Robert, are you there?
Hello. I signed on with audio video, and I just muted my video, so we won't have to look at my bedhead hair going on.
Cool. Well, Robert has a little
us?
tale to tell, and I think we have a picture to show too once he gets started.
Oh yeah, this is cool.
Sure. Let me pull that up here for us. TopstepTV.
Hey, Andre, just quickly, Delta and the S&Ps, positive 14,500.
Wow,
That's a lot.
That's a lot.
Really quickly, tell
What
everybody
is-
about what's
Yeah, what does that
Delta
mean?
and what does that mean?
Well, Delta is the number of contracts that trade on the offer, which is positive. Every contract that trades on the offer using a buy market order adds 1 to Delta. Every contract that trades on the bid using a sell market order is -1 in Delta. So since the open, the market's been moving higher. There's almost 15,000 more contracts have traded on the offer using buy market orders. It's telling us that probably short time frame traders are the ones buying this.
Yep.
But it is congruent with direction, so you don't necessarily want to fight it, but it's something to keep in mind later on. If price continues to kind of waffle here and Delta continues to increase in value, there might be somebody else present in the marketplace. We will be keeping you in touch with that information throughout the trading day today, especially if you're bell to bell.
Yeah, Johnny.
So you may have a case of a failed auction at some point.
Essentially.
Yes. And if that happens, then all those longs might get a little bit nervous.
Woohoo! Look out below, baby.
They have the 737 Max on CNBC right now, and they call it the 737 Max 9 blowout. Tell you right now, I have had my child blow out on a airplane as well. It was very, oh God, it's the worst when they're little babies.
I was coming back from Detroit and got hit by lightning. Our plane got hit by lightning.
You were on it?
Yeah. Everybody freaked.
That's scary.
I've had that happen. It's not a good time.
Yeah, my worst experience was a child like literally shitting all over the place on our seat.
All right.
So yeah, that was that was a struggling one, but I would have taken the lightning at that point.
I don't know, man. Lightning, when it hits the plane, you hear someone scream, I think it took out one of the engines, and you're 12 years old, and you think, well, I had a good life.
The one saving grace is if it's a big plane, you do have 3 other engines, so you're probably all right.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. As long as you got Eddie's carry on, you're just fine.
I'd rather have the lightning at that point. Oh God.
Oh, what do we got? Do we got Robert? Do we got Robert?
Where's Robert? Yeah, show the people what happened over this weekend.
Robert, are you
Yes,
there?
I am still here.
All right, go ahead, Robert.
Let's do it.
Okay, well, with all the social media we have going on, and with TopstepTV picking up some steam, we had a funded trader, reach out to me on LinkedIn, and he writes, his name is Chris, he just wanted me to share his first name only, and he says, hey, Robert, I love watching your analysis on TopstepTV today. I've been trading for roughly 2 years, trying to soak up as much knowledge as I can. I noticed you're also in Massachusetts. Would love the chance to connect and talk about your stories. So I said, sure, let's grab a coffee. We're about 40 minutes away, so it was very good. And we just met at this nice little coffee shop, and I happened to have an extra piece of swag of a baseball. Time took a little break over the holidays, but he's getting right back into it. We talked styles, talked about the show, and it's just lovely to have people that are around close by and having a great conversation.
Nice. What's up, Chris?
There you go. Way to go, Robbie. Way to go.
Oh yeah. There we
See,
go.
we're friendly. We don't bite.
No. Good stuff, Robbie.
Yeah, good stuff.
Great.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys. Great show. Looking forward to New Year. Have a good one.
You too.
It's always nice, isn't it? I had somebody who was watching the market prep when I was going to Florida reach out to me and says, hey, I'm an Uber driver in Naples. I can pick you up at the airport, which was great. It was Josiah. Josiah, if you're here, is great it was awesome to meet you as well. I don't know if Josiah is still watching, but if you are, it's good to see you.
All righty. What are you guys seeing in the markets?
I'm slow. On the 5-minute, we're already barcoding in the S&Ps for the last 20 minutes.
20 minutes.
20 minutes.
I'm still long crude oil from 70.50, so that hasn't really done much either. So
Deanna, where did you get long? I didn't. What price?
70-50. 70-50. Just the one lot.
Can we jump
Again,
over to
Monday.
crude for? Jump over to her crude. We have a position on. Somebody has a position on.
Yeah.
Yeah,
She was popping.
there it is.
Can you share with us what got you into that trade and what you're looking for?
Yeah, so I was talking about that daily demand earlier, the fact that we've fallen quite a bit overnight. So there was some news that came out overnight. And, we've fallen 372 ticks. And for the last 15, 30 minutes, an hour, we haven't really made any new lows. So because of the daily demand, I figured there's a pretty decent chance that we go back to where we came from, even though I'm not going to be looking for the full return to the start of the initial balance. It would be nice if I can get 71.20. So that would be pretty awesome.
Okay.
I'm a little bit suspicious that we're going to go lower because of the amount that we've already fallen. So usually crude oil will move on average about 350 ticks on these kind of moves. And the fact that all of it has happened overnight, it's very unusual. Let's put it that way. If we look at the initial balance range itself, it's actually pretty normal. We only have 121 ticks, so it's not huge. So that's why there's a pretty good chance that we have a pullback first. So that's what I'm in on. So basically, daily demand, opportunity for long after an extended move lower, and I'm in. Nothing more to say, really.
And so far, so good.
Well,
There you
yeah,
go,
I mean, it
crude
hasn't
oil
done
traders.
much, but it's not in a drawdown, so that's a good thing.
Right.
All righty. Thank you, D.
And
Deanna.
for those of you that were asking, the delta on the NASDAQ is positive 7,400 right now. S&Ps have had a really difficult time
I know.
on that 30-minute chart, 200 session moving average. Yeah,
There's also an average daily range high right there. On
there?
yes. Yeah, 47.53.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking, John?
Well, yeah, I'm just going to see if I can get just a little bit of a pullback to see if I can get a short here. There is some liquidity up at 55 even. I'm going to see if maybe we can create some sort of a failed auction above the initial balance before I start looking for shorts. What do you think of that idea, D?
Yeah, that would certainly be a higher probability option. The failed auction coming from the average daily range high is a really good setup. And the fact that we have an inside day, the fact that it is a Monday, it has a good chance of happening as well. So that's a very good choice there, John.
Specifically, D, what is that average daily range high in the S&Ps?
Yeah, what is that?
It is literally where we are now, 47.53 on the nose.
Got a question here regarding the tilt. On top of the screen, I only see one number for the average price, but I often hear you talking about average price difference between longs and shorts. TBD's asking, where can I see that?
Topstep X. That's it.
So I took the short already.
Did you get it, John?
I took the short. I'm short 47.52.75. 47.52.75. I'm only risking about 3 points on this. And if it does take out the high of the initial balance, we'll take a look and see if it comes back inside of it. We'll take another look at it. But I figure it's cheap. It's worth the chance.
It is cheap. Yep. And the fact that they're struggling.
Eddie, I put they put the average short price, average long price in Topstep X. So you're going to see that. You're going to see a little bit more detail there.
Thank you.
Yeah, there's only so much that we can show on one screen, obviously. So keep that in mind, guys.
Yep. And I do got to say, the longs got paid today handsomely.
Sure did. That 80% got paid real nice.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm short with you, John.
Yeah.
Okay, so
where are you short from, Andre?
32 quarter.
Okay.
Better trade location. Good job.
Yeah. Well, Tight stop.
Were you
right?
were you in?
What's up,
Andre?
Michael? Are you listening
What
to me,
up,
Michael?
man? What?
Are you on ES or NQ? Because you said 32.25, but I'm think. Oh,
He's
right.
gotta get-
53.25. Michael, you're
Get the
confusing
marbles.
everyone.
Get the marbles out of your mouth, Andre. Come on.
All that jibber jabber.
Jay Gray, a buddy of mine, used to always say, "What the hell does that mean?" He's like, "A bunch of marbles. Put it in your mouth. Try talking." I'm like, "Oh, okay, all right."
You country boys.
I know. He lived about 2 hours away from me.
I'm not liking the liquidity above here.
I saw that 300 lot or the 250 lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There are some stacked orders at 55. Yeah.
Yeah.
No jibber jabber.
And no liquidity down below.
Mm-hmm.
No liquidity.
I'm going to get out of this trade because of that, because of what I'm seeing as far as the liquidity is concerned.
Yeah.
And we'll see if we
Let's wait
can
for the
create
failed
some
auction.
Yes. Yeah, if we
Yeah.
get a failed
got
auction.
That's the original idea.
Yep.
Because ES loves to go and smash the liquidity and then reverse.
Yes, it
Sure
does.
do, Gianna. I don't get it.
Huh?
No, here we go.
Yeah.
And there's liquidity above that. I mean, 47.60, there's almost 300 on the offer. I don't think that this upside move is necessarily done.
I mean, it's
Yeah,
a
you're
rocket
talking
ship.
It's starting slow.
If you're looking at the 30 minutes, a straight up rocket ship.
Yep.
You're talking about that 47.60. Q-Licious says ES 30-minute. If the candle cannot close above the prior high, it can trade back to 47.45. Might not. It might just go to that 47.60. You see,
Right.
you got size there, correct?
Yeah. Yeah, there's about 300 there. I mean, it's not huge, but I mean, it's the biggest offer in the dome, bigger than any of the bids. Actually, 47.39, there's 495 on the bid.
Yeah, Q-Licious saying waiting 47.60 for short.
I mean, the failed auction after the probe above is always a safer bet than shorting it
Right.
inside the initial balance. So yeah, let's see
All
what
right,
happens
we'll
in
plan on
half an
that.
hour. Mm-hmm.
17,100 delta right now in the S&Ps, positive. That's a lot.
17,000. It was just 14.5. Okay.
Yep.
Taking my notes. I take my notes when you talk, John. My journal ends up being more about you talking than me.
Well, well, I hope it helps. I mean, you know,
It does. Yeah, we would not. I would not be doing this if it didn't.
I appreciate that, Michael.
You the man, Johnny.
Yeah. Well, the man needs a ride to Naples.
I'm gonna get out there today, Andre.
Did you get some snow?
We're getting snow right now. Yup.
Are you?
Yeah, we've been on snow that's 3 weeks old. It's been dry here.
You're making up for lost time then.
Making up for it's been an ice skating rink out there.
We never really have much snow in London. It kind of lands, but then it's all slushy and smushy, and it goes away in 3 days. So that's probably what I'm looking at.
You like it though, right? No, when it hits,
I love.
it's
I
quiet.
yeah. I mean, I love
Quiet.
the. I love generally the whole climate here because it never gets too cold. Never gets I say never gets too hot, but we did have a ridiculous heat wave last year. But generally, it never used to get too hot, and I don't like super hot to super cold. So to me, it's like perfect. The only thing is that it does get quite muddy, and we are moving to the countryside later this year. So this is why I'm like stocking up on my Wellington boots and like waterproof stuff.
Have you ever been up to Oxfordshire?
Oxfordshire, you mean?
Okay,
Such an American. Such an American.
I have driven past there, and it is beautiful. But we are actually going to go south, and that's like a little bit more north. So
before this thing gets too far away, I'm now long. I'm long on this range extension.
Gonna run it.
Okay.
Yeah, I've been up there one time.
Looking at all the liquidity above, I'm not going to risk much on it. More of a time stop. Like if it comes back to my entry, I'll be out. But I'm long at 56.
Well, you've got some levels.
Nice, Johnny.
226 even. Okay. There is a supply at 47.67, and then the average session range high at 47.69.5. So those are a couple of levels to consider. So, Michael, why are you asking about Oxfordshire?
I like it. Yeah. I deserve that.
That was so good.
Hold on, how do you say it? How do you say it so I don't have to look like a country bumpkin again?
Oxfordshire.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was in London. We took a drive up there, walked around
Soho
Oxford
House, right?
campus. And then we went to we stayed at the Soho farmhouse, which is pretty wild. I thought I was in a cult there. Everybody was like bicycles, no cars, and it's just
it's a bit weird now. Yeah.
Commune.
But it was very beautiful up there, I thought.
Oh, it's gorgeous. Yeah, this English countryside is some of the prettiest landscapes that you will ever see. This is also why I love living here. I mean, I live in London, so obviously I've been here for a very long time, and looking forward to experiencing more of the countryside, where I don't have to drive for an hour to get there.
Oh, hour drives are beautiful though. If you got around
Depends.
There. I don't know. We drove off.
Yeah, not around London.
You live in Illinois, Andre.
Yeah,
it's not really an hour. It should be more like 35 minutes, but because of the traffic in London, you just spend inordinate amount of time just sitting there, bored out of your brains. And I'm like, what a waste of time! Like I could be doing so much more with my life right now.
Alrighty, so we have a barcoding action in the Nasdaq. We're pushing new highs in the S&P.
Yeah, it's kind of pushing highs in the Nasdaq as well. I'm hoping we leave single TPOs and just continue to roll higher.
Yeah,
we got a long time to create
an option.
We're there for a while.
So where's the value area from Friday? Yeah, so we're pushed outside of that.
Oh, we're outside.
Whenever we have an inside day, one of the things that I like to look for those breakout trades is whether the price is still inside the value area from the previous day or not. And we're nowhere near it. So popped outside, ignored the ADR, and now we're going higher. So let's see what happens around this high from Friday, which is at 47.60 half. So if that doesn't hold, then you have a very good chance of single prints being left behind.
Got it.
Yeah.
Yes.
While we're waiting for Hoag's trade to work out, I have a few things to share with you real quick. I know one of you want to discuss, Michael.
What's that?
All right. Well, the unemployment number from last week, or the employment number. There was a lot of controversy.
This is
downward revisions totaled 443,000. 40% of payroll growth in 2023 didn't come from the survey, but from the fairy tale birth death model. So I was going to put back on my econometrics hat and go into a little bit of what that is. So the birth death model is how the BLS adjust their sample statistics for the number of companies that close and the number of companies that open and hire people. Because there's a lag with new companies in their data, when a company goes out of business that they are sampling, they don't just count everyone as laid off. They adjust it to the same percentage as the others, basically, and then use a lot of fancy regression modeling, basically, to come up with an adjustment that they then reconcile with the unemployment insurance from time to time. I think quarterly now. But they haven't been very good at it, is the issue. So that's where that 443,000 adjustment comes from. And if there's anyone out there who's into numbers and stuff like that, it is pretty wild.
That's bad.
Just so everybody's on the same page, Jack, this all comes from the revision, right? Almost 500,000 people or number was wrong. Give everybody.
So when they went back to check, it's basically what you're seeing is it's very hard to come out with a number that is the truth in real time, right? if they're just releasing it from the previous month, it's a big country. So they do a sample of companies, but they don't have companies that just formed in there. But some of those companies will go out of business. And so it's birth, death, like the birth of a company, death of a company. And that's what they're trying to adjust for.
So basically just a whole bunch of nonsense.
Pretty much, Deanna.
Yeah.
And we treat it like it's the end all be all. We gotta
Yeah, we're like waiting pins and needles,
John said,
waiting for these numbers
misleading
to
indicators.
come out.
Oh,
Misleading
I mean,
indicator. There you go.
Technically, yeah.
And
so we all
I
wait
never
for these
put much
numbers.
stock into that. I honestly just look at the technical, stay away from it, and then if I see something obvious happening, that's what I'm going to trade on the day. Otherwise, I couldn't care less what the numbers are, because we're all intraday traders. Like Michael, how long do you keep your trades on? Like what, a couple of minutes? Yeah. I keep them maybe 10 minutes. Sometimes I keep them for an hour, but very rarely longer than that. Even that is not enough to bring any sort of fundamental picture coming true price wise. It's like it takes days and weeks for that to happen.
Right.
So I don't see any value as an intraday trader to kind of cram all of this information about fundamentals into my head.
Well, yeah, so but there's Walt goes jolts and ADP, but like that data gets revised, right?
Yeah.
Andre, we talk about this all the time. How they put it out. Yeah, they put it out and then like, it gets quietly swept under the table when it gets revised or revision, whatever it's called. And
it's something wrong.
They missed by almost 500,000 jobs. I mean, it's a hell of a revision.
I remember back before COVID when the full NFP report was like barely 130K jobs added. I'm like, what are we talking about now? So what now we're off. The estimate is off by 500,000. How does that happen?
I don't get it. What are we doing? That was a good one, Jack.
It's those interns. You have to teach those interns how to add.
Yes. Yeah, blame it all on
Deanna. Slip Kid was asking, Deanna, you talked about once when you first started at Topstep how Forex auctions affect crude at a certain time of the day. Can you talk a bit about that?
Yeah, so there is a thing called the Forex option expiry, which is referred to as the NY cut, and it happens at 10 a.m. Eastern every day. So what happens there is that a whole bunch of Forex options gets exercised, and that's an automatic thing these days. So that can cause a reversal in price that I think we actually might be seeing in crude oil today as well. It's a very high probability event. And why is it relevant for crude? It's because crude oil has a connection with the Canadian dollar. Canadians are actually one of the biggest oil exporters out there, which is why you will see that correlation. So when a large number of Forex options get smashed, obviously that causes a lot of extra volume and causes a reversal. Whoever has been watching crude oil for any length of time, if you've been watching it for a year, you will notice there is this time of day when the market turns around. So if you ever try to trade before the initial balance and you're not successful at getting any sort of directional moves, that would be why. Forex NY cut.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Somebody just asked what's the difference between Topstep and FTMO? FTMO is FX, and those guys are cool guys. I guess that'd be the difference.
They are cool guys, but Forex versus futures, regulated versus sort of regulated.
I was on I talked to those guys, Akhtar and his partner, and those guys are really cool guys. Been talking to them for a while, so we've known these guys.
They were there from the beginning. They do know what they're doing.
Well, they do know what they're doing,
as well.
And I go, "Are you the same guy that's in our system back in 2016?" He's like, "Yeah." I'm like, so "How'd you learn how to start the business?" He's like, "Well, yeah." I'm not saying he learned from us, but we were the first ones to do funding, and then he was the first one to do FX funding, and he was in our program before he did FX funding. So it's just a no-brainer. I mean, eventually, now every mom and pop pops up. Which, by the way, there's some companies out there right now. I don't know if you guys have heard, but one of them got the cord pulled from Rhythmic. So be careful who you go with. If you're gonna trade FX, go to FTMO. I don't get a dime for this. Go to FTMO if you're gonna trade FX. Those guys are awesome, very legitimate, very reputable. If you're searching for shorter, quicker, faster, easier, cheaper, blah blah blah, then you're in the wrong business in general, and you shouldn't be trading because it's going to take a bit to learn. And their rules are solid. They're 2 steps over there. That's solid. I like those folks. So thank you for asking that question. I wanted to make a plug.
You're cool with FPMO though.
100%. And
right,
I'm cool with some other ones out there. I like Trade Day at the future side. I like Earn Trade.
I know Trade Day guys really well, actually.
Yeah, those guys are cool.
Yeah.
Talk to those guys on the phone.
Patak, who aren't you cool with?
Here we go. Here we go. I don't have very many. You guys probably know the ones. Yeah, the marketing agencies is what I like to call them. The FOMO sellers, the non-traders, because I've seen them trade.
Hey, folks, we've got 2,800 people, 28 plus, watching us right now. If you can, we'd really appreciate it if you hit that thumbs up button, thumbs up, and subscribe. Also, I want to ask you another favor here. We've got questions for our risk manager. Ask a risk manager. We've pinned that to the top of our chat. If you'd like to ask Mick or Brett anytime this week, hear a question, please use that form. Click on the link and post your question. Thank you.
Yeehaw.
So, Eddie, one of those questions.
All right.
Go ahead, D. I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry. So yeah, just an update on my crude oil trade. It's 35 ticks in profit, so it's just poking to the statistically viable levels and targets. So yeah, I'll see whether I'm going to hold this further, but if I don't see yet another new high in the next 5 minutes, then I'm going to be bailing out of this. For now, it's doing well, so I'm not going to touch it. And my final target for this would be 71.20.
Well, let's get it.
Yeah. Well, we'll see.
Let's do it.
Well, come on, do your Ted Knight. Well, we're waiting.
Now, Eddie, you mentioned
400 at 47.6.
Go ahead.
Oh, Johnny,
nothing. I was just going to say there's a 450 lot sitting at 60 in the S&Ps.
Yep. That's what I've been
That's
looking
what
for.
you're targeting there, John.
Yeah, maybe a little bit beyond that. Let's see what it looks like above. I mean, there's still, some liquidity at 63, 63.75. I'm not gonna go looking much past 60 though.
Gotcha.
And I saw Anne Marie was talking about a target of 61, and that sounds fine to me. So
we did not get married to your position. We did not get married to your short there, John.
I'm long now, dude.
Yeah, I know you're long.
Oh, yeah.
You got short earlier. You got out. Weren't married to your position.
Yeah. I saw the liquidity above. I'm like, what am I doing?
Yep.
What am I doing?
Good job.
I can fight it all I want, but I'm gonna lose.
That's a very good way to look at it. And it was a very quick turnaround because just before then we were talking about the failed auction and smashing the liquidity first. And then you're like, oh, I'm short. So, and then literally within a couple of minutes, you were like, no, I'm closing this. This is stupid.
Yeah. Right.
And that's what we've got to do as traders. So many of us get into positions that we shouldn't really be in on. And then after a while, you're like, I'm committed now. So it's almost like some kind of a personal crusade that you don't want to close it because you want to be right. And as traders, we have to recognize that sometimes we're not right. And it's not about being right. It's about recognizing when you're wrong. And when you are right, that takes care of itself, right?
Love that.
Well said.
It's what I failed to do on It's what I failed to do on Friday. I failed to admit that I was wrong.
I saw you got a little shoulder tap from Mick.
Yes, I did. Yeah, I did.
Yeah. You can see everything.
It happens,
Yep, it happens to everybody. And it's not that it's that we're gonna completely minimize that. That's not the point. It will happen. But recognizing it when it happens and then going, well,
I see you, Jay.
Let's stop that.
Stop that. Stop that.
Yeah.
Stop it.
Yeah.
So, John, you were saying?
You said one of the questions that you asked Deanna was from username Slipkid?
Slip Kid.
Slipknot.
Slip Kid.
That's
Ah.
I'm wondering if Slip Kid is a Who fan. The Who has a
What
song
fan?
called Slip Kid on the Who by Numbers, one of my favorites.
Maybe that's probably where they got it.
Yeah, well,
Slip Kid rocks.
Creed is one of Andre's favorites, right?
I'm sure.
It
You're
was
just waiting to get that out. Nickelback
Give it
too.
your
Oh
You're a
God,
Scott
you're loving
Stapp
that.
Stan?
Yep.
What's the thing about Creed and Nickelback? Why are there so many haters?
Jack, how do you explain
'Cause
it? I don't know. They're kind of corny, but
Jack-
they put up numbers, but they're corny.
People hate genius.
Yeah, they're
Right.
They fear what they don't understand.
Hardened for the win. Hardened for the win.
I love it, man.
we are like a tick off of our highs right now. This thing will not pull back. There it is.
There's
Ripped
the
higher
60s.
again.
60 trade.
60s.
60 trade.
47.60 in the S&P. 47.60.
Yep.
Right there.
All right, I'm gonna take $410 here.
Nice, Deanna.
There you
It's,
go.
Nicely done.
it did make a higher high, but it's kind of struggling, and it's Monday, so a little
Just
bit of a
grinding.
buffer. Yeah. There will always be another trade later on, and now I have a little bit of a budget to play with. So
Filled. Here we go, John.
Cushion. I like it.
I didn't get filled.
No, 60's got filled. 60 quarters got
know.
filled.
Well, Anne Marie set the price, and I'm still waiting to get my fill on that 61. Or do I 10%? Oh, there it is. Just got it.
Nice trade, Johnny.
yeah, great trade.
Great example of not getting married to your position, adjusting and adapting to what the market's telling you to do. Well, here we
Yeah.
go.
Did you pick up how many
There
handles?
you go.
How many handles, Johnny?
I can
4?
tell you here in just a second.
4 or
So,
5, right? You got 60, 56 to 61.
7 handles.
Well, that's even better. Nice, hell of a trade,
7 handles
especially in
on
this
that.
market. Hell of a trade.
Agreed.
Yep.
Oh, wait. I'm sorry. 5 handles on it. 5 handles. My
Yeah,
bad. I was
okay.
looking at the wrong thing.
Here come the buyers.
Looking at the wrong thing.
Is it here come
There's a
the buyers,
question.
Andre, or here comes the shorts keep getting squeezed?
Could be probably that. Probably the latter. I was one of them.
Picking tops. Yeah, right. I was in the early at the start of the rally.
You know, we talk about the dome, the DOM, the ladder, depth of market. Casey Callison was asking, if I want to add level 2 to my combine, how do I do it? Just contact support and let them know that you want to request level 2 to your trading combine platform.
I think every trader's been trading for enough time that they consider themselves understanding of the markets gets level 2. That's my take. I
Cameron
don't
also
know.
said you could get it through your trader dashboard. Thank you, Cameron.
I wouldn't want to trade without level 2.
No. Do you know what? When I was a more novice trader, so rewind back sort of 10 years, I think the ladder would just confuse me because it would take me away from the big orientation points. But now, obviously, I've been doing this since 2008 and I've been intraday trading since 2013. It is useful because I can make decisions and I can make the timing better by looking at the ladder. But before I had my big orientation points, that was very difficult. It was just causing me to overtrade or to exit perfectly good trades. And then I'd be like, ugh. So for a while, I didn't really look at it at all. So I would kind of learn to walk first before you dive into, going to the Olympics and doing the 100-meter dash against Usain Bolt using ladder.
Where is that guy now?
I don't know.
It's probably sleeping.
That he was great to watch, man.
Oh, he was
Probably gained
yeah.
about 50 pounds. Hey, thank you, Nicholas Farmer.
Great
Watch
mountain.
crude in the
Yeah, it
tilt
popped.
80-20.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, they keep adding liquidity above the market. I wouldn't sell this.
Yeah.
I mean, we got a good trade in it, but it, you know, now that they're adding liquidity above, there was more to it. But it was a good trade. I'm going to be happy with it and look for the next opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I don't have
Dorcas-
anything apart from 47.66 half and then higher as a level.
I should have gone for your 47 69 level.
Yeah.
Average daily range.
Or at least
shoulda,
47, which is where the supply is. Supply is a little bit it's a little bit lower than the average session range high. Session range high is 69, but the beginning of a 30-minute supply from like
53.
quite a while back, it's 67.
60. Okay.
66.
So,
66.
couple of
67. Yeah.
A couple of handles short of that.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
But still, good trade. I mean, it was a breakout trade, so
Yeah.
that's pretty good going.
Everybody loves those.
I love those when they
included.
go on a runner. I don't like them when they
Yeah.
kind of start and then they
Sit there.
Yep. And you're like, no, go.
Well, we've got about 5 minutes here, boys and girls, and we will be seeing our New York Fed one-year consumer inflation expectations, semi-minor. So just keep that in mind.
Mm-hmm.
See if we can get that out here. And John had a question here. If you look, John, remember you were mentioning Andrew's pitchfork? Your friend was using it and liked it a lot.
Yes.
Daniel Rokendahl has said, I believe we can be going to that point of control from Wednesday.
That could be. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier last Wednesday.
Are we there already?
47.81.
Is that volume point of control or a TPO?
Actually, that was Monday's point of control. TPO point of control.
Look at Hogan Deanna all over this. Like, wait, we need some clarification here.
Well, yeah, because if we're talking TPO from Wednesday, I've got it at 47.56 half, and we've gone over that now.
Yes. So Tuesday would be the first naked point of control above, and that's 47.81. Is that where you see it?
Yeah, it's 47.80. Yeah, 60. Yeah, because this one is it actually gives me like exact numbers. It doesn't just give ticks, but it actually calculates it by nano points. Just for the hell of it. Yeah. So yeah, 47.81. Let's say that's a first naked point of control that's available now.
Right.
It feels like we have these mornings that are like, feel like they're going to go wild for the rest of the day, but then die out. Have you guys noticed that yet? Just to start the year.
I've noticed it all last year, actually. All last year. So what I was seeing is that ES has a pretty good initial balance bounciness, and then everything dies for about 3-4 hours, and then they come back just as the bond markets are closing. The amount of days that I've seen it consolidate after the first pop, either up or down, and then just nothing, barcoding.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a good observation, Michael.
It's, yeah. I haven't done
anything. It's something we can use. Yeah, but it's something we can use as a strategy.
It is.
Yeah. So if you know that there's a high probability of something that you've observed happening, you can basically have like maybe a range established based on maybe a moving average of the last 10 candles on a 5-minute chart, and then look for standard deviations around that and just keep bouncing it until we get to the bond markets close, and then we trade directionally again. There's something to it.
I'm just looking at my 30-minute or hourly chart now. I'm pulling back because when stuff goes like this, like what levels are there out there besides what we have in our daily levels? And guys, it's a link that we share that we can pop in here some of the levels that we're looking at, whether it's in the NASDAQ, the Dow, or sorry, the NASDAQ, S&P, crude oil, or gold. But yeah, these markets, I mean, or was it Friday?
Mhm.
Yeah, it was Friday.
Yep.
Same thing. I mean, we had a strong morning, went quiet, and then just sold off.
Yep.
Right about this time of the day, too, is where it pivoted.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So
time of day is very important. I rely on it a lot in crude oil, and there's definitely something to be said for equities doing like different things. Obviously, crude oil likes to reverse, but if we know that equities have a vast majority of days when they consolidate for the second and third part of the session, so second and third hour, then we can build a strategy around it.
yeah.
Yeah, I just want to jump in and say, hope later one of our Discord monitors had some health issues. You're in our thoughts and prayers, and hope you get better.
Oh yeah.
Hmm.
Hope everything's okay.
That was lately. Lately is his tag number.
Do it. Let's do it.
No, continue. Another question that we've got here is regarding the trend day. How can we find out what day is a trend day?
That's a bit of a loaded question.
Well, today's a trend day up. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
So
the problem with trend days is that by the time that you realize that it's a trend day, it's too late. I don't, I don't really focus much on trend days because, to be fair, true trending days where the market just goes and doesn't look back, they only happen about 35% of the time when you look at larger sample sizes. So if we were to look at the previous 3 to 5 years, you will see that most days will have some kind of a ebb and flow to it. It's not just a straight up directional day. And then obviously you have the abnormal days. So one thing that I would say, you can have an orientation point by which you might determine that if it gets ignored, if the price goes above it or below it and closes away from it, you can say, okay, this might be a directional day, so I'm going to try a trade. So that's the only systematic way that I would use to try and determine that you do, because you never know. We never know, right? Nobody knows. That's the beauty of the job. But there are ways that you can sort of minimize the odds of a reversal or failed auctions, and then you can go, okay, if this doesn't give me a reaction, I'm going to try a directional trade. But if it does give me the reaction, then I'm going to bail. And do that for enough days, journal, see how many times it works, and that's the strategy. There's no real secret to it.
Yeah. Well, I tell you, a question from a beginner, and, we say any question is a good question.
I don't agree with that.
I think it's a good question. I think it's a good question.
I had a straight up argument with my wife. The question, well, any questions? What is it? There's no stupid question. And I'm like, I've known you for 15 years. Is your name Casey? So we get in this whole back and forth. And she's like, well, you should let people feel comfortable to say a question. I go, I am, but if they're like a fully formed adult, then yes, there are stupid questions. If they're a fully formed adult, if they're children. So we had that conversation 2 weeks ago, Eddie. The car.
You talking about trading or outside of trading?
Just any question. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna side with Michael there, because there are certain questions that complete absolute beginners ask that anyone who's watched the markets, even for like a month, would not ask. Like, for example, I know that somebody's super new when they go, well, if a low gets traded through and the price closes below it, is the low still in place? Clearly not. Clearly has been broken. There were more sellers there and they managed to drive the price below it. How can you then ask whether the low is still valid? It's not. It's gone. So that was one of the stupid questions that I came across many years ago.
Yes.
Well, Rooster's got a stupid question. Where do you get your trade ideas, MP?
You should do a round of quick fire stupid questions.
That's not a stupid question, but yeah. Where do I get my trade ideas? I get my wow, this is a good one. This is a stump. No, I've been following the markets for years, so I get it from levels that we'll share here. I get it from discussions that we have. I get it from how the market's setting up, how the market's market flow, order flow, I should say, and watching the DOM, the ladder. But other than that, I mean, it's a lot of risk and reward, risking 20 handles to make 20 handles, getting myself on the good entries, and every day is always working in that realm. But it's not. I'm not an if thenner. If this, if that, then I'll place it. No.
Yeah, you'll see a lot of different styles here, and I think that's a good thing because it just shows you that you can skin a cat in thousand different ways, right?
Yeah.
Okay, D, we've got single ticks above the initial balance.
Only a couple, though.
Yeah, only a couple.
Enough?
There's very low volume in those single ticks, too.
So if we do tag them, it's just going to fly through them, and then we might have a failed auction. So we'll see.
Right.
Or
Either
they
we're
might
going to
hold.
we're going to run the stops. One of the two, right?
Yeah.
Oh, congratulations, Nagendra. Nagendra just passed the 50K combine and on the way to clear the 150K combine soon. Take it slow and steady, yes.
Yep.
And hello, Patrick. Patrick Whelan's with us here.
Hello, Patrick.
P-Dub. Hey, P-Dub, you have a breakup video over the weekend. We broke up, huh? It's a week. No, it's a good video. So we have a very boring day going thus far.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anybody in chat right now? Let's just do a quick poll, just so we can know, because I'm down money right now. Who's up money? Who's down money? Just so we can all get a feel. I'm starting off. I'm afraid to
open YouTube for my echo getting even worse, even though I don't know what's causing it. So I have to sit on the sidelines.
You could add on that poll flat, and we'll see how many people aren't trading at all.
Well, I'm happy I took profits on my crude oil.
Yeah, there we go. Right now, who's up? Who's down? Right now, who's up? What happened to that poll?
I don't know. It went away.
Mm-hmm. I think he's going to add flat on there.
Danny, your question, NASDAQ, S&P Delta is positive 19,600. NASDAQ Delta is up 80, about 8,800 right now, just to check your numbers. He's just trying to check and see if his line up.
So on a 5-minute chart, ES did create a little supply. So we've come off the high, obviously. They tried to close the gap. They tried to close those single prints. So we might have the failed auction on our hands next.
Oh yeah. Yes.
Yes.
All right, guys. There's your poll. Who's up? Who's down? And who's not
I'm up,
trading?
but I can't vote. I would otherwise.
Why can't you vote? Yeah. Oh yeah, you're
because I'm afraid that the echo is going to get worse if I open another tab, because we're not sure what's causing that.
All tabbed out.
I'm
not all tabbed out.
Flat.
You're flat?
Just remember, Deanna.
Never give up.
I'm up, but I would say
moving forward.
So, Michael, I know you lost, was it $30,000 accounts? Have you ever lost?
Well, those are real money. Those are real money ones, Jack.
Yeah.
Correct.
Now, have you ever lost $300,000 by throwing a drink on a Jaguars fan? David Tepper The Tep man himself got fined $300,000 for, if you watch it, yeah, he threw a drink on a fan. He's the owner of the Carolina Panthers. Bears fans think he's that number one pick. But yeah, he's also worth $20 billion, so that fine was equal to the average American paying about $1.77.
So, so you threw a bottle of water on somebody, because that's what a bottle of water costs, pretty much.
Yeah, what sort of a drink was it? Was it?
I don't think we got the scientific analysis. I don't know. In the chat, what do you think David Tepper drinks? But it's amazing that you could have this sort of, I assume, discipline to build a hedge fund and make $20 billion, and then it's, you know, a Jacksonville Jaguar fan in week 17 that just puts you over the edge into rage mode.
I mean, he did give up his draft for the guy that's the smallest player on everybody's team combined. Like that guy. Yeah. Andre, you were the one telling me all. We had a whole thing about this. What's the guy's name again? Sorry, the quarterback for Panthers.
Bryce Young.
Yeah, did small. It's
also,
hard to do that.
Has anybody else here cost themselves some money from throwing a drink?
It cost $15,000 for me, and that was way more than equivalent to $1.77 for me.
Well done, John.
Well done, John. We don't need to go
also, for that $300,000, let me do the math real quick. You could buy maybe 80 something of the new Apple. What's it called? Vision something Pro.
Vision something.
The Apple Vision Pro. Their new headset is cost $3,500 a unit. The era of spatial computing has arrived, says Tim Cook. But I thought the funniest part of this was somewhere in it. You want to know how big Apple is? UBS said they anticipate the Vision Pro revenue could be around $1.4 billion, a quote relatively immaterial amount.
Hey, Jack, I pre-ordered one.
Let's give it Patak's got him.
Pre-ordered.
Patak's got the Apple.
He's got like the Chromebook version.
You on, man?
Yes, oh shit, dude. Well,
You look like a housefly.
I know, right?
Oh,
Can you program like slopes on that and skiing?
That would be great. Now, what the Vision Pro things are those? Has anybody ever used those? Is that what the world's going to? Am I going to be like the last one to know and said, "Hey, you think that's
virtual reality?"
Cool? Yeah, I'm at the mall right now shopping. You know, I don't know.
I personally won't be happy until I'm using one to run this show.
Yeah,
There you go.
yeah.
We talked about
everyone
7K
one.
for.
I want someone to walk in and just see me with a headset on. I power this, moving things around with my hands.
By the power of
kinda like my
Grayskull.
Yeah, you get it.
Hey, we got that poll finished here with 834 votes. Right now, who's up, who's down? 53% of people trading here. See, they're up. 29% down, and 17% are sitting on their hands.
Smart.
Yeah.
Smart.
How many likes do we have, Eddie?
Looking at likes here right now. Last time I looked, 925. Let me refresh. And let's see what we got here. We've got, oh my goodness, what happened?
72% short NASDAQ.
I know. You want to buy a pullback? Here's your chance.
Yeah, I mean,
Coming
that's
up
what
here.
I'm thinking.
Yeah. We just closed out, the single TPOs and the NASDAQ on 4 tick
77%
TPOs
short.
to the tick.
What levels do you have down here in the around the 650s? We have nothing there.
Low volume node at 644, but it's not a real one. I wouldn't lean on it, which
80%
means
short.
you probably should.
Take a one
Are
guy.
they short?
Everybody's very,
80%
very short right now.
Yeah.
Well then that might be something that you might want to think about.
And the only reason why you guys were looking at this because it's like everybody was looking for a big break. Now, totally could happen. Don't get me wrong. All the longs got paid this morning. Could the majority of people that have open positions. When you get to the big 80% of people are short number, can they be right or can they be wrong? So far, the majority have been right today.
Great.
That's why we share it, right, dude?
Uh-huh.
Ricardo is asking, is Topstep doing any giveaways today? Yes, we are. We are giving away education. We are giving away friendship. So enjoy.
Holding hands.
Yeah. One tick.
One tick. I see it. I see it. Yeah.
One tick.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, that's cheap though. I mean, if we're gonna hold that.
Whoa, you see that?
You're not.
And we didn't.
Yeah.
See, that was we just ran all the stops. We ran all the stops of those longs that were down that were up against that.
Mm-hmm.
If it can battle through the initial balance high, if it can close below it in the next couple of minutes, then we technically have a failed auction in the making. But we'll see. If the initial balance high cannot capitulate, then there could be some more longs.
Yeah. I think we just ran all those stops.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's the only thing that I'm like, initial balance high probably won't hold.
What do you think? What are you thinking, Andre? Looking at the tilt, looking at the levels, looking at the pullback, looking at the markets trended higher all day.
I think fading the tilt. Yeah, I think this could be your pullback. I think it's kind of a setup that we've been seeing when the markets kind of slow down and get quieter. That these setups kind of tend to play out more in our favor. As like we saw in the open, it was 80% long, ES and Nasdaq, and we just ripped higher.
Yeah.
Kind of like Friday, you and I were selling into. I think John was too. We were selling into that that runaway trade, and we were just getting crushed. So I think getting on board in the mornings more favorable. But now when things slow down, we're getting into the lunch hour trade. I think fading the tilt might be the play.
I mean, the liquidity is
so
still
far
higher
the initial balance. Yeah, so
Sorry,
47.60 is still there, but for now we're coming up to the end of the 15-minute bar in 50 seconds, and for now initial balance high has given us a bounce higher. So that means it held. Never mind the single prints getting smashed. Obviously that was a bit of a fake out.
They went to get the stops.
They had to probably pick up some more orders to get a bit more momentum, because that's how it works, right? Whenever there's like liquidity somewhere, the market makers and people with deep pockets, they will chase those levels, and then once they get smashed, then it brings the momentum back. So that's how it works.
Well, I'm long. I got a long for 47.
Okay.
Yeah,
nice.
3 lot.
Hey Jack, what do you got?
Yeah, Danielle wants me to toss out a new like challenge here.
Oh boy.
So it's for 3K. I think we might have to apply it tomorrow too. We're a little bit behind today on those, but it's one I brought up before that I still want to see done, which is MP. I want to see you tweet at a celebrity that something marginally negative, and it has to be a celebrity that will tweet back at you. I have my eyes on Kevin Durant.
Oh,
yeah, you said that. I scratched this. You said that last time, but like I don't even use my socials. So like if somebody shows up with 30 followers and they tweet at somebody, that like, okay, I mean,
he responded. Can you do it from Topstep?
Yeah, no. I didn't say anybody.
Yeah, let's do it from our
Jack. What do you want to? Jack, what would it look like? What do you want him to say?
So Kevin Durant is notorious for mixing it up on Twitter with people with 30 followers.
Really?
So I think that if you tweet at Kevin Durant, like, yo, man, you're washed or something like that, there's very non-zero chance that him and his 20 million followers, whatever he has, are going to get into it with you. And I think it'd be really funny.
I mean, I'm down.
How many likes do we need?
3,000.
If we get 3,000, we'll apply it to tomorrow too. But we're gonna get this started. I really want to see this happen.
Speaking of challenges, go ahead, Michael. Speaking of challenges, Robert's asking, "Where's Hoag's handlebar mustache?" Well, the thing is, you got to work on that. It just doesn't happen overnight, and he's working on it. There, see, there it is.
It's almost there.
It's getting there.
Yeah,
it's getting there.
Yeah. So and Johnny, we got about 1,000 likes here today. with 3,000 people watching. So that means, as I wipe the tear off out of my eye, only 1/3 of the people like us. What do we need to do? Where's the love?
Trace one last check. 79% short again, Michael. Did you scratch it?
I scratched it, but I'm back in just on a 1 lot. I had a 3 lot, so now I'm back in on a 1 lot. The floor feels like it's going to fall out from underneath this.
Yeah.
So that if I get stopped
let's
out,
not have that happen. Yeah.
Well, if you use ES as a benchmark, the initial balance high held in ES. So there's a good chance that NQ pops upside again.
Hey, John, what did you sell on that trade in ES?
61. 47.61.
Beautiful.
Yeah, well,
nice.
Anne Marie set the price.
I saw that. Yeah. Nice call, Anne Marie.
Yeah. Oh, she always has awesome calls. Like
I wasn't
so
going.
on
I
the
wasn't
money,
gonna,
man. So on the money.
I wasn't going to fight that. Not a chance.
Yeah.
All
right. There you go.
All right. Just want to let you people know who we've got in our on our schedule for this week. And remember one thing, at Topstep, we are booking the biggest and best names in the trading world on our show.
Hell yeah.
And you're not going to find... I want to hear that, Andre.
Hell yes.
I'll do... Hell yeah. Let's hear it. You're not going to find any other stream or prop for that matter. Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. It's
true.
Connected with...
You guys need to practice that more.
Yeah, right?
Hell yeah. All right. Tomorrow, well, actually today, 11 o'clock here, we've got Trade Like KV. 1 o'clock today, Strategy Lab with Anne Marie. Tomorrow, we got Trades by Matt going to join us. Deanna's going to join us also with Market Stalking and Power Hour with Cami Capital. Wednesday, yes, that wonderful person, Deanna Angelo, will be with us here again early.
Oh, that girl again.
11:15
on standard.
Yes. Cami Capital. And Thursday, Anne Marie Band. We got our funded trader, Jenny B. Rips is going to be with us from 1 to close.
Looking forward to Rips.
And on Friday, BYOB. We'll have Rips here early for Fast Market. Strategy Lab with Anne Marie and Power Hour with Corbs. Also, don't forget at the buzzer with our Discord channel, Coach Jay and Coach Paul. As a matter of fact, today, Coach Ray will be doing a volume profile, supply and demand at 6 p.m. Central. Coach Vince, initial balance class at 7 p.m. Central. And slow markets with Coach Dakota at 8 p.m. So there's education all over the place here today. So don't miss
That's
it.
all today? That whole list was today?
That is, well...
That's for the week, bro.
Our guest for the week.
For the week. Yeah.
Yeah. Boy, we're going to be here 24
I'm in a trade right now. I'm in a trade. I've logged 2.
I know you are. Hey, how come no one said anything about that thing above your lip, Michael? What is that thing?
I don't know.
I love the mustache.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Chocolate milk.
Eddie, that schedule is more packed than the economic schedule this week.
We
got them, huh? Yeah.
We got
and a lot more useful.
There's more.
There's more absolutely
here at Topstep than there was at the Golden Globes last night.
Right. All right. I'm out of that trade.
Nice.
That was a good one.
Nice one.
It popped.
That was a good
setup.
one.
Good setup.
Yeah.
Well, Deanna told me it held.
Yeah.
Everybody's
initial
getting
balance,
short.
high bounce. Yeah. That's great.
Yeah.
Good job,
Gotta
Michael.
wait
That was awesome.
Gotta wait a whole damn morning, Deanna, to do this.
I know.
To find good trades.
Yeah, like you said, we're not here to trade. We're here to make money, right? So
yes,
that's
that is true.
It's your thing.
My. Well, hey, coming up here inside of 10 minutes, we got Shoulder Tap.
All right.
We're just booked and busy here today. Shoulder Tap with Mick. Mick's going to be with us. Yes, the master of the mustache.
Yeah. The original stash.
Look at that big old stash. It is it's the 8th wonder of the world.
Oh, pistache? Yeah. Top notch.
Oh my god, it's solid. In person, it's
Love
solid.
that.
And it is, because he can grow it in one day. What?
Italians, man.
He
Italians.
It's like my dad used to do that. Christ, man. Like literally, he would have like a 5 o'clock shadow that looked like a 3-day growth. It was ridiculous.
Uh-huh.
It's when you got to use a lawnmower and not a razor.
Yeah, you got the yield on the 10-year continuing to creep higher. You got the VIX, whatever that is, dollar continuing to kind of pull off. Kind of conflicting.
Hurry
We
up
still
and
have
wait,
liquidity. We still
The
have
higher
liquidity
yield.
at 47, 62, 63. And the auction hasn't failed yet.
No,
It's just
hasn't.
consolidating now. So it's just barcoding.
Yeah, but looking at the 5-minute now, yeah, it's just kind of, it's put in a short time frame high and a short time frame low down here around 45.50 approximately, and just kind of back and forth in there.
Sellers are coming back in here on the NASDAQ. People want to get short.
77%, 64 on the S&Ps.
77%.
Hey, Anne Marie just said watch the charts. Let's see here. Look at this.
John, what are you seeing on the S&Ps? Because the NASDAQ's getting a little heavy short, but the S&Ps is still at 63. But what levels that you guys wanted to hold again, just to let everybody know?
Well, I would like to, if we're going to go higher, then initial balance high at 47.55 quarter has to stay in the ES. If it capitulates and we go lower than that, then failed auction, and then, some shorts are going to be on the cards.
Right, and that correlates in the NASDAQ, Michael. The IB high, initial balance high, is 16,644. And there are some single TPOs down below that. So, if we're going to continue, you want it to hold that IB high. Certainly those single TPOs, which are from, let's see here, 634 up to 640 approximately. So, I mean, it's an interesting area here because it helps you limit risk, but you got to be patient to see if you can get down there. You want to see those single TPOs.
We're building volume.
Yeah.
Building volume in NASDAQ as well. Yeah. Yep. If you look at the overlay here, I've got the volume profile in blue, but then the overall volume, just regular volume, only vertical. Overlaid there. Hold on, let me see if I can spit that on the screen. I always forget that the screen is always a bit lower than I think it is. Yeah, so this is volume being built, right?
Yeah.
And if we can manage to reverse here, and so this is the initial balance high, the one that John was talking about. Right. So if the price goes lower than that, then really we have some space. But knowing that NASDAQ likes the overnight VWAP, then I would probably stop that trade at 165.74 half. Because that's where overnight VWAP is. I've anchored it to the open last night.
Pretty much our overnight high.
Well, say one time what the overnight VWAP.
You're talking about VWAP play in the chat.
165.74, let's say. Let's just keep it at round numbers.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was hearing something else. I apologize. That's not our session high.
It's the session high from Friday. It is a session high from Friday. You are right.
Yes. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, I can make that. I can make that work. Sometimes with numbers, I get a little bit confused, a little dyslexic, and I don't know if that's a.
Yeah, I have that as well. Interestingly, I have that as well. It's called dyscalculia, apparently. It's the same as dyslexia, but with numbers.
What is it? Yeah, what is that?
Dyscalculia. So you know how you you kind of switch out the letters in some words if you're dyslexic. Well, the same
Yes, I
condition
do.
exists in
Is in numbers.
in numbers. Yeah, so I do that. I
Sounds
constantly
cooler
do
though.
that.
Sounds
Sounds
cooler.
way cool.
It's still cool, yeah.
I want
Sounds like a
that.
special skill. Yeah. The amount of times that I just flip out a number and I just say something to my husband, and he's like, "Really?"
What?
And I'm like, "Yeah, that's not what I said." And he's like, "That's exactly what you said." And I was like, I can't really. And a couple of times he actually recorded me, and that's when I realized I have the condition. And I'm like, wow, I can't. Like in my head, I'm just reading it out as it is, but something else is coming out. So
So make
yes,
sure that
that's
you're
why
not on the
sometimes I
Price is Right.
pause as well. Yeah, that's why I'm a lot more visual than focusing exactly on the numbers.
And you're very data oriented. So has that
I
caused
am,
problems
yeah.
for you?
No, strangely enough, when I'm doing calculations and stuff, usually I use, Python. I use coding. Like I wouldn't actually sit there and like me doing calculations. But when it comes to
Sure.
me needing like an equation or needing something to calculate my position based on the volatility of the product, which I would typically use the average daily ranges for, that's something that I just come up with a calculation and I just put it in. I wouldn't actually go, oh yes. Let me just write that down. So from that standpoint, it works. I've never made a mistake. But when I'm calling out levels, sometimes I catch myself saying it wrong. And I'm like, what am I doing?
Right. Once I thought I made a mistake, but I was mistaken. Or once I thought I was wrong and I was mistaken.
wrong.
Once I thought I was wrong, but I was mistaken. There you go.
All right, let's end with that funny right now. We've got
Oh, what a morning.
we've got Shoulder Tap coming up here in just a few minutes. And Deanna, thank you very much for being with us here. We will see you next time.
Pleasure.
And Michael,
Thanks, D.
hitting the slopes.
Yeah, I'm gonna go out there and catch. I didn't do it over the weekend, so I'm gonna go catch my
No
33rd day. Nah, dude, I need to get my legs
33rd.
better.
Yep.
Larry Bird, Patrick Ewing.
Yes,
And you had lots
yes.
of
I'm long
folks
right now.
about, too.
I stayed
All right,
long right
we're gonna
now.
take a
so
break.
I'm gonna hold on.
And we'll be right back with Shoulder Tap. Stick around. Hello, Mom. Here's a phone. Johnny, how are you, man? Welcome to Shoulder Tap.
I'm good. Not the mustache everybody's looking for, but I'm good.
I can see it. I can see it. You're looking like Kurt Russell. You got that Kurt Russell hair going, which is really cool. You ever see his? I mean, he can grow that beard in like 5 minutes.
Yeah,
You know, it
takes me a little longer than that, but
sure.
Yeah,
it's
all right.
Definitely. You know, John, we're waiting for Mick right now, and Shoulder Tap is about who's doing well and who needs help. You know, Friday we had a poll, and I think Michael suggested it. Who is ending the week up? And the percentage was really high. It was people making profits, having good weeks. Today we had another poll. Are you up on the day? And once again, the percentage for being up was higher than that of being lower, which is very satisfying. I know that we like to see that too.
We do.
I'm wondering if Mick and Brett are getting an overflow of
Yeah,
those.
Mick's here.
Whatever. Yeah. Okay. Whatever you did work, JD.
All right. So let's get him in here. And there's Mick. Hello, Mick. How are you, buddy?
Hey. Better now that we figured out the technical difficulties. Sorry about that, everybody.
Well, you know,
I didn't
tell you
want to
what,
miss this one. I got a lot of good stuff to talk about today.
Awesome.
Right. With this new stuff we've got, we're ironing it out. And Mick, we were just talking about our traders on our polls are ending up with winning weeks and winning days. And I was wondering, are you getting an influx of those passing the combine?
Well, we are, I mean, we moved a lot of, I'm not so sure about the trading combine, but we've had a lot of people getting called up from XFA to live. There were 8 call-ups last week, and we were at 548 for 2023. I know we're going to call up more traders to live this year in 2024.
Awesome.
So I'm really excited about that. Our trader base keeps growing, and we keep finding really good talent, which we talk about a lot on this segment. Speaking of talent, though, I've got a huge shout out to Ronald S., one of our live account traders. He's been trading NASDAQ today. He's up $20,000 in his live account. He started buying the market right around the open, so he's obviously caught this ride up. He's out for
What's
right
he
now, trading the NASDAQ.
Beautiful.
NASDAQ. Okay.
Yeah. So he caught that ride up. Definitely one of our standout live traders today as far as P&L goes. Big numbers. 20K is a hell of a lot of money to be making. And he was pressing, he got long, won lots, added. As the market was going in his favor, we talk about that a lot. Last week, there were a couple questions. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Last week, there were a couple questions about, do we go all in? Do we go all out? Do we scale in? Do we peel off position sizing as markets are going against us? It's, like we talked about last week, it's a bit of an art form. Not every style is going to fit every trader. So try things, but I love hammering it down when it's working. And that's exactly what Ronald did. So Ronald, I'm going to call him after I get off the segment. Actually, I have a couple meetings after this, but after those, I know he's been out of the market for a little while now. I'm going to call him, and what I'm going to talk to him about is, hey, you're off to a really good start in the account for the year. That account's at $78,000 right now. So this could be one of our new 100K club people pretty soon.
They're knocking on the door for sure.
Yeah, 20K certainly helps with that on a single trade. But, he's off to a great start on the week. So as we continue trading during the week, we want to make sure that we're locking in a large percentage of that $20,000. If I were having the call with him right now, I'd say, hey, let's think about walking away up 15,000 worst case scenario, which means over the next 4 trading sessions, I want you only risking 25% of what you put up today. And that's how people grow accounts. That's how you scale business, which we talk about a lot here too. All right. Other than Ronald, I have a big shout out for one of our traders who was just on with you guys. Shout out to Deanna. She's been trading really, really well in the account so far. Live account. Today is only day 7 for her. And I'd like to pull up her trading card. As everybody watching knows, she's up 400 on the day today, but she's got some really good statistics, and I'm seeing everything that I like out of her trading. If we could queue up a trading card for Deanna, let's talk about her.
Very nice.
Wow. I wonder if her ears are ringing right now.
She's probably listening.
I don't know if she stays on and listens to this segment.
She's listening.
Okay. Hey, Deanna, shout out to you. Really happy with how things have been going since you've been in the live account. Look at that picture with her and the dogs. I know she's a big dog person. Yeah. So I think Deanna, since she started in her live account, she's been trading really well, hitting singles. She's taking it slowly, trading one contract only. So average daily P&L of $435. It's a solid start, and I can tell that she's chipping away. I will say, I think that, being on TV and sharing your trades and talking about your trades forces you, and I could be wrong, but it might be forcing her to, make sure she's only taking the best trades out there. She's got other people watching. She's got to answer for her trades. She's got to give her reasoning as to why she's taking these trades. And I'm mentioning this because this is something that could be really helpful for a lot of traders out there. We as traders, sitting in our office, sitting in our room, sitting at our house on the computer, it's kind of an individual sport. I know TopstepTV is trying to change that, but individual sport meaning, and when I say that, I mean, you're accountable to yourself. You can do whatever the heck you want to do. And I talk about this a lot. There's a difference between doing what you want to do and doing what you should be doing. I know myself used to be guilty of just seeing what would happen. You know, I'd go long, I'd go short and see what the market gives me or takes away from me. And I think there's a lot of people out there doing that. They're not accountable to anybody else. Deanna's on TV. She's accountable to her viewers. She's accountable to her account.
Oh,
she
yeah.
does treat it as a business. So there's a distinction there. But I think for traders and everybody listen, you should always have good reasons for why you're putting on trades. I myself like to, you know, use the phrase, the stars align. I'd like to see 2 or 3 stars align that tell me, hey, this idea you have, there's a couple reasons why it would work out. And I don't want just one. I want multiple. The more you could have, the better. You're probably not going to find 5 reasons why you should go long or short something. But, you know, whether it be an indicator, some price action, or you're seeing movement in the direction of your bias, it's very important. So one of the biggest things that could help other traders out there is have accountability. If you've got a trading buddy or you're just by yourself, you have to have a reason for why you're doing it and not just, you know, taking a shot, clicking the mouse kind of thing. So I think that's helped her. And, you know, 83% winning days.
What you're saying is you're looking for confluence. You're looking for more than one reason to take a trade.
I think we need more than one reason.
Right?
I think we need more than one reason. And John, that's something you and I have talked about in the past because we've been working together for almost 9 years together now. It'll be 9 years for me with Topstep in March of this
9
year.
years already. Wow.
9 years. Yeah.
It's been a long time.
I mean,
I'm sitting with the guys who have seniority on me right now. You two and Patak and Andre.
Number 9. Number 9.
Yeah.
Number
Yeah.
9.
You need that. You need that. So what she's done, I want to talk about the statistics because, again, she's just like having a really solid start and she's chipping away. She's being selective with the trades, averaging 7 trades per day, 1 contract. I want to point out she's got only 53% winning trades, but she has 83% winning days. Her risk reward is nice. She's got a good risk reward. She's definitely taken more out of the markets than she's risking on these trades. I think those numbers broke down to like about 40 ticks in the crude oil on her winners and only 20 something ticks on the losers. So it's about a 2-to-1 risk reward there.
As
her
she
biggest
calls
winning
it,
day.
2R.
2R. Okay, I like that.
2R. Yep.
Yeah. Well, as you continue trading and stuff like that, you come up with all these little slang terms for yourself and whatnot, and they're usually unique to only you. I'll speak in risk reward. It's 2-to-1. It's great. It means she can be right 53% of the time and still be profitable. And she's up $2,600 trading in this live account in just 7 short days. And I think it was only 1 losing day in there. So just really good stuff.
She's very selective.
She is. A lot of, and I always emphasize that when I'm talking about the traders on the shoulder tap, because I love selective traders. I love seeing risk rewards of 2-to-1 or greater. I know that someone actually submitted a nice question that I hope we can get to at the end of the segment, asking about risk reward and that kind of thing. So whoever submitted that, I'd like to make sure we get to that one. I don't have any areas for improvement on Deanna right now. Maybe that'll come. Maybe it won't come. If she keeps doing this, I'm not going to have much to talk about other than, you know, congratulations for her. Excellent hold times, I want to mention also. She is using that risk reward to measure her risk on the trade, you know, with small risk, looking for a nice move. And, you know, a 40 tick move in the crude oil is pretty good. There's a little bit of action in there today. But she's holding her winning trades for 50 minutes. And she's holding her losing trades for only 14 minutes. So I talk about this a lot, and I'm going to continue to talk about it. She's impatient with the losing trades. She gets out of them, calls a loser, move on to the next trade, try and find another one. She's making 7 trades per day.
And Mick, she says, like, you know, in the middle of a trade, if it's not going the way she wants it, if, you know, she'll have a stop in, but I don't recall ever hearing her hit her stop. She's out of the trade usually before she's going to get to that full stop, because what she's seeing isn't what she's expecting from the trade. And when what you're seeing is not what you're expecting, cut your losses. And I think D is especially good at that.
Absolutely. That's a mature set of eyes right there. And I'm happy you pointed that out, John. The best traders are impatient with their losing trades. And just because you had a predetermined stop somewhere when you put that trade on, you're looking at the market as you got these trades on. And if it doesn't look like it's going to go to your profit target or in your favor, take it off. You can always put it back on, maybe at a better price, maybe a worse price. But I mentioned that last week. You can always put a trade back on. And it's a really mature thing to not, sit there with your stop in place when the market's going against you and just kind of hope that it doesn't tag that stop. I know that's the mentality of a lot of traders. My stop's in, I hope it doesn't hit it. I hope it doesn't hit it. It's going towards it, but maybe it won't hit it. No, it's going towards it. You see something different in the market after you put the trade on, take it off. And that's what she's doing. So I really, really like what I'm seeing here. Deanna, you're kicking ass so far. Keep it up.
There you go. All right, Mick, who else do we got? Let's get on it.
Get on it.
Yes.
Let's get on it. Let's pull up a trading card for Carissa. Carissa is someone that we called up from XFA to live last Friday. And also really, really good trading out of Carissa in a very short period of time. I don't always talk about how many days these traders are in their XFAs before they get called up to live. Carissa spent 9 short days in her XFA. She has 100% winning days with 83% winning trades in the NASDAQ.
Wow.
I'm not afraid just to share that one here. This is, that's not a lot of trading activity for us to see for a call up at 9 days, but obviously she's 9 for 9 on the winning days. And what we really like is these winning trades, 83% winning trades. This is someone who is they're scalping the NASDAQ. They've only got 2 minute
short time
hold
frame,
times.
right?
Very short. Yeah, about 2 minutes in the winners, 2 minutes in the losers. But they're obviously picking the right areas to be entering these trades. And when I say that, I'm talking buying it on a pullback or selling it on a rally. They are getting good trade location to put up 83% winning trades. So they're obviously looking at the market very well on that short time frame, looking at that price bar overlap, as the market's going up. Well, overall trend going up, I'm going to be buying it as it comes back a little bit. And then, there's less risk on the trade. And that allows for the 83% winning trade percentages, which I really, really like a lot. I think it's going to be difficult to maintain that statistic there, specifically the winning trades. But with this trade location stuff, which I'm assuming is what she's doing, I think, somewhere around there is pretty sustainable with Carissa's strategy. The risk reward here, though, is not that great. And I see that happen a lot with the shorter time frame traders. If you've got 2 minutes on your holds, winners and losers, that NASDAQ moves around quickly. So you might have it, you might get on the wrong side of a flush or a spike, and it's going to go against you quickly. And that loss happens a little bit quicker sometimes. So the risk reward needs a little improvement. Carissa, if you're watching, let's think about that. But she's not looking to take huge bites out of the market. She's risking $165 in these 9 days. So it's not a big sample size. $165 risk on average for the losing trades to make $130 on the profitable trades.
Right. And I think that short time frame, Mick, the short time frame that she's trading in, of course, makes it it's never easy, but it makes it a little bit easier to have that winning trade percentage.
Yeah, I think about
3%.
it. Yeah. Yes, she's quick to scoop up. I always use the kind of phrase about you see $1 on the sidewalk, you pick it up. Well, she sees money in the market. She's quick to pay herself. You're not going to go broke paying yourself in this industry. So you see profits, you're trading on a short time frame, lock them in, 83% winning trades, average daily PNL of $1,300. So this is good. A lot of trades per day, but on the shorter, if you're trading on a shorter time frame, you're going to see more trade opportunities in the day. If you're trading on a longer time frame, you're going to see fewer trade opportunities during the day. And I'm kind of getting ahead to this question that I saw submitted earlier about risk reward and those the ratios for that. If you're trading on a higher time frame, it's going to allow you to have a higher risk reward ratio. Normally, people that are on higher time frames have higher risk reward ratios. Lower time frames, it's a lower risk reward ratio. Carissa could improve on that because hers is 1-to-1 or worse right now, but really good stuff here. And another thing I like is I've seen on this trade report, and again, just 9 short days, P&L is ranging from $200 to $3,100. That is telling me this is someone who doesn't have a daily P&L goal of, I want to make $2,000 a day, I want to make $1,000 a day. This tells me that range of P&L from 200 to 3,100 is they're only making trades based off what they see as opportunities in the market, and those P&Ls are a byproduct of what they see.
Yeah, so there's no daily goal or profit goal kind of in front of Carissa, which sometimes has the opposite move. She's taking what the market's giving. I love the January 4th. That's great reward over risk. She had, I don't know how many winning trades, but none of them were losers. There's great reward over risk.
That mentality, having a set monetary goal, I mean, that can really be dangerous at times. When you're not hitting it, you're not getting near it, you tend to get a little reckless. And we all need to remember that too. If you're not hitting those goals, you got to rethink a lot of things here.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I've spoken to a lot of traders. They, come into live accounts. We have an introductory call, and they tell me, Mick, I'm going to average $5,000 a day for you. And I'm kind of like, oh, this is not going to work out too well. It's unrealistic. And that means you're trading your P&L. You're swinging for the fences. There were a couple gravestones on the trading cards last week for some of those big swingers, Hughes and Kyle K. And, Kyle, he'd been on Power Players and talked about, a big missed opportunity in the options when he was up, $280,000 or something like that. And he didn't lock any of it in. If you're looking for big swings on a daily basis, chances are you're going to have the quite the opposite results. If I'm trying to make 5,000 every single day, chances are I'm going to be coming close to losing $5,000 a day because you're trading your P&L. You're not trading what you see in the market. The only way that someone should actually have an idea of what they should be making or could be making on a daily basis is if you got to have a long track record, be it in a trading combine or your own personal account, and say, oh, on average, my daily P&L was $1,295. So over the last 50 days, that's what my average is. That's what I could expect, but it's going to be, I'm going to have days where it's bigger. I'm going to have days where it's smaller. I'm going to have losing days. So if you're looking at average daily P&L, somebody like Carissa could say, well, if I want to increase that, I'm going to just keep doing what I'm doing. But instead of going from trading, a couple contracts, I'm going to trade 4 contracts. It's that scalability that we discuss regularly here. You can scale your business, but that's looking kind of in the rear view mirror. This was my performance. This is what I could expect. You don't want to be coming fresh into an account saying, I'm going to make this, I'm going to make that. You're probably going to have big struggles in doing so.
Mick, she says 18 trades per day. Is that really consistent with the 9 days she's been trading? 18, give or take a few.
It's been, I think, as low as trying to picture the trade report again. It's not 18. There's some single digit trading days, and there's some
so that's an
days
average.
Where it's an average trades per day. And there were some where she took over 20 trades per day, which again, you're trading, on a 2-minute time frame, not saying a 2-minute chart, but you're holding for 2 minutes in the NASDAQ. Maybe that's trading off a 1-minute chart. You're going to see more trading opportunities, and your risk reward is likely going to be a little bit more around the 1-to-1.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, Mick, who else we got?
Feel good about calling Carissa up. Shout out to you. This really good stuff. Let's pull up a card for Elvis.
Speaking of Elvis, It is Elvis Presley's birthday today.
Is it really?
Oh,
Yeah, Elvis, David
Well,
Bowie, Deanna's husband, and who else? But anyway, happy birthday.
no kidding. I didn't even know that.
Luxembourg.
I saw an
Wow, look at that
article over the
picture.
weekend about how they were going to bring Elvis back via the hologram, kind of like they did with a Tupac concert, a decade ago or something. It was new technology. Anyways, Elvis, unlike Carissa, who had traded 9 short days, Elvis is he got called up to a live account on Friday too. But he had traded 56 days in this live account. 56
That's a
days in
lot.
XFA before getting
That's
called
great.
up. Yeah. Average daily P&L over those 56 days panned out to about $217. Trading the equity indices and gold. Eddie, I know you love gold. So
I
out of
love
Luxembourg.
Who doesn't?
Yeah. So here,
Mick, this is a
we have
really good one. I'm excited about this card.
Yeah,
All right, go for
let's break
Tell
it
us.
down a little bit. I'll start with what I've got on the card, and then I want you to add some color to what you're seeing. We've got them 50% winning days. They're only right half the time on their winning days, or they only have 50. Excuse me, they're winning half the time on their trading days. 33% winning trades, so they're only right 1/3 of the time. But 3 trades per day. So they're more selective with their trades, and they're taking a bigger bite out of the market. They got a great risk reward ratio, about $1,100 on their winners and only $330 on their losers. So this is how the math kind of plays on your side. They've got that's about 3-to-1 risk reward. They're being selective. So you don't have to be right as much. But when you are right, he's taking a bigger bite out of the market. And really nice hold times to correspond with those. We've got 53 minutes on average in the winning trades. That is catching a piece of the trend for the day, and only 23 minutes on the losses. So I got a lot of respect for Elvis because it's kind of hard to stick to your guns and sit in trades for that long. I'm curious for all of our users out there listening, what are your hold times? How long are you holding trades? And if you're someone that is holding trades for a longer period of time, was it easy to do that or hard to do that? It was super hard for me. One of the biggest challenges in my trading over the course of years. So I'm curious about that. I'd love to hear what people are saying. But Hoag, what do you got on Elvis? What are you seeing here?
Well, the reward over risk is, of course, tremendous. I mean, that 3-to-1 reward over risk. He's profitable when he's only right 33 1/3% of the times. A third of the time he's right. The thing that I think is, other than that reward over risk, that is most important is the fact that he's in a 150K express funded account. Except for it looks like one day, he's cutting things off at approximately $1,000 losses. His average losing day is $736. Average losing day. This is a risk manager. This is somebody that's recognizing that this is not his day. If he was not managing his downside risk, if he was hitting his daily loss limit on his down days, like we see so many, he would already be out of this account. This is a risk management in the daytime frame. Also, as a trader, losing to 329, making 1,100. This to me says Elvis is a good risk manager. Like I said, there looks like there was one day maybe that he maybe lost it and lost $3,000 in a day, but every other losing day stops 1,000, 1,200, one at 1,400, 1,000, 1,200.
Great management.
Yeah, and that was one losing day at 3,000 out of 56 trading days.
Out of 56 trading days.
Yeah,
that's discipline. And for those that see me, make the comments, they need to work on limiting their losses. Elvis is doing that. Just because he can lose 3,000 in a day doesn't mean that he's risking 3,000 in a day. We talk about having your own.
You should.
I like traders like that. Yeah,
yeah, it's great. And,
Elvis is still in the building.
Elvis is in the building. Elvis is going to be in a live account by the end of this week. And I'm very excited to continue watching his journey trading, because you know what? Overall, again, people might, stick their nose up at the $217 a day average P&L, but extrapolate that. He spent 56 days in this account. What happens to the account balance after 200 and something sessions on the year when you're averaging $217 a day? This is going to be a nice secondary form of income for Elvis.
I just love the idea that he gets it. The less you lose, the more you're going to make. Yep. Nice job, Elvis.
Yeah. So I really liked all these trading cards today. These were fun ones to put together. I'm excited about what 2024's got for our traders and who we call up to the live accounts. Lots more good content to share. But with that, I know there were some questions. I'd love to get to those if we could do that, guys.
Yes, sir. We've got some questions for you. This is from Mario. Mario's asking, what's the best ratio? 1-to-1, 2-to-1, 3-to-1, 8-to-1? Is it better to look for higher ratios, or is it better to look for more one-to-ones?
Yeah, so this was the question I was kind of hinting to earlier. Mario, great question. If you're trading on a shorter time frame, you could be living in that 1-to-1 area. You should definitely be looking 2-to-1. I don't want to risk $200 to make $200. Chances are I'm not going to have a very, very high win rate trading these equity indices. So 2-to-1 minimum on the shorter time frame. It's very, very difficult for a scalper or a shorter time frame trader to find that 8-to-1 risk reward. That's, you're risking $100 to make 800. You're risking 1,000 to make 8,000. Markets, based on the average true range, don't always provide opportunities like that in the day. You may come across them here and there, but I think it's unrealistic. You're probably going to have a very high loss rate if you're looking for 8-to-1 trading on a short time frame. If you have a higher time frame bias and you want to, catch a piece of the trend for the day, then 8-to-1 is not something very unrealistic. 4-to-1 might be a little bit more realistic on that. But, for us as day traders, we can always have a longer term bias and work a core long position or a short position where, you put it on in the overnight session, when the market opens up, and you close it out before the close. And then you do the same thing the next day. That's where you might see the higher time frame risk reward ratios. But that's a really good question. Mario, I'd be curious to hear where yours is at. If you're doing a little risk reward soul searching, or our soul searching, as Deanna calls it.
Asking the question. All right, next question. I trade the 50K combine with 5 micros and feel comfortable. When I get to the funded account, the scaling rule only allows me to trade 2 micros to begin with. Is there any way to start with 5 in the 50K account? I feel like this forces me to trade 1 mini, and I'm not as comfortable doing that.
That's a great question. We work with our live traders in regards to that. I've done that for a number of people. I've opened up position sizing because, our risk systems, don't recognize the fungibility. So we'll work with you there in the live account. If you are only able to start out with X amount of contracts, chances are if you get called up to live, your position sizing is going to be higher than 2 contracts anyways, if you get called up to live from XFA. But I've worked with people over the years since these micro contracts got launched. Yes, we can have a conversation. I'd be happy to open you up to 5 micros. You're going to have to, stick to your promise to me that you're not going to use 5 minis for it. But this person who asked the question, if they're more comfortable with 5 micros than they are 1 mini, chances are they're not going to jump in there and trade 5 minis. So yeah, I'll work with you. The risk team will work with you. That's no problem.
There you go. Just talk to the risk manager. There you go. Ross has got a question.
Yeah, we want everybody comfortable. We don't want anybody with their hands tied behind their back. We want you to spread your wings and be comfortable. If it's all within reason. So that's what we're here for.
Reason and earning. You got to earn it. Ross has got a question. When entering a trade with a 1 lot to test the waters, how many ticks going into the correct in the money direction would you then start to add on size?
I like this question. And I might kind of might give a little shit here with this question. I understand having exposure on to test the waters. I think you're going to focus a little bit more on what the market's doing if you do have risk exposure on. But if you have a one lot tester on, what do you think that market's going to do? And why would you base other trades off of that first tester that you have in? If I put a one lot tester on, let's just say I go long the NASDAQ this morning, that's a tester trade to get my focus and attention on the markets. I'm not going to be handcuffed or adding to any tester trade. I'm going to start adding when, the market's going in my favor, which in this example, they are mentioning that, but where do you think the market's going to go to? You got to have an idea of that. And if you don't have an idea of where you think the market's going to go to, what levels it will, what swing highs, or swing lows we're going to test or take out, what are you doing adding to it? You should be adding when you have real conviction on your open exposure and you're being proven correct.
Thank you, Mick. Bazad has a question. Based on the amount of data that you have access to, what's the most common mistake that most traders keep repeating, and how can it be prevented?
Yeah, I get this question every once in a while. Losing more than you should be losing, risking more than you should be risking. It is, this is a performance-based business. We're all here to make money. Capital preservation's number one, but it's a hard business, and these losses add up. They add up quickly. You could have a really, string together a few really bad days during the week, and you're in bad shape with these leverage futures. So it's people risking more than they should be on a per trade basis, on a per day basis, on a per week basis. I used Hughes as an example. I used Kyle as an example. These are guys that were putting up big winning days, but they were also, bleeding out 3,000 here, 3,000 there, 3,000. There was a 14-day losing streak on Hughes' account for $49,000. That followed up a $41,000 winning day. Their next 14 days were 3,000 plus. They had 15 contracts on, and there's slippage with that. It's losing too much. We need to be, as traders, positioning ourselves to take 2 steps forward or 3 steps forward and only 1 step back. And that's a hard thing to do, but that's the money management side of it. If you can't contain your losses, your profits, they get wiped away so quickly. And that is by far the single biggest problem I see with traders, trading combine, XFA, live account. It's taking too big of losses and not preserving the capital. Number one, by far above everything else.
All right, got a couple minutes here. Maybe we get a real quick answer on this one. I want to include Hoag on this one. This is from Josh. Any tips for trading Mondays and outside of not trading them at all? Coming into a new week, over a weekend of non-trading. Any tips for trading Monday? Let's go. Mick, what do you got for that one?
Yeah, I think Mondays is a good day to, and this is something that I agree. Michael's kind of taken the same stance, and I think John does too. Monday's the first day of 5 days during the week. You're going to catch a feel for the tune of the week potentially. Now anything can happen, but I like kind of treading lightly on Mondays. Is my strategy, working? I trade smaller on Mondays if I'm day trading. I think it's a good week to kind of be an observer and take smaller risks. And then if you see a trend unleashing or something like that in the middle of the week, you start hammering the market. And, come Friday, Thursday and Friday are capital preservation days, low risk, where you want to be keeping any money if you're up ahead on the day or on the week, I should say. Okay. But I know Hoag's got an opinion on that time of week.
What's your take, John?
Trading.
In my trading career and in my history, Mondays have historically been some of the worst trading days. I'm putting a lot of data into that, so I'm usually going to be relatively slow and look for the right opportunity on Mondays. Again, typically just from being around for so long, I've just learned that Mondays, I'm a slow starter. I'm better off just easing my way into the week. If I make a little money on Mondays, I'm happy with that. Then Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then, even Fridays sometimes. But, I feel like, I've had 2 days off. I haven't really looked at the markets. I'm just, kind of starting a new chapter a new section in the monthly chapter of the yearly book. I gotta get the scenes set up before I'm really gonna get that involved, and that's taken a lot of time and a lot of tough days to figure out. You know what? Maybe you're better off just taking it easy on Mondays. Try and make a little bit of money, and then get your scenes set, get yourself centered for the rest of the week. And so, I mean, that's kind of how I feel about Mondays. You don't have to not trade smaller. And, a lot of it is the accountability. You got to account for your performance during certain, periods of time, certain days of the week, that kind of stuff. And when you notice that you're not performing well on a particular day, then you try not to trade that day, or you trade smaller. Just a couple of thoughts for you.
Believe Hoag when he says he's got a large sample size of data. Look at that beard, the color of that beard. There's a lot of data there.
Yes, there is.
It's sort of like one spitting twice shy. Know your days when you're going to trade, and know the days that are good for you, and know the days that are bad. Usually Monday is a good setup day. How's the week going to happen? So play it off like that. But anyway, gentlemen, we are out of time. Mick, I appreciate you being here with us. Any closing comments here before we say goodbye?
Well, yeah, I have a comment. It's regarding Hoag, what he had just said. As he was talking about his Mondays, I bridged a correlation there about people starting in new accounts. We always say start slowly, kind of get your footing before you start really taking big size or big positions. I was thinking about that, when we were talking about Monday. Start slowly during the week and kind of work your way into it as you establish where your footing is going to be for the week.
Fantastic.
Yep. That's it.
Well, Mick, thank you very much. Set the stage, right?
Yeah.
All right, we'll be right back. We're going to take 5, and we're going to be back here with Andre and Trader Like KV. Trade Like KV for power players. Stick around.
Love you, brothers.
Welcome back, everyone. That was a really great shoulder tap segment. Now we are going into power players. Got Eddie on the left right there. We got trades by KV right there in the middle. Our guest
KV,
of the
what's
next 25 minutes or so.
What's up,
KV,
guys?
how's it going, man? Thanks for joining us again. You're a very familiar face here at Topstep TV. So thanks again for joining us. Tell us how are things going right now?
Thanks for having me, guys. Things are going well. Starting the Monday off on the green with the team today this morning. So it's going to be a busy week with a lot of economic data. It's the first full week of the year as well. So it's going to be busy. We saw the volatility this morning. So I think that's going to continue through the earnings season, which is starting this Friday.
Yes, it is. Well, I guess to start off, tell us some of the trades that you made today, if you don't mind.
So we also trade options as well. So we took an option on Microsoft on the upside. That went well. And then we took a little bit of a quick scalp on NQ as well. Wasn't the best day to go again, so we had to treat it as a scalp and not force the downtrend to happen. So we took a little bit of a downside play in one of those pullbacks in the morning session.
Okay, very good. So, go ahead, Eddie.
No, rumor has it that you love Topstep so much that you're on vacation and said, "Hell yeah, I want to do it." Where are you? Where are you right now? On vacation here with Topstep TV. Where are you?
Yep. So I'm currently in Albania. I've been here for a week, and then tomorrow I'm flying to London, and I'll be in London for another week as well. And I'm back to New York.
The world traveler.
I'm on vacation. So I don't have my charts to share with you guys today. Don't have my full setup. I have a couple of laptops, but I unplugged them after the morning session was over because it gets a lot. So currently in Albania,
we appreciate it.
Back in London. It was snowing in London today, so it's gonna be cold.
That's what we heard. Diana earlier today was. Yeah, she was telling us that it was snowing. Well, look at that. Look at even on vacation, you're still making trades. That's really cool. That's what we love to see here at Topstep TV. So, if we can get into it, you mentioned like this week it's gonna be a busy week. We got earnings coming out. We got some inflation data. What are your thoughts on where the market's gonna be looking forward in 2024? I know you joined us at the end of 2023. You had some thoughts, and now looking at 2024, where do you see this market going, or what's the current state of the markets? I know you trade ES and NASDAQ when you do trade futures. So, where do you see the market state, and where do you see the market going?
Yes, so I think everyone has been expecting a pullback to happen. Whether that will be a huge sell-off in the market or not, I'm not sure of that, but I expect it to happen through the year. Usually, I told my members this as well. Usually, January is a green month, so I'm not sure if it's going to happen in January, but I'm expecting a pullback maybe after earnings season. Earnings is huge as well in terms of how investors will be looking at the market sentiment moving forward. If we see strong earnings from the big tech and the banks coming in this week and next week, we might see more upside, right? We might see higher highs on NQ, which we've already seen all-time highs break. But looking more into a 12-month period, I believe we see lower prices on NASDAQ. I don't think we can sustain these prices without the proper pullback coming through. Again, whether that is a 10, 15, 20% drawdown, that I am not sure of.
I was gonna say, how much of a pullback how much of a pullback would you envision? You said 10 to 15% in NQ?
At least 15%. For me, it would be a healthy pullback for us to move higher again. Could we go lower? Possibly, right? We've seen 20% pullback as well on both ES and NQ the past years. So that could happen, but at least a 15% drop I would expect.
Gotcha.
All right.
Good stuff.
Mark
Okay, well,
that down.
you are
Put that in your journal.
Oh yeah, NASDAQ. All right, yeah, thank you, Eddie. What do you got? What do you see over there in NASDAQ? Eddie? Oh, my bad. All right, KV.
Here, huh?
KV, so all right, back to KV. KV, I know you're a very experienced trader, and here at Topstep TV, one of the themes of the week is journaling. We're trying to encourage all of our traders to journal. I'm even starting up journaling here in 2024. I actually got a little bit lazy with it in 2023. May have actually affected my trading a bit. Do you journal? And if so, can you kind of tell us about your approach to journaling? How do you do it? How do you use it? And how do you reflect on it?
Yes, and yes. Very
Oh,
big on
very good.
journaling. I've been talking about this. Yeah, I've been talking about this for many years now. Um, again, treat trading like a business. And the journaling is just a part of that. Just like you have your business, for example, and you're tracking your KPIs, right? And measuring your growth, the same thing you should be doing on your trading as well. Because if you don't measure things, right, there's no way you can know if you're getting better or not. Because if you don't actually look at the data and understand, okay, what metrics should I be working on and so on, there's really no progress that you'll see. It's just going to be luck, and it's just going to be you thinking that you should do this or do that. Whereas you're not actually analyzing the KPIs, right? And again, just like any business, will measure their month to month or quarter. Like if you're an investor, why do investors look at the quarterly report of the companies that they invest in, right? Because they want to see how they're growing. The same thing you should do for your trading as well, because again, there's no way
That's a good
possible
point.
if you don't keep that journaling that you will know, am I getting better or not? Because it's just you thinking and talking with yourself without actually seeing anything on paper, right? And again, you could be doing something as writing it down, or you could be doing something more advanced and where we have the full spreadsheets, and there's other, trading journal tools online as well. But at least start with something, right? You don't have to go fully all in, but at least start with something that even if it helps you a little bit, then you're good off. And then obviously add on more and more and more to that.
KV, and a lot of our traders really need to understand that journaling is a key part of any consistent trading routine. And I mean, it's going to help. It's more work, but the thing is, you know what? If you don't put into work, you don't see success, and it helps you accelerate growth with your skill, with your habits, knowing how you're progressing. One of the things is we had a poll. 49% of our traders here were not journaling yet. And we're really trying to get them on board with journaling. And we have set out we've got a download. There's a free download. I think we sent an email today. So it is a very important part of trading.
And I mean, 49%, I would expect that number to be lower, honestly, because I've seen so many traders over the years that do not journal. So I think 49% from the audience is a good number. Can we increase that? For sure, especially with the journal that was sent in this morning, which was heavily sided with the emotions part of it. I think that helps a lot. Andre asked the question earlier as well in terms of like what are we looking for into our journals. The basics everyone should have, right? So your average winning trades, your average losing trades, win ratios, risk and reward ratios, those everyone should have. Now, what I like to add as well is one, your entry and exit times, and also your holding time, because you can actually look and find out which times in the day you are performing better, and also understand as well, are you someone that holds longer and actually sees the results from those trades, or are you better at those short-term trades? Because only this way you can actually figure out what type of trader you are, because you're going to start with something like you look at a trader online or whatever, and you're going to learn their strategy, but not necessarily their strategy works perfectly for you, right? So you have to adjust a little bit based on the data. And the last thing I add is what's called a rating your trade, right? So whenever the trade is over, you rate your trade 1 to 10. And I tell people this as well. Not necessarily a winning trade is a 10. It could be a 1 because you just got lucky, right? And not necessarily a red trade is a 2. It could be a 10 for all I know, because 1, you managed your risk, you entered at the right time, and you exited at the right time, managing your stop loss, and followed the plan. It happens, right? The market will fake you out time to time. There's no system that's perfect. So if you followed all of your rules and you still got stopped out, it could be a 9 for that specific trade. So again, not okay, what's red, put it at 10, and what's red, put it at 1, and what's green, put it at 10, because it won't make sense that way. But rating your trade and being honest, because if you're not honest with yourself, then I mean, there's not much progress you can see.
You're in trouble, right? Yeah, I mean, this is important data. That we're keeping track of your trade reports and so forth, but this is data that you need about you, and make yourself accountable. This is
Yep.
going to help you, and that's what that 49%. I think probably some of that percentage is I'm a little lazy. I don't need to, but this is going to help you. And like you said earlier, all these companies, they gather this data to find out what's going to make them better. And I think you put that in. You hit the nail on the head with that one. I mean, every company has data. You say treat your account like a company. I preach that too. What's best for the company, not what's best for you. Revenge trading and letting emotions take over, but what's best for the account / your company.
Very well said, Eddie.
Yep. And
real quick, just want to give a shout out to. Sorry, KB. Just want to give a real quick shout out to ICT. I saw him in the chat, so I want to give a shout out to him. Thanks for joining us.
Hey.
Look around the markets right now. Everything seems to be pretty quiet as we're in the lunch hour trade. So with that being said, hey, KB, real quick question. You said you rate your KPIs in journaling. Can you tell us what some of those KPIs are if they're not proprietary?
No, again, just the usual ones, right? And I was just about to say, Topstep dashboard does a really good job in keeping track of that data, right? But if you have your personal account, right, or if you have multiple accounts and then you just want to aggregate that data together, you should keep a spreadsheet on your own, right? So again, average losing trade, average winning trade. Also percentage wise as well. So you're looking at the percentages, not just the dollar values. Average losing days, average winning days in a row, for example. Win ratio, right? You want to understand, because the data is not, because I don't want people to get confused. The data is not there just to put in the data. The data is there to analyze the data, guys. So, right, so you put in the data, and then for me, I like 1 to 3 months. Anything below 1 month is not enough, because you can look at 1 week performance and be like, okay, oh my God, I have to change my whole system now. 1 to 3 months, if you can do 3 months, is better, because you have 3 months there. And if you're trading every day, it's a lot of data for you to analyze, and you have to analyze it. And okay, let's take, for example, the risk and return is bad. Anything below 1.72 is bad in my opinion. So we first focus on that. We try to fix that. How do we fix that? The risk and return is based on what? Average losing trade, average winning trade. And now we figure out which is the problem on these ones. Are we holding losers too long, or are we letting winners let go too easy, right? Too early? And this is how we kind of dig deep and understand the real root of our problem. Okay, let's say we fix that. Now we go into the win ratio, right? Now we figure out what we have to fix here as well, right? You cannot fix everything at once. That's the one thing. If you try to do everything at once, guys, you're just gonna mess everything up. Fix one. Make sure that is at a healthy rate of growing and getting better, and then move on to the next one, because there's no way you can all of the KPIs at one single time. It's just not possible. You're just going to end up ruining the whole system.
Right. Less is more. Less is more. Hey, real quick here, I just want to remind our community that we have pinned a group coaching form up on top. If you've got any questions for the Hoagland, by all means, use that pinned form on top of the chat in our YouTube to ask your questions. Those are going to be asked first.
Absolutely.
So KV, on
and also with that, go ahead, Eddie.
Helping us for our traders to understand how important journaling is. Let's turn back the clock a little bit. When did you, as a trader, realize that journaling is going to help me progress more? Because I know it's very hard. I even at one point I was journaling like a mad fool, and then I think I might have overdid it, and then I stopped for a while because I stopped trading. But starting to trade again, I'm not as consistent as I'd like to be. When did you start realizing that, hey, you know what, this is really helping me?
Okay, I'll say this first. When did I realize that I need to start journaling? Was this when I thought I was getting better, right? I thought, okay, I got this, I'm getting better, and so on. And then I looked at the numbers in terms of like my trading account, and it was still staying stagnant, right? So I was confused because I was telling myself I have gotten better, and then I looked at the account, and the account was still stagnant. So there was this, kind of empty piece on why is this happening, and the only way to figure that out was go back to journaling and look at the data and find that missing piece, right? Because again, us just talking to each other and telling, okay, I'm doing bad, or I'm doing good, or I'm having trouble with this. It's all just words at the end of the day without actually looking at the data, because there's also biases that happen. What do I mean by that? So for example, let's take this. You enter a trade that is one of your strategies, for example. You follow the strategy and it ends up being your biggest loss of the month. Now, because it was your biggest loss of the month, it's stuck into your head that you don't want to do that, strategy, that setup anymore. You don't want to do that because it hit your account so hard. But it could be a bias, because if we're looking at over a period of time, maybe that specific setup made you the most amount of money. And now, because of one moment, because of one trade that really hit you, now you just leave it and not take that setup anymore for no reason, right? So those biases should be avoided, because that probably was a really good setup, and maybe it just happened that day that the market wasn't, or was too volatile, and you just ended up being with a big loss, or you just sized up that day and it ended up being a big loss. Not necessarily was the setup that had the problem. So it happens like this, and maybe the viewers can look back and think if that happened to them as well. But it has happened to many people that I know, because they kind of get stuck with something in their head that maybe isn't true, right? Or isn't the truth that they need to hear, basically.
Yeah, real quick, we're starting to see a rally here in the S&P. Starting to see a little bit of a rally in the Nasdaq. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. 5, 8, 10 ticks off of the highs of the day. So let's keep an eye on how that keeps playing out here. Eddie, I think you had another question for KV. Oh, real quick, we just put KV's Instagram link here in the chat. So for sure, we want to give you a plug there, KV. I did see you have 50,000 followers. What's that like?
What?
Did we hit the 50?
You got 50,000 followers. You got 50,000. Didn't I say that? You have 50,000 followers on Instagram, no?
And you're on vacation. What's going on here?
Yeah, what's that like?
Not
50,000 followers.
49.8.
Sorry. 49,700 followers.
All right, come on, let's get some more followers for the 50K.
We're gonna do. Let's announce it here. Let's do a Topstep giveaway.
Let's do it
when we hit 50K.
Right.
So I thought we hit that during the live. So I was like, did we?
Well, yeah, for everyone out there,
make sure to Instagram, guys.
Hit those likes,
let's make sure let's get him those 300 more likes. Let's get him over that 50,000 number, and let's help him. He'll help us, and it's all one big family.
Right, exactly. Now, KV, you do a lot of work in the journal. You were saying that you could find out what you need to work on. You almost need to be like a detective. If I have a problem trading, not necessarily do I know what it is, and I think that's a higher percentage of people that are spinning their wheels and not getting traction. They don't know what they're doing wrong. Now, if we can sort of filter it out, how would I know what needs to be done without asking somebody else, without talking to a fellow trader, a trading buddy? How can I go into this journal and pinpoint what I need work on?
Good question.
Yep. So again, it all starts from the big two, right? So it starts from the win ratio and the risk and return ratio. All problems will be derived from those two big metrics, right? And whichever you want to start with first, you can tackle. My kind of benchmarks are 1.7 risk and return. Anything below that should be worked on. And then 60% win ratio or lower should be worked on. So if you are having trouble on any one of these, then you should focus first on one and then go on to the another, right? So if you have a win ratio that's 60% or higher, don't even look at it. You don't need to be more selective. You're good on that front. And then you go into the risk and return ratio. If it's higher than 1.7, you're good. And if it's lower than 1.7, then you have to kind of figure out, okay, how am I managing the trades? Because it's not about being selective anymore. That's about the win ratio. But it's about how am I managing my trades? Like, okay,
Right.
am I holding my losing trades too long? Am I cutting winners early and so on? And also what you should do as well, guys, which I think a lot of people miss, is try and add an extra column on your journals and just write down what happened to the trade after I exited. So you can understand as well, are the trades moving in your favor after you're exiting or not, right? And that way you can actually look at what happens more often, because if 70% the trades are moving in your favor after exiting, then you know you're cutting way too early. But you want to have that data, because if it just happens once, we're going back into those biases where it's like it happened once and now you think all of your trades go on, longer after you exit, which not necessarily might be the case, because it just happens once or twice. If it happens like 70%, 80% of the time, you're cutting, your green trades way too early. Or the opposite, right? If a trade goes the opposite way and you cut, then you're managing risk well. You're exiting at the right time, right? So add that extra column there. I forgot to mention it a few moments ago, but add that extra column there because it's going to help a lot. Don't look back and be like, feel FOMO. Oh my God, this is how much I would have made. That's not the point of this column. The point of this column is just gathering that data and looking what happens over a period of time, right? Kind of do a 1 or a 0. Don't put a 1 if it goes in your direction or if it doesn't, and then just look at the average of what happens. Again, don't feel FOMO and be, oh my God, this is how much I would have made if I held a little bit more, because that just it's not the point of keeping track of it.
It blows confidence, right? You're ruining your confidence.
Yeah.
Systems revolution. Did you say email about a journal has gone out? Well, check your mail. We had sent out an email. It says, here's a journal template. And scroll down a little bit. You'll see our wonderful people here, this week's heavy hitters. And then, of course, there is the download for the journal. You're going to have to print out a few pages, but do it. We've set up a nice journal. And if you like, as KV said, have something. You can even add a column if need be. Just put a line all the way through down, and if you need to.
Yeah, no, I loved the emotions part that you guys added into the journals that were sent out this morning, because even if you're not doing this and doing your journal yourself, always either at the beginning of the week, at the end of the week, or both, just like the journal on Topstep had it, like how you're feeling in the morning and also after your trades as well. Put it down. Like, how are you feeling? Did you have any, external problems, either personal relationships, your family, whatever, work problems? Write those down, because those affect your trading, no matter if you think it doesn't, or those affect your trading. So if you had a bad week, but for example, that week, I don't know, your girlfriend left you or something, that impacted your trading. So not necessarily now you have to change your system, right? It's you got to look at all the factors that are affecting your trading, right? You got to look at all the factors.
All right, guys. Well, we got 2 minutes left here, and I do want to tell you really quick, KV, before we wrap this up, we were able to get you 100 more followers here in the last 5 minutes. So you're 200 followers away from 50,000.
Okay, we're getting there.
Come on, let's do it.
We're getting there, man. We're getting there. Real quick, essentially you like to travel and cook. Tell us what your favorite dish is to cook, real quick, before we let you out of here.
Cook
bolognese pasta.
Bolognese pasta. Well, I can go for a dish of that.
Oh, now you made me hungry.
Hey,
I'm hungry
also
now.
one more thing.
I'm
As we're seeing this rally in the equities, I think it might be fueled. Part of the reason is because Fed's Bostic says inflation has come down more than I expected. Obviously, it's going to be a little bit bullish for equities as we're seeing it make new highs here in about the last 5 or 6 minutes. Real quick, got them locked. Okay, yeah, real quick, we got top quiz coming up here. KV, you've been a pleasure speaking with. Do you have any other parting wisdom that you'd like to leave us with before we get out of here?
Earnings season is the best season, guys. So make sure you take advantage of the next few weeks, right? So mid-January, early February, a full month there of earnings season. So make sure you take advantage of that so you can build up some cushion for the slow weeks. You're going to get that volatility, which was missing during holidays. That's going to come back up. So if you know how to take advantage of the market, earnings season should be your best kind of month in the quarter, right? So take advantage of it.
Hell yeah.
Make sure you're careful as well with CPI on Thursday. CPI pre-market for any of you guys who are trading pre-market. Don't be shocked when you see those crazy candles at 7:30 a.m. Central, right? So CPI on Thursday and then PPI on Friday as well. And then good luck on the earnings season, guys.
Awesome.
Yeah.
KV, thank you so
KV,
much for your time today.
Thanks.
I see that's going to be this is going to
Enjoy
be
your
more frequent
vacation.
thing. They're going to be joining us twice a week starting January 24th. With that being said, let's wrap this up and we'll move it over to Top Quiz, everyone's favorite segment of during the lunch hour. KV, thanks again, man.
Enjoy your vacation, KV. Bring me
Thank you,
back a
guys.
refrigerator
That's
magnet,
right.
okay?
Thank you.
Thanks, KV.
See you. Take care.
All right. Still bopping to that music, Bonnie, that we get to hear behind the scenes for one more day. Welcome to Top Quiz. I am Jack. It's a new year. Bonnie has returned. Bonnie, how was your break?
It was really nice. Wish it was longer,
Yeah.
as always. How was your New Year's?
Yeah. It was good. I was in New Orleans for a while. My 2-year-old was dancing on Bourbon Street. It was all a lot of fun. He, I don't know
I'm
if I
actually
mentioned.
planning a trip with my friends to NOLA because I've never been.
Oh yeah. Well, let me know. I've been there quite a bit. My 2-year-old spit his pacifier out on Bourbon Street, and I nearly had to chuck it in the lava. Dirty, beautiful place that is. But there's a ton of other places in New Orleans too. That's not why you're all here. It's Top Quiz. So, 4 questions, multiple choice. If you get 3 or 4 of them right, you will enter a raffle for one of 30 free Combine resets we will be giving out. Also, there's a 6-second delay here, so be sure to look at your device. Lots of you, I see about 600 of you are already in. If you're not, click on that link that's pinned or go to kahoot.it and then enter that code. Someone asking, please go easy on Bonnie. Yes, I think the questions today are fair. Tough,
Please.
firm, but fair. So we'll wait a few more minutes or a few more seconds for people to join in here before we get started. I've got the snow background, Bonnie, getting ready for this week. It's finally going to get super frigid in Chicago. It's like a -8 on the horizon.
It snowed this past weekend. It was actually really nice.
Yeah, it was.
Super cold.
All right. Brave Pelican. Don't trade DOW. Person after my own heart. Excellent. All right. What do you say we get started here, Bonnie? You ready?
Yep, let's do this.
You're the owner of the only perfect score so far among guests, so you can cement your GOAT status by taking one more. So let's hootie tooties in. It's time to get started. Okay, here we go. The date in question, 3, 2, 1. First question is, when the 50-day moving average moves above the 200-day moving average, it is known as what? Bitcoin recently experienced this on the weekly chart. Is it a golden cross, a death cross, a boss cross, or a crisscross?
Golden cross. I'm not sure.
Yes, Bonnie, you are correct. That is indeed called a golden cross. I meant golden, guys.
I said golden.
Yes, my apologies. If you didn't, it's a golden cross. Most of you got that. Man, I am in shame now. Give me your money at the top of the board right now. ES hurts me, NASDAQ. All right. You ready for the second question?
Yes.
I'm calling it a golden cross from now on. This hedge fund titan and NFL owner was recently fined $300,000 for throwing a drink on opposing fans. Was that Master of the Universe Paul Tudor Jones, Bill Ackman, David Tepper, or Steve Cohen?
Bill?
He's been in the news for other stuff. It was David Tepper, the owner of the Carolina Panthers. Bonnie, have you ever been on the administering or receiving end of a drink thrown? Have you ever had one thrown on you or thrown one at someone?
No, thank God I haven't.
I haven't
Have
either,
you?
but there's still time. I don't think so. Not that I can recall. All right. Let us know in the comments.
If someone throws it at you, just catch it, you know. It's fine.
Yeah.
It's okay.
That's a good way to put it, Bonnie. All right. Ready for question number 3 here. Also, we mentioned this earlier on the show. That's the connection here. Okay. Scoreboard is don't trade DOW, Big Tick Energy. I'll allow it. Fridge Magnet. Trader KB, and I want something. Okay. Let's go for the third question here. What is the name of the model used by the BLS to adjust for jobs lost by business closures and gained by new businesses? Is this called the birth-death model, the open-close model, ARIMA, or seasonal adjustments? Opening and closing.
Open, close.
Oh, sorry. I was being too on the nose there. It's called the birth-death model. And that's what's kind of
I thought you were
thrown.
giving me the answer.
I realized that wasn't the best hint. I didn't make it too much on the nose. But yes, this is what caused the BLS to overstate the employment by 400 and something thousand jobs. All right. Through 3 here. Fridge Magnet. I want my... I don't want to regret saying this. FFG. I don't know what that is. If you know, let me know in the comment. Big Tick Energy. I'm hitting that T hard. Hi, Bonnie. And Rigid for me. Fair value gap. Okay. There we go. Okay. One more question. Y'all ready for this? Okay. Here we go, Bonnie. Who will MP have to tweet at if we get 3,000 likes tomorrow? Is it Bill Ackman, Meryl Streep, Beyonce, or Kevin Durant?
Kevin. Right? I think.
I can't say anything until we're near the end there. But Bonnie, as usual, grand effort. It is indeed Mr. Kevin Durant, KD himself. We'll see if you mix it up. I have something I'm going to show tomorrow, but apparently in one Twitter beef with a hater, Kevin Durant followed his girlfriend and liked all of her photos. This man is ruthless for the beef. All right. Let's see the bragging board for the end here. With the bronze medal is Big Tick Energy. Hi, Bonnie is second. And in first, we had Fridge Magnet. All right. Thanks, everyone, for playing. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with group coaching with Hoag. I'll sort out the winners, and I'll share them towards the end of the show today, and you'll get an email. Otherwise, Bonnie, it's been great having you back. Always a great competitor. All right. Well, we'll hit that break and see you in a few minutes here. Have a good one.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Topstep's group coaching session. We like to call it Let's Crush 2024. Doesn't that sound like a good idea? My name is John Hoagland, Senior Performance Coach here at Topstep. Did almost 41 years in February, 41 years of futures industry experience, more like 31 years as an active trader, traded on the floor of the Mercantile Exchange for 20 years, migrated to screen trading in 2009, and since 2011, I've been helping traders develop and improve their knowledge, hopefully, here at Topstep. Nobody knows everything, ladies and gentlemen. I certainly don't. I know we have some really good questions. There are a couple of things that I mentioned during fast markets that we're going to start with, but I'm really, this is one of my favorite times of the day because I really enjoy the challenge of answering your questions. This is the CFTC disclaimer. It states that there is considerable risk in futures trading. These are leveraged products, which means you do run the risk of losing more than your initial investment. We should only be using risk capital to trade with. And to me, risk capital is money that I can afford to lose. We should only be using that risk capital. And at Topstep, succeeding in the trading combine, you won't have to worry about that. We'll be putting that risk capital up for you. It also states that there are certain limitations to hypothetical and simulated performance, largely because there's no accountability, no rules, and no consequence. It's not until you put a little bit of skin in the game until you find out what kind of decision makers in trading you are going to become. I'm going to go ahead and talk a little bit about the opening range trade here first. And then we're going to talk a little bit about Delta, and I'm going to show you one of the more stark examples of it that I've seen in the last few years. So what I want to do is, there was a question about the opening range trade and how frequently it is successful. And it is something that is, I'm sorry. I got to introduce JD. JD is with me as always. He'll be reading the questions. JD, it's great to see you. Happy Monday. I hope you had a nice weekend. How you doing, buddy?
Excellent, Hoag. Doing great. Thanks for having me. Hoag's the GOAT. I am just the guy behind the guy. Behind the guy. There might be another guy in there too. But
you're a GOAT too. Who are you kidding?
Appreciate you, Hoag. Anyway.
All right. So
let it rip. Let's hear it.
All right. So these are the market profiles. It's a different platform, but I use this because it points out the opening range, which is to me the first minute of trade. This morning in crude oil, this is the opening range. This is the price range for the first minute of trade. And you can see that price never took out the high of the opening range. Now, this is a pretty large opening range. We're looking at 70.85 to 70.31. So we're looking at, over 50 ticks of opening range. This wouldn't be one that I would be looking for. However, it does give you the implication that that downside continuation could be possible. Here's the range from Friday. Look at the size of the gap we left from Friday's regular trading hour session range to today's regular trading hour session range. And I find that opening out of balance or outside of the previous day's range sometimes can provide a higher probability of a successful opening range trade. So today we're going to call this Thursday, opening range, successful continuation move. Again, opening outside of the previous day's range and value. So this opening range was, let's just estimate here, 06 to 40. So we're looking at a 36, maybe about a 40-point risk on this opening range trade. But by the end of the day, this trade was worth, we could call it close to 200 ticks on this opening range. So for the 40 ticks of risk we're going to take, if we were to hold on to this trade till the very end, we could have realized, let's see, 40, 80, 160, 4-to-1 reward over risk if we took that trade. Here's another one, successive days, moving backwards. Opening range, 67 to 49, 67 to 40, 18 tick opening range, 25 ticks of risk could have provided more than a $200 profit if you were to get out right at the high. That's a big if, right? Here's another one. Opening range, the high of the session, a large opening range, probably a little inhibitive as far as risk is concerned, but with a 349 tick range, this could have, if you were to hold it to the bottom, been a 300 tick winner, $3,000 per contract. Let's see here. Two out of three, 3 out of 4, 4 out of 5, 4 out of 6, 4 out of 7, 4 out of 8, 5 out of 9. Here's another opening range, very small. This would have been an easy one to take. Could have provided, upwards of 90 ticks as far as profit is concerned if you got out at the high. So, and then you're going to probably see where the market did not provide opportunities on the opening range trade for several days. It's a streaky opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, because a lot of people look at it, and the more people that trade the opening range trade, the less likely it is to succeed because of predatory algos and HFTs. So there's probably a series along here somewhere where it was relatively successful. Here's one. So you're going to see there'll be periods of time where it's going to be successful 8 out of 10 days in a row, and then it won't be successful for a number of days. That will cause people to abandon the opening range trade, and when that happens, then the opening range trade will sometimes begin to provide opportunities. I don't like to use the word work or don't work. It's whether the market is in the right context and the right directional activity for the opening range trade to really kind of to kind of get into a streak of opening range days. Now here's the S&Ps. That was crude oil. Here's the S&Ps. Opening range, the low of the session. Opening range broke to the downside and then looked to the upside and then traded above value and then came all the way back down and closed lower. The market opened in a late spike. Doesn't have to mean that the market has to go directly lower. It took us out and then went the other direction. Here's an opening range trade that worked for a period. Then we came back and took the late spike. So we've got 1, 2 out of 4, 2 out of 5. Initially, yes, but no. So we're going to call this a 2 out of 6. This was the holidays. Really bad idea to be looking for this then. But here's one that played out. One that played out for a period of time. There was definitely 2 to 3, maybe even 4 to 1 reward over risk on this one before the market turned. Yes. You 3 in a row there. You're probably going to see the next day, wherever the market opens up, not be a successful opening range trade. So the success of the opening range trade, of course, like everything, depends on the context of the market, the frequency of past opening range trades, and then is the market in balance, out of balance? Where does the market open up as far as the previous day's range? Today that we opened right at the point of control. I'm looking at this inside of value at the point of control. Are we really going to see anything big happen off of this? And lo and behold, of course, because I didn't take it, it goes. But it's Monday. There's 4 more days. We're going to probably take it 4 days this week, and we'll see what the outcome is by the end of the week on the opening range trade. Now, one of the other things that I was going to be bringing up was the volume and open interest relating to Delta and how you can use this to your advantage, or at least stay out of the way. HCE, the time frame of the charts that those profiles that I was just looking at, profiles are based basically off the 30-minute chart, and the opening range is the first minute of the regular trading hours. So the crude oil charts start at 8 a.m. That's the regular trading hour open. So the opening range would be from 8 a.m. till 8:01 a.m. The S&Ps open at 8:30. The opening range being the first minute would be from 8:30 a.m. to 8:31 a.m. Okay? All right. We seeing some movement here. And just coming off those highs. All right. So Now, this is a daily chart. This is how I collect the information. Now, on this, you've got, of course, got the date, the volume, and whether the volume is higher or lower than the previous day, is whether it's red or green. It's not Christmas based, although it looks like it. The open interest, the total open interest of all of the contracts that are available to trade, not just the front month. Because when you start to get into rollover, a lot of the open interest is split between contract months. If you're looking at crude oil, there's 10 years of contract months. Makes it a little bit more blurry. Gold, I think, is a really good opportunity for us to see open interest and delta in action. So on the 7th of February 2022, and I use this because it is a really stark example. What happens on the daily chart can also play out on a 30-minute chart or a 5-minute chart. What I'm showing you is on the 7th, the market rallied. It was $14 higher. Open interest was positive, not big, but it was still positive, indicating the upward movement indicated with the open interest increase indicated an increase in positioning. Because price was moving higher, we can make an assumption then that the increase in open interest and positioning would be new longs. Now, this is a pretty big move for only 979, a 979 contract increase in open interest. What I find more interesting is the fact that the delta by the end of the day was negative 1920, negative 1920. The day before that, we start this move at 1807.8, 1807.80 cents. The following day, the market rallies, continues to move higher, and we increase open interest by 3,400 on negative delta. The next day, we move higher. Open interest continues to increase, even at a greater pace. Negative delta. The next day, we move still higher. Not much, just by eight ticks. But there's a large increase in open interest against delta. Lacey, please, girl, please, please. The next day, we continue to move higher in price. We add 15,000 in open interest on negative delta. So here's the 11th. We've gone from, here's the 11th. Here's the close on the 11th. Lacey, please. Lacey, please. Lacey, please. Sorry about the dog, ladies and gentlemen.
It's a sign. Typically, three
sweet,
barks from Lacey is a bullish signal, correct? Is that how it works?
Yes. Typically, that is correct. Thank you, JD. So now we've gone from 1807 to 1842. We've got price moving higher against delta. Why is it so important to notice that delta is negative as open interest increases at higher pricing? It is telling us that the short time frame traders are using market orders to hit into longer time frame, bigger hands, larger trader buyers. The larger traders aren't using market orders to accumulate a position. They're placing bids and replenishing those bids as they are exhausted. So what happens is over time, Lacey, please, over time, you end up getting the shorter time frame speculators, whether they're day traders, swing traders, or even larger speculators, short over time, taking heat on just about every day. The next day I was off, so I don't know what happened here, but we did have negative delta again. On the 15th, we pulled back a little bit. We lost open interest. Delta was negative. Perhaps there was a little bit of profit taking. And at this point, we're already up $50. After the day after that, we have positive open interest, positive price movement on negative delta, positive, negative. Little bit of a pullback, still increasing open interest, negative delta, positive open interest, price moving higher, negative delta, positive open interest, negative, well, just a $3 move, but negative delta. So now we're up at 1910, where we've already moved $100 in the, in 2 weeks. We get a little bit of the opposite then happening when the shorter time frame traders figure out, and I can't believe it took $100 move for them to figure out that they're a little bit underwater here. Then they start turning buyers against some of the longer time frame traders who might be beginning to start to liquidate. Finally, we get price moving higher again on positive delta, overall increasing open interest until we get the big blow off at the end when we lose a whole bunch of open interest. That is the shorts basically capitulating. Now that goes from 1807 to 2043, more than a $200 move inside of a month. Boom to boom. Now, if this was a daily chart and we saw that that delta was increasingly negative at higher pricing, this is one of the things that Andre and I look for at the end of the day during power hour is the capitulation. We can see through delta and an increase in open interest that this whole move got speculators and day traders, whether they were in for a day or in for 2 days, whatever length of time they were in for, they were too short. And when we finally get near the highs, this big pop here on the 8th was capitulation. Was the shorts finally said we're done. Took 3 days really for them to say that they were going to be done, but they were done. Then you end up actually bringing new buyers in short time frame. The laggards that missed this whole move up finally say, God, this thing's going to the moon. I better get in. And that's when the move is over. The market always looks the best at the top and the worst at the bottom. What is with my dog?
And just like that, she stops.
Yeah, her ears are burning
out of those shorts.
I muted her. Right. Right.
You'll have to show me where you find that mute button.
Yeah. You really? You mean
no? That
for your dog?
No, that was absolutely a joke. I don't bring my dog in. Go ahead. So anyway, Amanda, I hope you're listening. We did get a question in from Amanda, who's a friend who was asking questions last week about TPOs and mind over markets, and a lot of what John is explaining right now is comes through in the question that she has. I can't read off the question right now. I think she copy and pasted about 2 chapters of mind over markets into this question form. But I hope you're listening, Amanda, because we are covering your question presently.
Right. Yes. So this does come from Mind Over Markets, and I can remember reading over this passage dozens of times. So what he says here, well, I'm going to read the better part of this, and I hope that's okay with everybody. The key to understanding how an imbalance can occur is to recognize that the other time frame buyer does not deal directly with other time frame seller. Recall that the local or scalper acts as the middleman between these two longer-term participants. The locals that he's speaking about, ladies and gentlemen, are the speculators, whether they're scalpers, whether they're day traders, even sometimes whether they're swing traders. Okay, the people that are basically trading for themselves are the ones that are facilitating the trade between the bigger buyers and the bigger sellers. They're not trading with each other, they're trading with us. So an imbalance occurs when there are more other time frame or longer time frame buyers than sellers, or more other time frame sellers than buyers, leaving the local, us, with an imbalance. Before we can learn how to measure this imbalance, we must first gain a better understanding of how locals conduct their business. The locals position themselves between the flow of outside buy orders and outside sell orders. The longer time frame is what he's talking about. Now he's talking about basically on the floor traders, which there aren't anymore, but we are the locals that he is talking about here. So orders placed predominantly by off floor other time frame participants. For example, suppose that a broker receives an order to sell 100 contracts at, say, $5 a contract. The locals would buy the contracts from the broker and then turn around and sell them to another floor broker who has an order to buy 100 contracts at $5.02. In this situation, the locals perform their role of facilitating trade and in return receive a small margin of profit. Mind you, this is an interjection here, we are not owed a small margin of profit for being here to facilitate trade. We have the opportunity, not the right, to profit. So the trade facilitation process is seldom so ideal, however. I mean, you used to be able to stand in the S&P pit on a busy day, bid and offer at the same time and get hit on both at the same time and make a little bit of money on those trades. So often there are more other time frame buyers than sellers. Case in point, on this move to the upside in gold that we just went through, there were obviously more other time frame or longer time frame buyers present in the market. Price was continually moving higher throughout the day. So if an unusual number of let's call this as it is, an unusual number of longer time frame buyers were in the market on this move to the upside. They're not the larger time frame buyers aren't buying from the longer time frame sellers. They're buying from the locals, hence the negative delta. Okay, so in this case, the trade facilitation process got the trade facilitators, the speculators, too short. The longer time frame buyers, shorter time frame sellers, price continuing to move up as the longer time frame continues to buy at higher prices. What they did was they created a situation where the locals, the speculators, were too short and they had to get out of those positions. That's when we see the big blow-offs at the top of a situation like this. Finally, the short time frame locals, speculators, day traders, swing traders, whatever time frame they're in, if they're the wrong way, they're going to have to jump and either get out or get on the bandwagon. Unfortunately, like we talked about here, by the time many of them were getting on the bandwagon, they were buying at the high because, as Dad always said, the market always looks the best at the top and the worst at the bottom. So when I talk about, and I don't know how much I've spoken about this, but as a trader, our job, number one, the only reason we're here is to facilitate trades, is to pit time frame against time frame. When we have a sense that our direct time frames, weaker hands, short time frame traders, are too long or too short, we can take advantage of that. Now, again, if this was a 30-minute chart and this was one day, maybe a 15-minute chart and this was one day, and price kept moving higher and Delta kept getting more negative, then I would look to go with this move and finally try and catch the big blow off at the end of the day when all of the shorts that accumulated those shorts all day long finally decide, well, we've got to get flat, let's get out, and they jump over each other to try and get out. So when you think about it, what Jim Dalton is talking about here and what I'm showing you here is recognizing when a longer time frame present is in the marketplace, which there's no guarantees, everything is a hypothesis. But when I stepped out of the pit, I lost my ability to look and watch and see all the big clearing firms coming in, buying 2,000, buying 2,000, buying 2,000, buying 2,000, buying 2,000. They're not buying from other paper. They're buying from the locals in the trading pit, the speculators, the people like you and I. And when you saw that, you could almost see it in the eyes of the traders that were way too short, getting close to the end of the day when they want to go home flat. And all it takes is one of them to turn and start covering that position, and they all cover that position. That's when you get the big blow-offs at the top, or in the case of if they're too long, you get the big blow-offs at the bottom. It's a great question. I hope that I was clear with it. It is a difficult concept to kind of understand. And don't stop asking. If there's something that I missed, let me know. And we can go over it over and over again.
Hoag, that was absolutely spectacular. We just got a half hour. I'm going to see if we can get that the first half hour of group coaching today clipped and put into its own little segment. We went over volume, open interest, delta divergences,
right,
inventory adjustments and imbalances, all with real market data. Great examples. That was incredible. I hope everybody was listening to that. That was a masterclass, folks.
Thank you, JD. One more thing. Take a look at the S&Ps off the highs. There's the high. Negative delta, negative delta, negative delta, negative delta, negative delta, positive delta. If we were to add these up, 9,000, 21,000 negative, 21,000, let's call this to 29,000, 36,000, 38,000. Look at the positive delta today, 33,000. Do you think this was short time frame traders, probably swing traders, getting a little bit nervous about those shorts down at these levels? Boom. Now, as soon as that evens out and the inventory is even, anything can happen. Anything can happen. Just one last thing I wanted to show you. Okay, go ahead.
Yep. There was a follow-up question in the chat about where do you find open interest? We did talk about this on, was it Friday, I believe? Oh, but go ahead. I won't interrupt you.
No, that's fine. Here's where I find it. Now, you can find open interest on you find open interest on most platforms on the quote board. However, it's only the front month. So here is the oops, here we go.
You can't get real-time open interest throughout the day.
No.
It takes the exchange until the next morning to actually calculate the official number of open interest. So it's always delayed. Yeah, they found over the years that it's nearly impossible to track open interest in real time. So it is a lagging indicator.
Okay. So I just put the link to this bulletin. Yes, and JD, you're absolutely right. There have been platforms that claimed to be able to watch open interest in real time, but it's literally impossible to do so. It even takes the exchange till like 9:30 or 10 o'clock the next day to come up with the accurate number. Okay. So they're going to be changing this on April 1st. CME Group settlement will no longer be accessible through the FTP. So that's this. Okay. So I think you'll still be able to get it in real time. So when you pull this up, your equities are going to be right here. It's always page 11. So now you're going to be able to see the final. So actually on Friday, we lost 13,574. This is the preliminary number. You see it says preliminary, and it says that we lost 11,314. So they estimate open interest early in the morning. It's not until like I said, 9:30 or 10 when the final number comes out. Now, I'm always looking at the total volume here. See how it says total E-mini S&P futures total, and this is the volume total, open interest total, and the total net change. If we were to look at energies, let's look at crude oil. Look at the amount of open interest that is that piles up well out into the future. This is the front month, 230,000. There's 218,000 in the March contract, 141,000 in the July contract. Look at how thick this market is out into the future. We're all the way out into December of 26 now. We've already got 30,669 in open interest. That's why I find it important, if I'm going to be using open interest and volume in my auction studies, to get all of the information, the total number of volume, the total open interest, and the total net change. Okay. Now this is the way I do it, and I go and I copy and paste this for 4 markets at the end of every day, so that I can kind of keep this. And people have suggested, you can automate that, but I'm not that smart. So I just copy and paste. And there are going to be times when all of this is going to mean very little to you. Very little. There's times when it's not going to mean a lot. I miss a couple of days here and there for time off and that kind of stuff. You can always go back and check it out. But when it does tell you something, you better pay attention. Because if you were selling crude oil all the way up and in February of 2002, you did nothing but get hurt. But you could have seen open interest increasing at higher pricing, delta negative at higher pricing. The local traders, the speculators, got smushed. And that is an industry term on this whole move to the upside. So I hope that you find that helpful. Here, I'm going to put this up there for just another second, so that you can, if you want to, take a screenshot of that. This is a date, contract, month, volume, open interest, change in open interest, closing price, change in closing price, delta, regular trading hours, delta, not cumulative delta, regular trading hour delta, and value area direction is basically, you can see price has been moving higher. You can make a pretty good assumption that value is going to be overall moving higher. But if the value area is higher or overlapping higher, then it gets green. If the value area is lower or overlapping lower, then it gets red. If the value area is inside or outside the previous session, it doesn't get a notification. It was a flat kind of a day. So hopefully that's helpful. All right. JD,
Yep.
what else we got?
Oh, I just want to say thanks for putting that up there. I know there were some questions in the chat about where you get all those, all that information from. I was just going to say that you source it, pull it from different resources, put it together, and you kind of paint that picture yourself every day for multiple
Right.
markets. So it's not something automated,
Right.
it's something proprietary that Hoag does on his own daily. Not for sale yet. Sorry, guys.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm lucky. I can figure out how to use it. I don't know how to code it.
All right, let's move on to Glenn. Glenn is wondering, when you were trading in the pits, how did you keep track of price action? Today we all trade with charts on multiple monitors and multiple time frames. Did you chart by hand overnight? Did you just have to memorize a chart and kind of visualize it while you're in the trading? What was the trick to that?
It's a really good question, but you know, for guys in the trading pit, a lot of them never even looked at a chart. A lot of them just were in there trying to buy the bid and sell the offer. True scalpers. Buy the bid, sell the offer. Buy the bid, sell the offer. You buy the bid, you can't sell the offer, sell the bid. You sell the offer, you can't buy the bid, buy the offer. Just back and forth trying to make one or two ticks, and the charts didn't really mean a lot to them. That's what they were there to do, was just try and make a bunch of ticks, one and two ticks at a time, 200 times a day, 300 times a day, whatever it was. And those were really, I think, the first ones to be exited out of the business, if you will, as electronic trading started to take over, because they never learned about technical analysis. They never learned really that much about risk management. They were just in there just trying to, you know, make a tick on everything that they did, and a lot of them didn't even look at charts. The ones that did look at charts, you know, they used to have a machine called a CQG machine on the trading floor. And, you know, I would go and print out the previous day's profile. And then on the open, I would by hand start putting the little letters on the paper just so that I could start creating the profile for today. At some point, it would be a mess, and I'd either send my clerk or I'd go get you know, a fresh profile for myself. But we were always just drawing the letters in to keep the profile going so that we could, you know, see what the market generated information was telling us. There were traders that had point and figure charts. There were traders that had you know, bar charts that they would populate by hand with a pen or a piece of paper. But the exchange did provide a screen or two that scrolled the market that you were in different time frames. At least in the S&Ps they did. They didn't do that, I don't think, for like the meats, lumber, stuff like that. So if you wanted charts, you had to either go get one or populate it on a piece of paper yourself. And when I started learning to look at the profiles and having to do it that way, I kind of feel like I was a lot closer to the price action in doing it by hand like that. But for a lot of traders, they never even thought about getting a chart or thinking about a chart. They were just, you know, just trying to buy a down tick and sell an uptick, buy a down tick, sell an uptick, buy a down tick, sell an uptick. Much like the example that, you know, that we just talked about from Mind Over Markets. I mean, that's the local's job. That's the speculator's job, is to be the middleman between the longer time frame buyer and the longer time frame seller. You could think about it like a car manufacturer and a car dealer and a car buyer. The car manufacturer is a long-term seller. They want to sell the car for as much as they can get for it, but they need facilitation between them and the long-term buyer, which is you, if you're going to buy a car, and the trade facilitator is the dealership. The dealership is going to take that car at at the price that's agreed upon from the manufacturer, and they're just going to mark it up a little bit, and that's where they're going to sell it to the long-term buyer. And it's the same thing in trading futures. It's the auction process, and the dealers get to facilitate the trade, and for that they have the opportunity, but not the right, to profit from that. If something happens and a car dealer has too much inventory and people aren't buying cars, what's he going to have to do? He's going to have to advertise price at lower levels to facilitate that trade. Now, there's agreements between car manufacturers and car dealers. The car manufacturers need the car dealers, so they're going to help them with, paybacks or whatever it is, just to try and help them sell the cars, because that's the dealership's job, and that's the manufacturer's job, is to sell as many damn cars as they can make. So again, if there is car scarcity, I mean, think about the supply chain problems we had during COVID. There were chips weren't getting in. They weren't able to manufacture cars. Car dealerships and manufacturers knew this. If you needed a car, you were going to have to pay up for it. So it's supply, demand. It's trade facilitation is the dealership. The long-term seller is the dealer. The long-term buyer is the auto purchaser. And it's an auction process like everything else. So a lot of those people in the pit never even thought about looking at a chart. And again, they were probably among the first ones to have to find something else to do as electronic trading took over. I knew a lot of them that, said, well, there's nothing left in the pit. I'm going to start trading on screen. They traded too big, too fast, too much, too hard, lost too much money, and ended up doing whatever it is that they're doing now. A friend of mine moved to Hawaii, and he builds houses in Hawaii now. Not that I'm sure he's very happy. But you didn't necessarily have to understand technical analysis or anything else to make money in the pit. All you had to do was have a lot of intestinal fortitude. A lot of cash helped, of course, and just to be able to get the edge. In the pit, getting the edge was buying the bid. Getting the edge was selling the offer. That's what you needed. So, cool question. I like it.
Yeah, and that outside paper was the edge. That was what it was there for, and it was a viable edge for many, many, many decades, right?
Yep.
They found a way to
Certainly
offset that
was.
edge. They found a way to offset it without giving up the edge anymore, and that's where electronic trading eventually came from.
Right.
Yeah,
and now we don't get to see what they're doing anymore, which kind of difficult.
Yeah, now it truly is a zero-sum game. Back then, you couldn't really call pit trading 100% a zero-sum game because there's that third variable of paper coming into the pit. So you weren't just trading directly with a local. By zero-sum game, we mean for every winner, there's a loser, which ultimately is true. But now we don't have that third variable of paper coming into the pit and giving up the edge for us and offsetting it maybe with another local. So that's how things have evolved over time.
Yes, they have.
I hope that made sense.
Yes,
all right, let's move on to excellent. Thank you. Raymond has not so much a question, but a nice, sincere compliment. Raymond says, Mr. Hoagland, your guidance on emotional management has helped me immensely, and your movie references never fail to make me smile and laugh. Really appreciate you and offer my thanks and gratitude. Respectfully, Ray. Thanks a lot, Ray.
We do appreciate that. Yes. And, in there, it's kill or be killed. Fear, that's the other guy's problem. Movie reference.
Way to follow up on that one. Yeah. All right. These next two questions.
Trading Places.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. I just assumed everybody knew it, but I will never assume
I
again.
know.
Trading Places, everyone. Check it out. All right, next two questions from MDR and Nasser. Sort of similar, but they're in reference to what we were talking about this morning. You and Deanne had both put on a trade in the S&P, and you got out because you saw liquidity levels on the upside, just reading the tape on your
Right.
dome. So MDR's question is, how do you determine liquidity levels on the fly when liquidity is above the dome? And Nasser's follow-up question is, where do you find your liquidity levels? Do you use any type of indicator, or are you just kind of reading the tape?
Well, there are ways to identify liquidity levels based on high open interest strike prices in the SPY. I'm not smart enough to figure that out. What I'm looking at basically is just looking at the dome. You know, I've got level 2 data, so I can see, 8 points, I think, on either side on this platform. And we're still seeing more liquidity above the market. We got 278 at 74, 47, 75. There's 306. We've got 47, 70, 47, 77, 75. Geez, that's fun to say. 301. We've got a lot more liquidity above the market, and the market has a tendency to, JD, you remember John Fisher? John Fisher always used to say the market always goes to the point of greatest aggravation. It's going to facilitate more trade at higher levels. Price will probably go there. There are tools like Bookmap that point out liquidity levels linearly. Is that a word, JD? Linearly? In
Sounds
a
right to
linear
me.
fashion. they point out liquidity in a linear fashion. There's also Jigsaw Vista also points out liquidity levels in a linear fashion. But just looking at the dome, I took that short earlier. I'm like, there's liquidity above here. I got to get out of this. And I ended up taking a long and I only had a small loss in the short. I didn't make a boatload on the long either, but I'm not trying to burn down the house here. And so just recognizing that there was liquidity above got me out of that short and got me a way to find a way to get in long and take a little bit of profit on that, recover any losses that I had. So liquidity is what these markets are seeking. They're seeking the level that buyers and sellers are comfortable conducting business. Trade facilitation. That's what these markets are about.
That's it, pure and simple. All right, next from Steve C. We talked about this a little bit last week, stop hunting. Steve wants to know, how do market makers stop hunt? What is a typical strategy for a market maker to go hunting?
Okay. Market makers, to me, Steve C, are the locals in the pit, right? The locals in the pit that were just working the bid and the offer and looking to get hit on either and trying to make one or two ticks on both sides of the market. Those market makers, in my opinion, don't exist anymore. Those market makers have been taken over by algos and HFTs. The algos and HFTs, they're very specific. They only do exactly what they're told to do. They have no emotion. They do have a shelf life, so there's always a bunch of eggheads back in a room trying to think up the next egg, the next algo or HFT. I don't see that, and this is just me. I can't sit there and trade in out, in out, in out, in out, in out. It's exhausting to me, in out, and I usually end up over trading and getting upset and getting tired and doing something goofy. I can't do it. I can't trade that way. And I never really could, not even in the trading pit. I was never a true scalper. But if you can do it, more power to you. It's a very difficult thing because the competition is our machines and they're very good at what they do. But those machines also detect order flow. So, for example, if the opening range in the S&Ps tomorrow opens and breaks to the upside, those market makers, those algos are going to read the order flow saying, holy cow, we just got a whole bunch of one lot buys on the breakout of the 1 minute bar. They know what that is. So it's programmed into them to evaporate the bids, place bids where those stops are going to be, which they know are just the other side of the opening range. Then they'll be, and because they've evaporated their bids, the downside's going to look a little bit thin. Maybe they'll put some liquidity down below the levels that they actually want to get bought to attract price. If they do manage to push price down into those stops, they assume those positions at better trade locations. All of the traders that took that opening range trade are going to take a small loss, and you're going to be giving the market makers or the algos or the HFTs the good trade location at that time instead of you being able to stay in that trade. So it's, you know, we talked about stop hunting the other day, maybe it was even yesterday. And, you know, it happened in the pit. The locals would try and push the market into where they thought stops would be. They would accumulate a position, pushing the market down into where they thought stops were going to be, where they knew or assumed that they were going to be able to cover those positions by taking the other side of all those stops. Maybe they were just trying to get a better trade location for themselves in any new position. But, you know, if they were hypothesizing it and they were right, they usually got rewarded handsomely. And if they were wrong, sometimes, you know, that's what happens. You just got to take your lump and move on. But really good question. A typical strategy for market makers to go hunting is they're watching order flow from pea shooters like me, pea shooters like you. And when they sense that there is a position that is obvious, maybe, you know, here's something that we saw this morning and was talking to Deanna about it. So when the C period opened, I'm going to split this so we can see it a little bit more clear. A, B, C, we're one time framing higher. C period opened and left single TPOs, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, whatever number of TPOs. It didn't leave a lot of them, right? So Deanna and I were talking about, well, you know, there are those single TPOs down there. That could be a kind of an interesting spot to try and look for a long. And I basically said, yeah, but they're probably going to be looking for the longs, or excuse me, they're probably going to be looking for the stops from the short time frame traders who were thinking the same thing we were. Well, if we can manage to keep those single TPOs, if we can skip the price bar overlap here and then keep the low of D up here, we can see the market continue the move to the upside. But I suggested that looks too obvious. They'll probably come take out the stops, close out the single TPOs, and that might be a better opportunity for a potential long, which ended up being true. So you can see when you're looking at an opportunity, Steve, that if it's obvious and you're looking at that saying, wow, this looks like a really good spot, you might be thinking a lot like a whole bunch of other traders. And if a whole bunch of other traders take it, you can be relatively sure that their stops are going to be hit. So you want to start to look at those opportunities that are too obvious and start thinking about getting in where you would have put your stops like everybody else. And hopefully that you'll be able to manage risk even better in that regard as well. Steve, hope that helps.
Awesome, Steve. Thank you. And thank you, Hoag. Well, we are just about out of time right now. I'm sorry. We do apologize if we didn't get to your questions. We will try our best to get to them tomorrow. We will be back again at 12 o'clock, the noon hour Central Time, for more group coaching tomorrow. Stick around for the strategy lab coming up next with Hoag and Anne Marie. Should be pretty great. They're going to be talking about more trades, breaking them down, and how they approach them. With that, we also have Power Hour later with Coach Dakota. And with that, let's take it home with a little dad wisdom.
The market's going with you, you'll never have enough on. If the market's going against you, you'll always have too many on. True if you're trading 1 or 100. Thank you very much for joining me today. Stay tuned for the Strategy Lab with Anne Marie. Always another favorite part of my day. I love this. And we'll see you very shortly. JD, thank you very much. Thanks to the entire production team. Thanks to all of you. Be kind to yourselves. Be kind to others. Don't forget to pray for peace, and we'll see you in a couple of minutes.
We will. And I will punish you guys 2 more times today with this music until we get a new transition for tomorrow. Thanks a lot, Hoag. See you in a few.
Thank you. All right, it is me again. Welcome to Back to the Futures, the Strategy Lab. We are going to have Anne-Marie in here with us very shortly. Anne-Marie, we apologize, and we're going to get you linked up here and in here right quick. We appreciate everybody's patience, of course, and I hope that you enjoyed the group coaching session. That is, probably one of my favorite periods of the day is when I get to just kind of sit back, chat, listen, try and answer all of your questions. I hope that I do a good job at it, and that you get a lot out of it, of course. But I'm really looking forward to having Anne-Marie with us, and I know you're going to get a lot out of what me and Anne-Marie are going to be talking about. She has some questions of her own on me, apparently, and we'll see when she gets here. Boy, this market sure has found its grind to the upside. S&Ps just keep putting in new highs. For those of you that are kind of keeping an eye on Delta, the Delta currently is positive 37,000 in the S&Ps. It's getting pretty close to one of the highest levels I've seen in recent time. And it's nothing that I want to try and fight until there is some sort of break in the upside structure. And maybe Anne-Marie is going to have some insight onto what that might look like. And we've got a lot of longs in this market, but they are successful at bringing price higher. Success in bringing price higher on positive Delta is, that it can mean that all time frames are acting in concert. In other words, there could be longer time frame buyers in here just placing bids, and shorter time frame traders, be they short or getting long, everybody working in the same direction. Not a very strong trend. I mean, as far as emotion is concerned, this is a really good grind to the upside. It kind of just reminds me of what the equities have a tendency to do when oh, hey, you're here. I didn't see that you were there. I was just kind of talking about this rally we've got in the S&Ps going here.
Yeah, we've got, this is one of my favorite formations when Friday shows this failure to hold lower. And then we see
Maria,
everyone. Yeah.
Hearing echo. I don't know if everybody is hearing that echo. You may want to.
Let's see. Maybe. Aha. I know why. Okay. Is the echo gone?
Perfect.
Is the echo gone? Yay.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right. Very good. When we see a lot of selling, and it was sort of, we talked about it on Friday about watching the traders really get caught on their back foot and still believing in the fade downward, and then the cover giving us the buy to cover giving us the rotation upward. And I believe this is a continuation of that.
I believe you are onto something there. I was showing everybody during group coaching that the last 5 or 6 sessions on the way down in the S&Ps all had negative delta, which be an indication of shorter time frame sellers, right? So yeah.
So today I have all kinds of questions because we spent a ton of time on Friday going. Are you still hearing an echo?
Yeah. No, it sounds good to me.
No. Okay. All right. Great.
No echo. No echo. We're good.
Okay. So a couple of things I wanted to ask you about. The first is when we look at a weak high and it not being the same as a failed auction. And so let's use the reverse. Was last Friday a week low, or was last Friday a failed auction? Obviously not a failed auction. Was it a week low?
Technically, it was a failed auction for the way I look at it. And here's why, Anne Marie.
Yes, please.
Do you see these two little TPOs sticking off the end here?
Yes.
The fact that there were two of them leaves a buying tail, which is technically a finished downside auction. Now, in real time, do we know that that's going to be the low? We don't. We need confirmation. You know, I know that D tends to, I think, really focus on the extremes of the initial balances for failed auctions. But as you and I have discussed, Anne Marie, any excess can represent the end of one auction and to the downside in this case, and a new auction to the upside. So it's not deep excess,
and
it's
an
not big
execution
excess.
event. Okay.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. It's not big excess, but
Excess nonetheless. Anything more than one TPO on the end could be considered a degree of excess.
and it would allow us to position in trade, right? Because one of the goal strategy lab is I understand, but tell me where the execution occurs. And so if we're looking at something like that.
Okay, so this is where the challenge would really come in. So 47.37, I was mistaken. I was looking at this earlier. 47.37 was weekly kickoff low. We looked at the market on Friday and we opened in the late spike, which would be acceptance of lower pricing. But instead, the market rallied, took the high of the regular of the value area from Thursday before it turned around and went lower and left a degree of excess on the bottom. But look at the top. This is a poor high.
Okay.
The B period, which is the second 30 minutes of the day, put in the high of the initial balance. The D, which is the fourth 30-minute period, took one tick above it.
Okay.
There's no excess.
So what's the difference between a poor high and a weak high?
A poor high, I guess it's really just semantics, Anne Marie.
Okay.
A weak high would be something where I'm going to put this back over like this. A weak high would be if D period stopped one tick below the high of the day, because still there's
that
no
would be
excess.
A weak high.
Right.
Okay.
And
So
it's really just semantics.
Okay, so both the poor high and the weak high suggest. Did you just say
An
no
unfinished
excess?
auction? An unfinished auction.
Okay, so at some juncture we expect, by the notion of unfinished, at some juncture we expected to retest that event then, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Absolutely. 100%.
Okay. So, what would be a great strategy lab in the future is going through what unfinished auctions we have sitting in the past, near past, over several of the charts that we can look for to set up trades in the future. I would
I can
love
show
to look
you
at
one
that.
right now.
I would love that.
Do you see this?
I do?
Unfinished upside auction. That's the
Okay.
regular trading hour all-time high.
Okay. And are we looking at the ES or yeah, we're looking at the ES. Okay.
Yes, this is the ES. Yeah. So the fact that there's no excess up here makes it an unfinished upside auction.
Okay.
When
So
does
in
it become
all,
important?
yeah, well, I guess when we get close.
When it becomes important, right?
Yeah.
Now look at this.
All right.
Now look at this, Anne-Marie. This is the regular trading hour and the overnight session profiles.
Okay.
Unfinished upside auction in the overnight, unfinished upside auction in the regular trading hours. That's the one we just looked at.
Okay.
And an unfinished overnight in the following day. Not to mention
Okay.
the fact that the extreme up here is as close as it is means that price was continually. I mean, it continued to try and push up past this level. There's no excess up here.
Okay. And so
Now, it might
once
look different on
again,
a daily chart.
for the noob
Go
like
ahead.
me, this this unfinished auction is always going to look like a truncated profile event without any significant kind of tail action. Is that what I'm always seeing when I go unfinished auction? Will I look for these things that have truncated edges like that?
By truncated, like even highs.
Yeah, they're cut off. They don't have a nice bell curve kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the regular trading hour
Uh-huh.
all-time high with a week high. It has a
Okay.
good bell curve, but look at the date. It's the 28th of December. There's nobody there.
Right. Okay. Okay.
Right.
And so what are these levels up here on the unfinished auction again? So that I can write those down?
Well, this is the all-time high that occurred in the overnight session
Okay.
for 48.4150. And then this was the day after that. And then the following
And that
day we couldn't
what was that number?
on the regular trading hours?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
48.3975.
Okay. All right. Okay, so they're close.
Yes. And the following night was even closer. That was 48.41 even.
Okay.
So the market, it did run out of gas up here, but it didn't run out of gas quickly and with conviction. That's where the excess comes in. Excess happens when price gets way too high, buyers back off, sellers take over, and a new auction continues to the downside.
Okay, so let's look at one of those formations, if you don't mind.
An excess high
Yes.
or low?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, this was overnight. I mean, that's really an excess low in the overnight. I don't really kind of cotton too much to excess, but I mean, it did put in the low. Here's last night excess.
Okay.
Here's Friday's low excess, but look at what we did today. And this is really kind of initiative buying because the point of control on Friday was here. That's the fairest price. Most of the buying that occurred today was above the fairest price from Friday, which is initiative buying. People are either buying it because they think they're going to profit from new longs, or they're getting out of shorts, which is initiative buying as well, because they have to, right?
Okay. So the trader can look at the volume profile in the same way that I looked at Fridays over the weekend and I said, okay, what it looked like was it tried to go lower, but it was met with a lot of buying activity. And those buyers said, I'm going to get in. And then Sunday night, they tried to take it lower, but buyers stepped in for that higher low. And
Yes.
once it opens up above that, what did you call it? You called it fair value, yes?
Yes.
Did
Yeah.
you call
Well,
it
the
fair
point of
value?
control. Point of
Yes, the
control is
point of control.
basically the fairest price of the day.
Right.
It's the most visited price. Therefore, it's kind
Okay.
of, you could consider it the fairest price of the day, right?
Yes, absolutely. It's the most agreed upon.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Where it's been, the most time. I mean, volume point of control is just below that. So this whole area here was the comfortable place for buyers and sellers to transact business on Friday.
Okay. So, side note, what numbers are you seeing in the ES and the NQ as the next legs up? I see this as a grinding. It's just continuing to grind up the whole way. So,
Okay.
what are you looking at?
Okay. So this is, honestly, one of the first things I look at when I look for weekly kickoff levels are weak highs, weak lows, and naked points of control.
Okay, and the naked
even
point of
today
control.
is a point of control that has not been revisited by price in the regular trading hour session.
Gotcha. Okay.
So when we left there and we started pushing to the upside, Deanna and I both agreed that this point of control was an excellent visual target for price. This level, this point of control here from the second, which is last Tuesday. Okay, this is the TPO point of control right here. That's 47.81.
Okay.
So when I'm looking for levels for weekly kickoff levels, any naked points of control above and below price are highly, they're a big part of the decision that I make in looking for the weekly kickoff levels. Okay. Because they're the comfy levels. Because traders have been comfortable transacting business there, they tend to attract price. And that's basically what happened here today.
Okay.
Okay.
So what will you
now,
be
above that?
Sorry.
We're all the way up here. 48.15.75. We've already checked this point of control. That's if the market continues to push up. And that would take us closer to taking out this weak high.
Okay, so question for you. What do you think we ought to look for as the day closes out to confirm that we've got a continuation tomorrow or a suspicion of continuation tomorrow? What do you think?
Well, if we were to so 9,000 negative delta here, add that to that, it's about 21,000, about 29,000, about 36,000, about 38,000 negative delta over the past 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days. Look at our delta today. positive 39,000.
So that's folks entering the market.
That is more aggressive buyers. Are they shorts left over from last week that held over the weekend? Because if they are, then we're basically right back to zero as far as delta is concerned. And this can be kind of an iffy area. And I'm not about to step in front of this market. You can't step in front of a directional market. Jim Dalton has drilled that into my head, and we're still.
Plus, I tried that.
Higher.
Plus, I tried that on
No.
Friday. It didn't work either.
Yeah, well, I did the same thing. I tried 3 times, and I actually sold almost the high on Friday, but it was so contrary to the day type so far, I only took a small profit on it, right?
Yeah.
So, I don't want to step in front of this, but if we've unraveled all the shorts that we accumulated over the last 5 days, what's going to happen? And this positive delta is congruent with direction. It could mean that all time frames are acting in concert. In other words, we've got the longer time frame, the medium time frame, the short time frame. Everybody is buying into this thing. But I wouldn't try and sell it until, number one, much later in the day. But I mean, delta is congruent with direction. Usually that does me no good. Does me no good. But what I'm looking for is some sort of a pullback, some sort of a relief break. Or if we were to continue higher and put a late spike into the close and open above that, then I'd say we're headed for the all-time high. But I mean, Anne Marie, does it make sense? We've got CPI and PPI Thursday and Friday. Those are the big numbers. Does somebody know something we don't?
Well, here's something super interesting. So I am a big fan of macro. And so, this isn't the space we talk about macro very much, but I'm a big fan of reading. Yeah, well, here's the thing. When we study macro, it's usually clear as mud, So what I try to look for is, what are the pundits saying about how they feel about the markets? And so, very interestingly, a very big swath of them came out over the weekend, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, very bullish, or at least not bearish at all, is what they're saying.
Right.
Neutral to bullish. And so when I see a push in the pendulum like that, and I already saw Friday that it hit a floor and then a ton of buyers started coming in, I thought to myself, all right, this is where folks who are short, like CTAs, commodity technical advisors, those guys that run momentum trades and that sort of thing, they're going to start to buy to cover. And that's going to bring a lift into the market. And so I came in this morning fairly bullish, but the problem is it's already hitting the levels that I thought it would sort of try to stall out, and it still keeps grinding higher. So what I notice is these big macro guys are saying, hey, listen, we're going to see a big run, but my suspicion is that there is still profit harvesting that is going on in this first couple of weeks, because now the guys who take all their profit from Jan 2 to Jan 10, they have December to pay for all the gains that they've had in NVIDIA and wherever, Amazon and whatever. And so I still suspect we've got a fair bit of profit harvesting, and that's going to sort of leak out against everybody who's saying, "Oh, I got to buy to cover." So,
So by
in terms of
profit harvesting,
oh yeah.
are
So
you
I just
talking?
mean they're
Are you
taking
talking
profit.
short
They're
covering or
just taking
long
profit.
liquidation?
Well, for the folks that went short at the beginning of the year to now, they're taking their
Short cover.
gains. But
Right.
I'm talking about big long-term holders who looked at their gains in Nvidia and all of the Magnificent Seven and said, I don't want to pay all those taxes December 31st of 2023. I'm going to kick that can down the road and pay it in 2024. And so that means they're selling to rebalance their portfolios in the beginning of the year and taking, their 89% profit, 200% profit, whatever it is. For some of those, it's very, very big. And so that's where I think that the early year selling between the second and, say, Thursday, that's where I think all of that came from.
Okay, that makes sense. Don't I could be wrong on this, but don't they mark the market? Don't they mark profits to the end of the year, even if you're still in that position?
Not if it's unrealized. Only if you have mark to market. Again, for us, if we're holding the futures, I think that answer would be yes. But if you're holding stocks and it's unrealized, that's going to be no. Yeah.
Makes complete sense. Yeah. I know that like the early 70s, they used to, at the end of the year, they would put on they call it a tax spread. They would take all their profits, tie it up in a spread in the grains on the last day of the year, and then unravel the spread at the beginning of the year so that all of those profits were unrealized, and then they would just keep pushing the can down the road.
Very
My dad,
interesting.
His accountant was like, they're on to you guys. You better even up, because there's going to be a lot of people that are going to have a big problem. And so my dad evened up, but a lot of his buddies didn't. And, they ended up having to sell lake houses and homes and cars.
Yeah.
And
the tax burden can be hefty, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
Does anyone have any specific questions that they want to talk about in terms of execution per se? My goal, because I am a newbie in the volume profile space and the time price opportunity tools, I'm looking for places that tell me, hold the phone, something's getting ready to happen. And so as a trader, I always want to ask John about, okay, where is this unfinished auction? Where is this failed auction? And the difference between the unfinished auction suggesting a retest and the failed auction suggesting a reversal, those sorts of things become very important for me to cement, because literally there are volumes and volumes and volumes of books written on profiles and the language of the market profile.
Right. Yeah, there are too, aren't there?
There really are, for sure. When you say you're waiting for a pullback, how much do you wait for? That's your question, I think, because you were saying, hey, I'm just waiting for a pullback.
Okay, so
this is a chicken bones question, I'm just going to have to say.
I might need some tea leaves too. So on the macro side of it, on the daily chart, this looks like excess, doesn't it? Price was too cheap. Buyers moved it relatively quickly, at least, within one day. And we can see, here's the excess low, excess. Well, we could probably go further back and see better excess than that, but that's a good excess low on the daily chart. Now I was reading and writing all weekend, and I was reading, I think maybe some of the same things you were reading, is that this 4700, 4702, 4709 area was really kind of critical. And even even Dalton was saying, the one thing that he and I were looking at was the afternoon pullback low on the last FOMC meeting, which is right here, 47.37. That was last week's weekly kickoff low. That held until it didn't. Till right here, 47.37. That's when it broke. We looked lower, and then you started to see those buyers come in, right?
Right. Yeah. Some folks call that a look below and fail. So it brings it looks below, but it fails. So when I want to ask you to forgive me because I know I ask the same questions over and over again. I just want to really get it. Bless you. This term excess, does the excess imply the failed auction?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, she's asking questions. Yes. Okay.
Every failed auction will leave excess.
Excellent.
Some people call excess an unfair high. In other words, the price was too high to be fair for buyers. They wouldn't buy it anymore. Sellers took over.
Okay. All right. Okay, very good then. Okay, so that's good. Someone asked me kind of a personal question. I understand you are near divergent. What are the suggestions you could
give to individuals who also have
who seem to struggle near divergent? Could you help me with what that means?
I'm not sure, Anne Marie, but you've said that when there's just too much going on.
Oh yeah. So I'm on the spectrum.
You just kind of go. You kind of go. Blah, 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 blah.
Yes. Yes. Absolutely. So I would say. Yes. There we go. I would say less is always more. And that's a very hard thing to go, wait, what? I just would urge you to just look at the candlesticks. I know that Mike thinks that, Michael Patak thinks that everyone should have level 2 once they become advanced. I find level 2 to be very noisy. I find the dome to be very noisy. I just literally look at the candlesticks, and from there I have one moving average and my VWAP, and that's it. My charts are incredibly clean, and all I'm looking for is, if I'm trading a 5-minute chart, I'll say, okay, where was old resistance, new support? And if I've got a trending motion, I'm going to buy the next new higher low. and I'm just going to step it up like that. So for me, I would say trim everything down, realize that less is going to give you more capacity to understand what's in front of you, and that is going to give you a measure of control about decisioning. Because remember, we can obsess and analyze ad infinitum, and we can still be wrong. So a lot of times it's much easier to go, wait a second, am I making higher highs and higher lows? Okay, that's the definition of trend. So I'm going to look for the next higher low to go long. Or am I making lower lows and lower highs? And then I'm going to go to the next lower high to go short. And if it's going sideways, like John talked about this morning in the pre-market, he said, hey, look at oil, it's barcoding. And that barcoding in itself said, listen, there's a range, and you could go long at the bottom of this range. But you better take some profit as it heads into resistance. So that's what I would say, Patricia. That's what I would say. Somebody else asked me. Yeah.
Go ahead. No.
You know what? The 6-second delay thing, I'm always talking on top of you. It makes me feel terrible.
Oh no, yeah. Don't look at YouTube. Look at the production program. It's maybe 1 second.
All right. So somebody says, how do you find your entries? I look at the high, low, open, and close of the days and the weeks. And so this morning I saw, hey, listen, I have Fridays close and Fridays close and Thursdays close. And if I hold up above that 2730 something, I'm going to be long. And I'm going to have to continue long. And so I wait for the big numbers to trigger. And then once it starts stabilizing, I'll catch that area and I'll only move at those big zones. Sometimes I get to my desk and my brain's in a kerfuffle and I don't get to enter. And so I'll sit and watch. And sometimes I'm very prepared and I'll get in and I'll just take my profits at the next close of the prior day or the next high of the prior day. I'll take part of it and then I'll let the rest run. For pullbacks today, literally, I am looking at a 5-minute chart and it's literally pulling in to the last series of highs and breaking out again, like 2 candles in a row, coming to support, it breaks out. And see, you know what I think is happening here, what we're seeing? We're seeing shorts go, no, this is it. This is where I short. And they're getting stuffed and they have to get out at a higher space. And so it's a steady grind. Well, I'm going to go short, but I'm only going to stop. And they grind them out of the trade. And somebody else goes, okay, well, this is my turn. And then this is my turn.
This is the high.
So,
this is the high.
Yeah. And I think I think the shorts are just grinding us up into the higher low. Now, open interest tomorrow is going to be very interesting.
Yes, it will.
I think it's going to tell
I'm thinking there's going to be a boost. I think it's going to be higher. Yeah. If it's lower, then this was short covering.
Yes.
Like you say,
and so,
probably some profit harvesting from shorts higher and shorts lower getting squeezed. And you said that this is just, traders getting short, getting run over, getting short, getting run over, getting short, getting run
Absolutely.
over. These markets have been doing that for 40 years that I know of.
Yes, absolutely.
They get the short time frame short and they run it up on them. They run it up.
Yeah.
Let
And so,
me answer one
yeah,
question here, Mason. It's
sure.
good to see you, my friend Mason. We got to get in touch. Every auction will exhaust eventually. Yes. Is that also a failed auction? Well, it can be the cessation of an auction. You know, when an auction fails, that's usually going to end that auction, and a new auction in the opposite direction will usually ensue. It's good to see you again, Mason. I'm sorry, Anne Marie. What else are we looking at here? Let me ask you a couple of these questions. They've picked a few out for me here. So excess means someone's stuck sometimes, because the market always looks the best at the top and the worst at the bottom.
Yeah.
You're going to see the laggard buyers, the last ones to buy it in before that excess is created. What do you think about your strategies getting crowded? Do you ever worry your strategies won't work if too many people do it?
Do you want me to answer that?
Yes, please.
Okay, so here's the magnificent thing. So I never worry about that. And I'll tell you why. Because my strategies are always based on the following of mechanical flow, meaning I don't choose a level and go, I'm going short there. Now, I will put a level there and say, you know what? Price action is probably going to get to that level. And if it rolls over, it's going to do 1, 2, 3, 4. And so again, this is so different to how Michael trades, because this morning he said, you know what? I'm not an if-then trader. And I have to tell you, all I trade is the if-then. If, then, and, right? And so if, then, and, it will be always what I'm looking for. So let's say we all look at a level and everybody knows my strategy. Everybody knows, hey, she's going to wait for the candle not to close higher. She's going to wait for the test of support. And then she's going to take the short on the lower high. Now, how could that get crowded? It could get crowded if somebody says, hey, I'm going to short before, and I'm going to pile in short, and maybe everybody will follow me, and then, the trade will roll over. Well, it got crowded, but it's moving in my favor. So I'm not going to worry about that. So let's say somebody sees me looking for a short and they go, I'm going long. She's wrong. She's flat out wrong. And people take the long on the pullback where I'm looking for the bounce to go short. They take the long at that bounce. Well, here's what happens. If I come in and I see that candlestick and all the folks are long because they're like, she's wrong, and I'm still waiting for the lower high, all those longs are going to make a higher high. And if I'm doing it correctly, I'm not even going to get in the trade. So there again, my strategy saves me. If per happenstance, the move in is slower and I get in when I think it's a lower high, or I think it's a higher low, and it breaks my low, I'm out and I have minimum risk.
Cheap. That's what I like. It's cheap. That was that short I took on Friday, only because it was cheap. Had I known what it was worth, I'd have married it.
My thought is always, don't think, and listen, I'm preaching to myself here. because Friday I broke a number of these rules because I got out of my head and I got wrapped up in everything I was seeing and thinking that I was seeing with everyone around me. And so instead of saying, wait, don't think about what you think the market should do, look at what the market is doing. And the easy way to do that, if you're on a 5-minute chart, have yourself a 10 simple moving average. If the chart is just exponential, then turn it into a 5 simple moving average and just follow it straight up. If it's straight up, if you've got a 5 and it's moving straight up, don't short it. Don't short a 5. By the time you get 3 ticks, you're going to be having to get out of the trade. So that really is that key. And that's why I never worry about my trades getting crowded, because I don't take trades and stay in them long enough for them to rip my face off. Now I used to.
It's always risk. You're always risk first, right? I mean,
exactly.
You're looking, you're thinking, okay, if I'm going to take this trade, where does price prove me wrong? I got to get as close to that as I can.
Exactly. Somebody says, what time frame do you use? I start on the day, but let's say I get caught flat-footed and I know that I'm above the close of the prior day and I'm looking at a moving average and it's going straight up. Mm-hmm. I'm going to look at a 5-minute chart and go, all right, I'm going to wait for support and I'm going to go long, and I'm just going to sort of trail it up. If it starts feeling a little frothy, I'm going to get out. But if it looks like I've got out too early, then I'll just watch a pullback and then go in at the new support zone, right? I wouldn't go any shorter than a 5-minute. That's kind of hard on the brain.
Oh, 1 minute? No way.
I love them. I do. I love them. I'm just not going to tell anybody to go trade those, because if you're not absolutely dialed in, you are going to hit yourself in the head with a hammer. And who wants to do that?
I've done it.
For sure.
Do you have a favorite setup or play? I mean, it's
always the same. It is that failure
reversion trader or continuation or momentum trader.
Okay, so in the big picture, it depends on what trend is. If I have a double topping action that I see, I'm going to look for the same: fails to hold higher, breaks frontline support, bounces into a lower high, and I'm going to take that trade and I'm going to move it down. But if it's very bullish, it's going to be a short-term trade. So in that sense, I'm always in mean reversion. If, however, I had come in early this morning and had seen, wow, this 437 is going to hold, which I did, and came in at that 47.40, then I'm trading up with the trend through the course of the day. So it depends on where the market says, hey, if I get up above this zone, there are going to be more buyers. I'm going to try and follow any kind of freight train that's running. I'm not going to get in front of a bulldozer unless I'm out of my mind, like I was on Friday. And to be totally transparent, I don't know any traders that don't do that on occasion, because their brain, they've had so many good days in a row. They're like, I know what's going on.
Yeah.
And,
right.
You get a little blind.
Yeah. When you got to kind of recognize that, because when
Yep.
when everything seems like easy street, and to quote the
Mhm.
Grateful Dead, there's danger at your door.
Yes, absolutely.
One last
I
question
should
for
put that
you.
on a, yeah, ready.
Right. I like this question. How does one unkerfuffle themselves when realizing one has been kerfuffled?
Move
It is an
away from
industry
your
term.
desk. Yes. You want to move away from your desk. Take a couple of steady breaths. And then, the way you figure out you are in a kerfuffle is if you've made 3 bad trades in a row. Instead of thinking to yourself, no, next one, push away, put yourself on the bench for a bit, as Hoag says, put yourself on the bench, and then say, okay, what am I missing? What would smart, who's the kerfuffle person? Okay, what does smart fat shrimp do when things are going great? And then start breaking down what you're looking at. And literally, you will find, listen, I was so upset with myself after this weekend because I was looking at the stuff going, wow, you knew every single touch of that moving average. It kept running higher and you were shorting that average. What is wrong with your brain? And so as soon as you go, oh, that's what I'm doing wrong, you can reset and go, you know what? My bias says this, but my mechanics say to do the following: 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And if you get into that flow, you'll be in really, really good shape. That's my thought, anyway.
I like the 3 strikes and you're out rule. That's typically what's gonna flip my switch.
Yeah, that's me. Yeah.
Marie, I've got to get moving on here. Thank you so much for your time today and your knowledge and your questions, and hopefully everybody enjoyed it. And here's little Jerry saying, when life seems like easy street, there's danger at your door.
Yeah. Danger at the door. Got it. Got it.
Thank
All
you,
right,
Anne-Marie.
enjoy happy hour. I'll be what? I know I always say happy hour. I mean power hour. Sorry.
Oh, well, sometimes it is
slip.
happy hour. Well, we're going to have you Thursday for Fast Market, so we're going to be able to trade with you then. And then
looking forward to that. Yeah,
on Friday for the Strategy Lab. So blessings to you, Anne-Marie. Be kind to yourself. I know you're kind to
you
others.
too.
Pray for peace for you.
Definitely,
blessings, Anne-Marie. We'll see you soon.
Definitely.
Stay tuned.
Take care, everybody.
Stay tuned.
I'll be cheering you on.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. It's time for the Power Hour. I'm Jack. I'm joined by Dakota, Andre, and Hoag is using the little men's room. He will be back shortly to get this started. Dakota, how you doing?
Yep.
I'm doing good. Just woke up. It was a great night last night. If anybody in the chat, if you guys caught my slow markets class, let me know.
Yeah. Well, tell us about it. What went so right?
I mean, when I joined this meeting for you guys right before we went in live, I said trading's really easy if we could simplify it, right? It is when it works out, but then when you're not making money, it's a lot harder than we think. But yeah, should we just dive right into it?
Yeah, let's do it.
Yes, we should. I've been gone for an hour. And all of a sudden, we're just trading at the all-time damn highs here. What was it? Did Bostic spur this thing? We said I see rate cuts coming this year. I don't know what's been spurring this rally, but clearly we're at the highs of the day and just haven't stopped.
Yeah. So do you see my charts? Do you guys see my charts?
Pull them up. Let's take a look. This rally is wild, man. We got to come off this at the end. There's no way we're going to keep this going to the end, into the close. When John gets back, we're going to be sure to take a look at what cumulative delta is. At 9:30 in the morning, it was 17,000. So now we're 2 p.m. Chicago time. We'll see what it is as it's grown.
Okay. Yeah. So let's see if we can pull my charts up. I have a daily chart for us. Once we get in, I'm going to start explaining it now, and then when it shows up, you can look at it and see. But essentially, in my slow markets overnight, none of this move happened yet, right? Where we were right at this. And from a technical analysis standpoint, this is as easy as it gets, right? We had a beautiful breakout of these highs, and you could draw any type of support and resistance you want. And we broke out, and we made all these beautiful daily highs. And what happens when we break out? Most of the time, we like to come back and retest. Well, this is a daily chart. We've had a really ugly sell-off, 5 red days. Had a beautiful indecisive candle, doji, apex, whatever you want to call it. There's some buyers stepping in, and what this is, and it's a very clear and easy picture for me. And of course, hindsight's 2020. After you have a day like this, you look back and say, oh man, 3-bar reversal, very easy and basic trade. You buy when we come back and we take the reversal off of it. But yeah, who would expect something as dramatic like today? So as of last night, I've had some longs on the NASDAQ. Everything's been working out. I see some traders in the chat who caught a piece of this. So I'm going to still stay with a bias on the long side. Most of the move today has already pretty much happened. We're at 2%, like you said, Andre. Like, how do you buy the market right now? How do you sell it either? So we're kind of in that Goldilocks area where we're a little too high to be buying it, and we're maybe a little too bullish to be selling it.
So, Andre.
Yes, sir.
What's your bias going in here? I think I heard you saying about stepping in and maybe selling this.
Yeah, I think you and I see it kind of the same way. Are you gonna be trading with us, Jack? Or like you're driving? No trading while driving. That's right.
That's true.
39K. I'm getting the cumulative delta right now is 39,000. That means 39,000 trades on the offer, and all we've done is rally. And you know how we think, Jack. At the end, there's gonna be some short-term traders probably taking profits going into the close. Granted, still got about 45 minutes till we get to that time. So kind of watching this play out and set up. Yeah, my bias is gonna be looking to take a short trade if the setup continues. When John gets back, we'll talk about the delta and we'll see how it grows going into the close. But yeah, Jack, when we're trading, you kind of got to see we're at the highs. And like Dakota said, how do you buy these highs at this point? Obviously, maybe the shorts are taking this higher and they just keep getting squeezed and taking it higher and higher. With that being said, I can see myself being one of those shorts and I don't know, leaning on 4,800s in the S&Ps. I mean, man, what a rally today. 2%. Typically, markets don't like to go more than 2% in a day, especially on such a low volume, quiet day. So thinking maybe getting a short in the close, but still I think it's a little bit premature.
Yeah, it's tough. We have that 16,800 level that we're right there knocking on the door. We might make a run up to it. And I don't know, because the risk reward is to the short side, right? We have, cheap trades or if we want to have a higher risk reward, it's to the short side. But how do you short a market that just is not slowing down?
That's the problem. I mean, we're going to try to step in front of this train again, and it's cost me money on Friday. Probably going to try to do it again, maybe due to stubbornness. I'm not sure, but I can't buy at these levels. I just can't. Just can't buy at these levels. Now, Dakota, if you remember last time we traded the close, you got short and you made a killing, didn't you?
Yeah. It was during Back to the Futures, I think. I was just waking up, and when we had a little bit of conversation about that last week when I was in the chat, where if you are not ready to take advantage of moves in the market, how do you take advantage, right? I was just waking up. I typically don't trade the New York session. I'm an overnight trader, slow markets. I did my analysis on the daily. Put yourself in an advantage and let your winners run. I was happy with 20 to 30 points, and no way.
How much on that trade? That trade was what, 100 points?
Yeah, it was 100 points. I closed it early too. I did break my rules just so everyone knows. Instead of continuing to trail it down, we were on TopstepTV. Who doesn't want to have a 100-point winner on Topstep, right?
Hell yeah,
on live in front of everyone. So I was like, I better just close it out instead of just letting it. Yep.
Yeah.
those of you heard,
you literally
Andre,
rolled out of bed and made like 4 Gs, which is pretty sweet.
Sick.
Yep. Doesn't happen all the time.
No.
So I am not physically driving a vehicle right now. I'm not driving a vehicle of any time. We're trying in each segment to have one person who's not actively trying to trade, just to have someone's eyes on the stream as well. So I'm going to help facilitate these fine young gentlemen. All right.
Yes. Whoa. What's that?
I think
Good
Hoag's
horses?
arrived. That's Hoag's entry music.
Oh, Johnny. Is that him? He's doing a marathon session.
I think so.
Too. He's crushing it.
Oh, yeah. Hoag's doing it.
I think when I see you, Johnny,
also,
let's get this.
Something did happen yesterday.
You guys having a party without me?
We were.
Dad's home.
I was about to show the closest thing to a guaranteed amount of money that you can make. It happens every single year. I figured I'd let you guys know this happened yesterday. Let me go ahead and show it to you guys. Can you see my screen?
Let's
yeah,
see.
this
What
is
do you
my
got?
screen. So it's not a very rare event, but every single year this happens. And if you could see my screen, we could go ahead and do this. We could put this right there.
What the hell is that?
Let me go ahead.
Good one.
Green Bay
Good
Packers. There we go. Yep.
Well done, Dakota.
Put your money on the Green Bay Packers against the Bears. We made it to the playoffs.
Well done, Dakota.
Where's Eddie at? I was hoping Eddie would be on.
Where's Fred Decker?
Who do you think?
Fred Decker. Oh man,
Fred Decker would be all over this.
That was a tough watch yesterday, no doubt.
The House of Pain.
Everyone's
Won
watching.
the last 10
it was
games. You know, what do you want? Assault our land?
So predictable that was going to happen.
Got to get it while I can. Day after,
Absolutely.
going into play. We'll probably get bounced the first round, but hey, we're there. The youngest team for a very long time to make it into the playoffs.
Oh yeah, they were reminding us throughout the broadcast how young the team was too. And hey man, good on you guys. Bears stink, and it was just so predictable that was going to happen yesterday. The Bears have never won that game. To be frank, they have never won that game, and
they have glimmers of brilliance and lots of everything else.
We're going for the draft pick.
We got the #1 pick. Yeah, what are we going to do with it? You know,
Well played, Dakota. It's good to see you again. Good to see you.
Yeah, good to be back. Slow markets could be a little bit slow and boring, and as I tell everybody, to be honest, I'm a trader first, and real true risk management trading is boring as hell. And how do you make trader
Yeah, it is,
tainment when you're trying to trade and take good trade setups? So trying to find a great way to make this fun, and that's by talking a little smack about the Bears. All friend,
Love it, man.
funny games. I have family members who are Bears.
Mission
Bear
accomplished.
fans.
Yeah, for sure. All right, first Bears have number 1 and 9 pick. We're in good shape. All right, Roy Jenkins, if you promise, then I'll take your word for it. But we are talking about the Bears, and there's no assurances that they're going to make the right choice. But nonetheless, I'll still be a fan. Hey, John, really quick, welcome back.
Thanks.
Hey, cumulative delta. You messaged me on the side with cumulative delta. What's the reading at right now?
Right now, it is positive 38,000. Positive 38. Come off just a little bit. Yep.
Okay.
I'm trying to hold off
folks,
until after 2:30 to do anything here, but I'm really tempted. But there's still liquidity above the market, Andre.
There is?
Still liquidity up through 95.
All right. Well,
maybe on the NASDAQ, we have that big 800 level that might be coming into play.
Okay. Well, hopefully get there before the close. That would be nice. Trade that out, and we'll get a nice short in there. But yeah, this rally has just been slow and steady all day today, and I didn't necessarily see this coming for on a Monday. I know Bostic was talking super dovish.
It's going just to what it always does. It gets everybody short, runs it up. Gets you short, runs it up. Gets you short, runs it up. This market in this mode has been eating shorts for 40 years that I know of.
Yes.
Probably longer than that.
So, Hoag, what are you tempted to do here? Just buy a pullback?
Well, I mean, it's pretty extended. That 4,800 level looks very, very tasty. I'm trying to be patient, wait till later on so we can maybe see if we can take advantage of the pullback on the short side.
Right.
But you know, I keep hearing Jim Dalton in my ear going, "Don't sell a directional market. Don't sell a directional market. Don't sell a directional market." But I just feel like there's going to be some sort of relief, some sort of pullback, some shorter time frame longs taking some of the profits from today. I don't know. We'll have to see.
Agree.
Right, we got to pull out right now to see who caught part of this trend. Was it me? Exclamation point. Part of it, or I don't trade trends, which is a weird thing to declare.
Some people are fans of Dalton.
I got a piece last night. I'm flat. I'm flat for now.
Nice.
Yeah. How do you enter into a position here? I know on a lot of extended days, like you guys are talking about, the delta, typically right about the imbalances, maybe we'll get a bit of a sell off, but it's just too hard to get into a position right now.
Well, if you wanted to get long, ES on the 5 minutes looking like there's a little bit of a pullback right here. So if you did want to get long and see if we do test that 4,800 level in S&Ps, this might be your entry. I don't know. It's a little too rich for me to buy right now, so we're going to let this play out and maybe see if we can get catch a short for some profit taking going into the close.
Yep. Sometimes we rely on. I have actually a really nice fancy tool that helps me out with my trading. Don't know if you guys could see that. I mean, just
what is it?
Shake it up a little bit, you know. And then
shake it up right now. Shake it up. What's it say? Yeah, see what it says.
Should we see it? Are we going to get a pullback?
What's the question first? Yeah, are we going to get the pullback?
Okay. What's that question? I'll shake it. You ask the question.
The question is, are we going to see 4,800s in the S&Ps?
The answer is
cannot
yes.
Predict
when
now.
We don't know when.
Oh. Yep, cannot predict now. That's the outcome. Usually that's good advice for paintball.
well, okay then.
It's going higher unless it goes lower.
Once it goes lower, that's the tricky part of trading now.
That's the play right there.
You can see I'm at 100 tick chart. I'm tempted to be taking a long on this. This is not quite the pullback that probably the short sellers are looking for. I might take a long.
You're looking at NASDAQ, right?
Yeah, I'm looking at the NASDAQ. I have a 5 minute chart. My entries are usually on a tick chart, but my setups are on a 5 minute chart.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so where are you thinking? I'm looking at my
no idea yet.
chart.
I'm going to watch. I want to be long in a market like this, but right now, we were just saying, it's like it's already overextended. But if there's an opportunity to get in long for just a quick scalp, 5-10 points, I might take it. We'll see.
Everyone's flat at the moment.
Yeah, we're
flat,
all
correct.
Flat.
But definitely making a trade here.
There's a kind of a low volume node. If you were going to be looking at volume, Dakota, down around. Wait, that's the S&Ps. I'm sorry, hang on. Da.
Roy's looking to get long.
Geez.
Okay, all right.
I mean, there's a low volume node right at 16,770, just below here.
That'd be a pullback. Yeah, someone in the chat was asking, how do you know if it's a pullback? Well, that'd be a pullback.
Yeah, you're looking for
when you see
kind of like porn, yeah.
Something to limit risk against, at least, is something that we would look for a pullback against, right? Got to find a place you can limit risk.
Yeah. Johnny, you can see low volume nodes for entries in ES.
Yeah. On directional markets, I've used low volume nodes on pullbacks for entries. They're kind of rejection areas. The market didn't spend a lot of time there. If it holds there, you get to keep going. Yeah, we're not shorting anything right now.
I'll be damned.
Not shorting anything right now.
Pullback. Wow.
Yeah, I missed that long. I said I was going to take
that was
a long.
The textbook. That was textbook. Yep. Unreal. Sitting here talking about buying a pullback, and there it is. Shows itself, and sitting on my hands. Oh well. On to the next one.
Well, I mean, the liquidity is higher.
I know. I know.
Here, I'm buying the high. You guys can get short.
Let's buy the high.
47.93 quarter. You really? Just to see what happens here.
Leroy Jenkins. I always wonder if the guy in the chat, Roy Jenkins, is that because of Leroy Jenkins?
Ooh, I never thought about that.
Yeah, that was always my
Roy,
thought.
are you Leroy?
Leroy. Yeah, are you Leroy?
There's liquidity all the way up to 4,800.
Yeah, that's a good entry, Hoag. I like that entry.
Come on, Hoag. That's how you do it, baby.
That was a close your eyes, click, and pray.
I think you're also reading the trend.
Yeah. And if I want to sell a strong trend to the upside, I find much better off just buying it.
Yeah, this is a really hard spot to buy the market right now, and usually when you feel like that, where people are trying to sell right now, it'll just push up and up and up and up.
Dakota, I mean, markets like this, directional markets, it's like they try and keep you out. The market tries to keep you out. It doesn't give you the pullback you're looking for.
I think you call it the moron trade, right? Where people who's selling are like, keep continuing to add, and it gives them like maybe some type of reason to sell more, and then more, and then more.
That was me.
And then your
that was
account
me this morning.
D says it's the PCP trade, point, click, and pray trade. That's it.
Hell yeah. No. Sometimes that's all you gotta do. Like that, Dave. I'm flat at the moment. I don't want to trade against the trend. I know, Robert Harrison. But yes.
Okay. I'm gonna see if I can get in here at the bid here on the NASDAQ.
All righty. Let's see.
Oh, we got bulls in the house. Okay. Godspeed, yes.
Where are you at on your bid?
I just got in 785 and a quarter.
Ah, okay.
Okay.
All right. Welcome to my world.
Yep. This is probably going to be one where most likely my plan is to get into at least 3 contracts here So going in with a plan, not just to add more on whenever, but to scale into a position. Look for that
into his
800 level.
Accumulating an inventory in a zone. That's what we call that.
Beautiful.
Accumulating an inventory in a zone.
I like that.
I know when I talk about slow markets, the markets are moving a lot more slow, so it's easier to talk about this. So, for example, if I want to get into one mini, but I want to scale into it, sometimes I'll drop down to a micro and get into it, say 2 contracts 5 times using a micro.
Huh.
Slow down, kid.
Kind of
You'll hurt
pricey.
yourself.
Kind of pricey commission-wise.
Correct. Yeah. I use it as a really good example of position size, scaling in, scaling out of a trade rather than just putting 5 full lots in all at once.
Yep. That's right, Hoop. Tilt showing nothing. 50-50, 50-50. So got nothing showing from tilt right now, and this market might just continue just to drift.
Oh, no. Anne-Marie's short.
Anne-Marie.
Yikes, guys.
Uh-oh. Might be time to get out. Shoot.
Holy shnikes.
Stupid, but ballsy.
He's talking about me.
Hey, you're sitting in the money, Hoag.
Yeah, so far. They ain't over yet. Yeah, there's nothing in the tilt, man. I think everybody's exhausted.
I think that's what it is. I didn't think people saw this type of Monday coming with such a backloaded week with inflation and earnings starting to kick off Thursday after close and Friday before the bell. So yeah,
My thought
people by surprise. Like you said, John,
Andre.
it's obviously the shorts. What's up?
My thought exactly. Do we have a little delay or something going on? It seems like we're
we do. The delay's back. It was gone this morning, but
I apologize.
We'll
if
have
I'm
to be
jumping on
deliberate
people.
with the way that we talk. We're all jumping on each other here, so we'll figure it out.
Yeah.
So
Just
when we're done
consolidation
talking,
right
we
here,
should say
rally
over.
right up.
We're still up money over.
Your brother's in the house, John.
Barcoding.
Hey, what's up?
Over.
What's up, my brother?
We got to get him on here. I want to hear some stories about you two back in the day.
Oh,
sure you can find
yeah.
something.
There are some that
That's
we might be able to share.
Whatever
There
the
are
one
some
you're
we might
thinking
be able
about
to
right
share.
there. Yeah, that's the story I
No,
want to
those are
hear.
the
Whatever
ones-
just came in your mind. Yeah, that's the story I want to hear. Whatever the hell that came in your mind, that's the one we need to hear. All right. All right, come by.
Yeah, we
you're
get
not
us
crazy
you get us
brother
in
to me.
trouble.
You really are.
You guys you'll get us in trouble, man. What's up, Joe Drennan?
You guys, put a poll out there, Robert. Whoever's running the polls back there. If you got, would you like to see John and his
I just got into
brother
my
on
second
here for a
contract.
short? All right, short Q&A storytelling time with John and his brother Rick for 20-25 minutes. Put it out there and see what the people want. I think they're going to say yes.
Dakota, did you say you're short now?
Nope. I just added to my long position. My second contract
Oh, okay.
here average is 786.25.
All right.
My entries
All right.
are off of a 100-tick chart. Setups off a 5-minute.
Got
My
it.
100-tick chart. It just allows me to be a little bit more accurate when looking at some technical analysis.
Super.
Jibo wants to hear my best kerfuffle story, which kerfuffle is an industry term.
Mm-hmm.
It is. Hey, you ever see a kerfuffle go down on the trading floor, John, or actually like fists break out before?
Oh, for sure. You know what? I was just
Fists,
thinking.
right?
I was
Yeah.
kerfuffled on Friday. My
What
platform
happened? Really?
wasn't right. My platform wasn't right. I had to reset everything up. I was like behind all morning. Finally finished everything up right before the opening call. I never should have traded on Friday out because I was in a kerfuffle. But yeah, there were lots of fist fights. All kinds of things. A kerfuffle, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, We should put
I just
that
got closed
in
out,
the,
minus 125.
in the glossary. You're out now? Okay.
Yep, minus
Kerfuffle,
125. We'll see. I'll try and do it again.
All right. Kerfuffle, we should put in the glossary. It's when you're scattered in your head, you're not prepared. Maybe, you know, something happened that kind of took you off kilter or whatever it is.
Rick says we saw a guy bite another trader's ear off.
Yeah, that was
Come on.
That's burying the lead there.
Zimmerman. Zimmerman did that. Reached in and just grabbed and bit the guy's ear off. It was like
That's
watching
incredible.
Mike Tyson.
Nice. Mike Tyson,
Oh
yeah.
my gosh.
Tyson.
Say that again.
Hey, speaking of Tyson, Dakota, right before we got on, you said you got into boxing or something. What was that you're talking about?
Oh no, so I'm a boxer, right? And I actually over the weekend I watched a UFC fight, and I now have a new UFC fighter, and that's Sean Strickland. He fought, and I'm a really big fan of a Philly shell defense, and he just destroyed. I absolutely loved it. Just saying, one of my new favorite UFC fighters. I don't typically like UFC, but he seemed like he was more of a purist boxer. Yeah,
Love it.
Strickland. Yep, that's his name.
Strickland is a G. JD agrees with you.
Yes,
Sean.
yes.
Oh, we got some
It was
MMA
just
we
fun
got
to
some
watch.
MMA fans. Yeah.
Because there's always that debate, right, between MMA and boxing, and the MMA. I mean, that's two completely different sports. But to be able to see
Yeah, it is.
Sean Strickland enter the UFC, they didn't even get on the ground at all, and he won the title with a boxing style, and it was just beautiful to watch.
Okay, all right.
There doesn't need to be that
next time
fighting.
we fight,
It's
you
just-
let us know. Sorry.
Yeah, it's just two guys kicking the crap out of each other. There doesn't need to be like rivalry.
You go to the corner bar for that.
Yeah. I haven't seen a good fight at the bar.
I view it
lately,
as an
actually.
art form.
Great fighter, horrible person. Yeah,
I'm gonna try that.
What he does for a
position
profession.
down here again.
I don't know if I'll
I've
ever see a
always-
bar fight again.
I don't know. I haven't seen a bar fight in forever. Maybe it's a Chicago thing. I'm not sure, but you'd see them all the time. I guess it's a place I'm going back. The crowd's a little bit older, a little bit. Those days are behind them. But yeah, I haven't seen a good bar fight in a long time.
Yeah, I'm not out.
Very
late
competitive
anymore.
person, but I want to tell you something right now. I play to win, and this is not entitled.
That guy. He was really 5 minutes. We're too old now, Danielle. Agree.
I've never been able to really watch UFC or like bare knuckles fighting. I can't handle I don't like the blood.
Yeah.
It's just too violent for me, I guess. I don't know. Joe
I like
Joe
boxing.
broke his
Boxing-
nose boxing.
What's a good bar fight? A good bar fight, D,
Good bar
is when we see two guys get thrown out by the bouncers at the same time. That's a good bar fight. When both guys are getting chucked out at the same time.
Absolutely
Yeah,
right.
my-
D. Absolutely
My
right, D.
dad was a physician, used to work in the ER, and when I was way too young for this advice, he would I must have been like 11 years old, and he would be like, Jack, this is why you don't get in the bar fights. I just removed a guy's eye because he, got a bottle that broke out of him.
no.
I was like, well,
No,
harsh but effective, I suppose.
Yeah. Yeah. Hoops.
Yeah, I don't like fighting. I don't condone fighting. But boxing to me is more art, and I love that
for sure.
art and that rather than just fighting.
All right, Johnny, what are you starting to think here? Are we rolling over, or this is another pullback?
I'm trying not to think.
It's been a
I
day,
haven't
man.
been long. I built my 3 contracts up here again, 779. To me, we just came to the bottom of this consolidation. We'll see if it will hold. We're coming close. We're at 30 minutes till the close right now.
Okay, cool. Yeah, tilt's starting to show a little bit of bias to the short side. 61% in ES, almost 60% in NASDAQ. So we'll keep an eye on that, see if that grows. How are we looking on the Delta, John?
We are positive 41,000.
Damn. Okay.
41,000.
Definitely growing. Shit. Okay, cool.
Yeah,
All right, let's see how that plays out.
They keep buying until I buy it.
So that first one I got stopped out for minus $125. So we'll see if we could reach that 800 mark now.
Cool.
277 million sell side early MOCs.
Gotcha. You get that from Financial Juice, John? Is that where you see that?
Yes.
Yeah, I see what you see.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, somebody just put it in the chat as well. Thank you very much for putting it in the chat.
Yeah. Hey, also shout out to the Bell to Bell Club. For everyone who's with us, Bell to Bell Club. I believe we got something coming for our Bell to Bell Club, our gang, this Thursday. So stay tuned for that. But yeah, we're going to Thursday, right, Jack? I think we're gonna take care of our B2B crew on Thursday.
That is the idea.
Cool. So stay tuned for that. You know we take care of you guys.
Bell.
Yeah, the real ones.
I'm not
the
up that early to watch you guys when you first start.
Okay,
You're
B2B.
you're opposite.
Shout out
right?
to the B2B. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You sleep all day and trade all night.
Sleep all day.
When do you?
I usually wake up around, let's see, about 11 to noon Central Standard Time.
When do you train?
When do I train or do I trade?
Yeah, train for boxing.
Just right before my slow markets class, which is 8 p.m. Central Standard Time. Just an hour. I don't have as much time.
Not crazy.
I mean, any free time that I have, I'm always busy doing something else. That's why I made it a New Year's goal for me is to do it more.
All right. Before we get to the 250 area and these things heat up again, I got a few stories to hit real quick that we missed earlier.
Okay.
First off, credit debt specifically. I believe Andrew Archer sent this to us. This is the total outstanding credit card balances, 1999 to present.
Oh boy!
And which generations have the most credit card debt?
Oh boy!
It's
got to be us, right?
When were you born, Andre? Like 19?
I'm a millennial.
Okay, an elder millennial, a geriatric.
Oh yeah, tell 83. 83.
Okay, I'm 87. I'm a millennial.
Yeah, you're right in the middle of it.
Gen X leading it. And then I know Eddie mentioned earlier. Yeah, they're racking it up, buying all their. What music does Gen X like?
80s, right?
Well, yeah, if they're born then, all their Poison albums.
Poison, the hair bands and stuff.
Yeah, buying all those Poison albums.
Generation Z, step your game up. Come on, man. What the hell?
I'm a baby boomer.
Yeah. Step your debt game up. Come on.
And then also, if you missed the Golden Globes last night, good for you. It sucked.
All right. So what do we got?
Oppenheimer won. Yeah, Oppenheimer won.
I gotta see that.
Who else won that? I don't have the list in front of me. It really is not worth looking into but if you look at the next one, it was particularly Succession, those things. But have you guys seen Killers of the Flower Moon yet?
I have not.
Then this is a reference you won't get.
You will not get this reference.
The intro was especially bad, but I don't want to end on a Golden Globes or bad thing here. Actually,
why not?
We had the world because I want to end on the World Rubbish Championships. I think we got that here.
Oh, boy.
Britain won the litter picking World Cup in Tokyo, and for the record, beating the Japanese in a tidiness competition in their home country is the USA over USSR hockey level achievement. So good for you, Team
Really?
Britain.
Yeah.
Japan came in second.
Wow. Yeah, that's a "Do you believe in miracles" type thing right there.
That is.
Wow.
You know what I seen down here in Vegas? I live in Utah and I go to Vegas quite often. They had the Microsoft Excel contest. Have you ever heard anything about that?
Really?
I
think we
mentioned
ran
it.
that. I think we ran that story. Yeah.
I watched part of it and I thought it would be boring, but they get hype. They get extremely excited over stuff like that. And it was pretty entertaining, actually.
I got to look up the guy's name again. The winner was, I believe, Andrew. This is too good not to look up. And Andrew Nye, spelled Ngai, Andrew Nye, and he's known in Excel as Andrew the Annihilator Nye, and he's won like 3 straight or something like that.
Wow.
He just crushes Excel.
Just
at the end of it this year,
it's something to be proud of.
He stopped. You score points for tasks in it. I watched the end of it because it was so amazing. He stopped like Babe Ruth calling a shot. He just stopped with like 20 seconds left and crossed his arms. And the announcers were going like, "Oh no, he's not going for any more points. He knows he's won it." It was riveting TV.
Yeah, I just added on to my long position. I'm 5 contracts long at 782.
Wow.
All right.
How much are you up?
600 right now.
Ooh.
I have a really
Okay.
tight stop, so the risk is still not bad.
That's how you
Even
scale in.
though I have
Here we go.
more contracts on there, my risk is not increasing because my stop loss is tighter. So just because I have a bigger position size, it doesn't mean that my risk is greater because it depends on where
Good
my
sizing.
stop loss is.
Good sizing.
You got it.
Someone hit the buy button.
We need Lacey to bark.
That's for buyers. Let them know, Lacey.
Where's the high of day? We're almost there. We're almost there. We'll see. The shorts are feeling the pressure for sure.
Oh yeah. Yep. That now the tilt has swung. All the shorts have typically taken this market higher and close to 50-50 again.
Hey, Robert. Robert,
People's
can we get
dogs
a
are probably
poll
going crazy.
for who's going to win tonight, Michigan or Washington? Or whoever's behind
Oh,
there at the
that's
moment.
right. That's right. I forgot.
So I'm
going to
go ahead and do exactly what I did last week. I'm going to close out of some of this, and I'm going to trail the rest. I don't know if we'll run 100 points,
yeah,
but
Dakota.
if we are, I'm going to be in it.
You're
Get
shooting
that
for
money,
100
Dakota.
points. That's nice.
No, I'm just going to trail it. I'm just saying this is an example of
Oh, you're
positioning
trailing it?
yourself. So if we do get a big runner, I'm going to
come the
be one
4800.
of those that can take advantage of it, right?
We'll never see you on Topstep TV again.
Yeah.
Holding that trade.
Yeah, so I'm just taking profits on some of them. Move my stop loss to pretty much break even, and then I'm just going to sit back and enjoy the rest of the close.
Love it.
Yeah, I'm trying to get 4,800. I'm 10%ing it. Nice trade. Done for the day.
Yes, sir, John. Good job, John. Oh, 4,800. How you doing? Good thing we sold it in the
There it
close
is.
the day before non-farm. Yeah, oh, dummies.
There it is. So
Nice trade,
took
Johnny.
$475 today. $475.
Yeah. How about that? We're
That gets me
we're
about
giving away
half a
trades.
Friday back.
That's all right. In one day. That's a great way to start the week.
Yep.
Blake Kell, how many times did I enter that position? I was in it one time, took a
That's how
$125
you
loss
do it.
with 3 contracts. Trade was still valid for me, so I got back into it, and then I added to it as it was going in my favor, which allowed me to keep that tight stop loss. So I was not increasing my risk, as I was just saying. I kept the same amount of risk, add to my position, add to my winner. And right now I'm a break-even trade with 3 contracts. So
beautiful.
With $500
That's
in
a
the
power
bank.
hour right there, man.
So
Power, we got 19 minutes to go. MOC's go get triggered in 9 more minutes. Let's see if we can make some more money. Again, I'm sitting here watching this rally go down, and I got my finger on the sell button. So maybe I'm the dummy right now, and I should just let this play out and not get married to the position. But certainly there's got to be profit taking going in this close, right, guys? I mean, how can how do you buy the highs and just maybe we see go higher? I don't know.
Famous last words.
Certainly
there's got to be profit taking.
Yep.
Gotta have.
How are we looking on the Delta, John? How are we looking on Delta, John? It was 41,000 at 231.
Shake it up.
44,000 positive.
44 plus 44K. So we could
it happens.
Says we're keep going. Magic 8 Ball says we're going to keep going up.
All right. Well, shit, I'm not going to get in front of the Magic 8 Ball. I mean, nice trade, gentlemen.
That's tempting.
Whenever I ask it, it says, "Oh no, try again."
Great job, everybody.
I hate when the 8 ball is just being all non-committal.
I know.
I prefer yes, definitely.
Maybe I'm just not telling you. Maybe I'm just giving my opinion and not telling you exactly what the 8 ball is saying. You there's no way of you knowing, right?
I think you're holding back from us, Dakota.
Yep, I do.
Have
Like
one of those. You do have an 8 ball? An actual 8 ball?
Yeah, look at your screen, Hoag.
Oh, there it is. Look at that.
Yeah, I've been shaking it up. That's how I made this money.
That's how you
guys
do
asked
it.
me how I made 100 points.
I got a little present for Johnny. Something that'll make you rich.
4 for 4. Maybe
You
I
wanna
can
be
only
rich?
trade on TopstepTV. I'm 4 for 4 every time I'm on here.
That is
Michigan or Washington?
pretty nice. Yeah,
they
the
played
college
tonight.
football
The Natty.
championship is tonight.
Patrick
Race
Campbell, I'm pretty sure you have an 8 ball.
Oh boy.
All right, we're not going. What's the definition of 8 ball?
Oh boy.
It's the magic 8 ball. It gives you the answer.
8 ball corner pocket. That's what he meant, people. 8 ball corner pocket. We're talking about pool.
Who needs charts?
Here's something we did tag that 16,800 level that we were looking at right before. Remember, we were talking about a short that maybe there could be a possibility to take advantage of a short at that 16,800. Looks like we went up, tagged it a few times, and now we're starting to sell off. So that could be people that push it up to short it at that 16,800.
That was the level, huh? 16.8.
That
Dakota, I've had a
called
few
it out. We
people
just didn't do
ask.
it, right?
Yeah. Is that a actual working chart behind you? Do you have your own charts going in the background? It's pretty slick.
This is live. This is I pulled this from Topstep X. It looks good.
Whoa.
So people don't have to just sit there and look at my face. They could look at maybe something that could distract them from me. But it's a live working chart.
That's pretty slick.
Nice.
Yeah, well done. How about you, Dakota? Bringing your A game today, Dakota. I love it.
Got to do something.
Oh, we woke you up, so yeah, we appreciate it.
Yep.
All right, what we got? 244.
Well, they ran us out of liquidity up there. Andre, you short?
Yeah, well, it
almost
hit my stop loss. It went straight down and came close.
Timothy Chapo, short 5 at 4,800. Okay.
There's still like 48 to 175, a little bit of liquidity up there. I mean, there's some liquidity up there, but down below 47.95 quarter, 208.
I see 200.
There's not a lot, but there is some liquidity lower.
Yes. All right, let's see this play out.
Yeah, I'm just gonna let it stop me out. There we go. I'm out. So finished.
Emery's still short.
$900.
Stay strong, Emery.
Perry, why does Dakota not take profits, sell some contracts, and let some run. If you was watching, I did. I was in 5 contracts, closed out 2 of them, and let 3 run.
Oh, tell him, Dakota.
Have to
really
be
quick
straight.
before we
Make
do-
sure we keep the record straight. Sometimes it can be
Before we do
frustrating. I see it all the time. I see traders do it all the time where they get in position, they're up money, and they let the trade turn around and close them back and they give up most their take profits. That's why I do like building a position and having multiple contracts. And what I was saying, if it's too big of a position, drop down to micros, maybe get into 5 contracts using a micro, which is half of a mini. And you can do that same thing. You close out 2 or 3 contracts on a micro, move your stop loss to break even, and then relax. The market do whatever it wants.
Gentlemen, there's
I'm always thinking one step ahead,
500 and
like a
there's 580 on the offer, up at 48.08.
Interesting. Okay. Lord knows ES loves to just be a magnet to liquidity.
Very interesting, but not funny.
I'm going to
Anybody
try and
get
rinse
that
and
right?
repeat and do the exact same thing again.
Godspeed. Godspeed again.
Rinse and repeat.
Godspeed, yeah.
Same level, same prices. We'll see if we could do that same thing again. What are we
Going back to
only
the
have
trough,
13 minutes left.
While we're waiting
Man, this
before
don't feel right.
250,
My donkey senses are tingling all over.
that is from Shrek. While we're waiting, real quick, I'll show the top quiz winners if you have them, Mr. Harden. And if we don't, that's okay.
We got it.
Are they appropriate, Jack?
As usual, my rule is I don't check.
Right on, let's do it.
We'll find out with you.
Here they are.
Closing the effing door.
Of course, the first one.
That's fine. I'll let both of these go to Chubby Dad.
Oh,
That's
so
me.
D's a Captain D's fan.
Dad bod.
Leave blank. I like that one.
Bone collector. That's scary.
Not dull name. There you go, Jack.
No, these are good.
Yeah,
Pato.
these passed.
You know,
They passed the pipe check.
do you know the Muffin Man? The Muffin Man? The Muffin Man. Who lives on Drury Lane? Another Shrek reference.
Indeed.
I'm long 3 contracts here, 779 and a quarter.
Look at you. You went back to the trough.
Dakota's
and
just
it's
an
paying.
animal, man. Yep.
He is.
We'll see. I mean, it's the same setup, right? Copy, paste, cookie cutter, maybe go into the close. I'm a little bit hesitant. We still have 10 minutes. We'll typically see a nice spike in volatility. So I'm okay being a little bit more strict on this trade, taking profits a little earlier because we don't have
That
time.
could be it could be in the glossary. Going back to the trough. It's like taking a trade, taking a profit, and then taking the same trade again. Going back to the trough.
That's right.
Why not? When the markets consolidate, that's usually the best strategy, right?
Yeah.
20 seconds.
That would be
to 250.
that would be one of my dad's things.
Okay.
And it's 277 million to the sell side, 4 billion to the buy side. No, just kidding.
All right.
This one's probably going to stop me out.
Is it time to party? Ooh.
Nope. Let's see.
You're all right. You're all
Close out a
right.
1. We'll see if we can push.
All right. You're all right.
Okay, now I'll just hold on to last contract at break even, see if we could push higher. So
What a
same thing,
shooter.
copy paste, right? Copy paste,
Nice trade,
redo it.
Dakota.
Went back to the trough.
Yep. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Here it is. 2 billion buy side. How did I know? 2.4 billion buy side. I
I'll be
said 4
damned.
billion, but it was 2.4 billion buy side.
You got it, Hope.
Magic
That was
8 ball
nice.
never lies.
There you go.
Wow. Magic 8 ball never
what time frame-
lies.
What time frame chart is that, Dakota?
So this is a 100 tick chart.
Oh, okay.
My trade setup is not on this. I'm looking at a 5-minute chart over here on the left, and you can
Just
see
power
we're kind of
rally.
consolidating here.
Unreal.
And for me, it really was buy these dips whenever we come down, because to me, I'm looking at this as we're consolidating, and I buy the bottom of the consolidation and then sell the highs.
Yep.
Hell yeah.
So my trade setup is on a 5-minute, but my execution is on a 100 tick chart where I could get in using technical breaks. You could see over here on the 100 tick how this is a very simple looking double bottom. And as soon as we broke out of that double bottom, that could have been a very beautiful entry, right? So, and it allows me to trail my stop loss. You can see I closed out 2 contracts, right? You can see people in the chat saying close. I'm gonna hold on to this one until I
Dakota, you trade how you trade, Dakota. You're in charge right now.
We're breaking
You got
800
this
right
thing.
now, so
All right.
I'm perfectly
New
fine
highs.
trailing it. We have 8 minutes. This isn't going to be a 100-pointer, but we will see.
600 on the offer up at 48.08 in the S&Ps. Liquidity is higher, dude.
We might just go there.
Marry this thing.
Yeah, buy one.
Andre, you're just getting in.
Someone got filled.
I just got in. Yeah, I just literally just got in.
Yeah, right.
Which way?
Long. Eesh. when he said there's liquidity up there, I said, "Shit, I might as well see if it gets
600.
filled." It's pretty big. I don't know, fading these moves lately have not been
600.
working. What's Delta at, John?
Oh, positive 87,000. No, positive
Come on.
45. 46,000. 46,000.
Don't do that
I'm
to
sorry.
me, man. Don't do that
87,000.
shit to me.
46,000.
All right, 7 minutes to go.
Yep, just gonna hang out. I mean, once you get into position, all that's left is just to sit back and relax, not stress about what the market's doing. There's only so much you could control, right? I think I've heard you guys say it. You don't get smarter after you enter a trade, so there's no sense
That is
of
true.
thinking about what the market's doing, reacting. You have your strategy, you follow it. It's boring as hell.
It really is.
Mm-hmm.
Like watching paint dry.
You know.
Well, sir, while
But
I
it's
may not
profitable.
agree with what you say, I'll defend to the death your right to say it.
That's right.
Lacey, go away.
Lacey's in there?
Yeah.
Lacey's in the house.
She probably wants to go out.
The only time I was in Hoag's office, Lacey was pushing me around. Like he only had rolly chairs, and Lacey was pushing me around the room, and there wasn't much I could do about it.
Yeah, she's a big strong fella. She's a good girl though. She's,
Yes.
very, very.
We're trying to hold above
affectionate.
800 on Nasdaq. We'll see.
Yeah.
801s.
Oh,
There's a little bounce.
Stops. There's your stops.
All right, Andre.
Yeah. Think I'm a scratch.
Still in it.
Those stops going off make me feel like we're gonna go.
There's still big liquidity up at 88.
Okay.
I'm sorry, 808. 808. It's going there.
Okay.
I'm out.
All righty.
I'm done. Marcus,
Nice,
do
Dakota.
whatever.
Aren't you
Dude,
glad
Dakota,
you
that
came
was
by us
excellent,
today?
man.
Yeah, you guys. Every time I hop on TopstepTV, I mean, $1,500. Of course, we could always say
work.
that there was more to be made. Like if I would have closed them out for higher, of course, there's always that
You're
would have, could have,
looking,
should have. But
You're looking to gift
the market
horse
could
them
have
out?
rallied up to another 100 points.
It
You
could
just
have.
never know.
No.
Yeah,
that was a great trade. Nice job.
Be happy with average. I always tell that to the traders on Discord. That's all we want. We want to be consistent. We want to be average.
No.
Well,
Base
I was
hits, I
more of
think
a
you
D
guys call them.
student.
I scratched that trade. Oh.
I said I've never been average. I've always been more of a D student.
Hey.
You did graduate high school, right, Hoag?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
I'm trying to think, but nothing happens. Actually, they just asked me to leave. I'm just kidding. Blinded by the Light. Great song. James.
Yellow.
Good to see you, James. No, I'm talking to James Sajor.
Today's Monday. I keep thinking it's Tuesday for some reason. Good start to the week. I think because I played slow markets on Sunday night, it feels like a Tuesday for me.
Yeah.
All right. Hey, everyone, make sure who's here for bell to bell today. We got that poll out. Results 141, 150 votes. We'll let it bake a little bit more before we get to the results. Everyone's getting their votes. So make sure to vote on that poll. And we'll update it here on the close.
Yeah, we got up to 1,400 likes today. That's good.
Okay.
It's not
What
too
happened?
late to hit
Jack's got,
the like button again.
That's right. Jack's got
Oh, yeah.
We have 1,800
tweeting at Durant for that's hilarious. He's gonna tweet at Durant for
3,000
likes.
Tweet at Durant.
Yeah.
Did you hear what I told Bonnie during Top Quiz? I've been looking up his Twitter exploits. Is Kevin Durant once with a hater on Twitter followed his girlfriend and liked all of her pictures?
Oh.
Really?
Yeah.
This could get interesting.
How rude.
This could get interesting.
LeBron had a beautiful poster dunk last night. Just throwing that out there.
Yeah, he did. Dude, that guy.
That's good. How's
He's
his
gonna
team
be
doing?
50 years old.
Ooh, shots fired. Jack. Well, that was a hell of a close, guys. Well done trading. I did catch a little bit of FOMO as I got called out in the chat. I did scratch the trade, but that was definitely FOMO and a bit of jealousy watching the boys make some money. Well, I'm sitting here with my hands on my butt, as John likes to say.
Yes.
Any closing thoughts?
Hey, that's okay. That's okay. You didn't lose money, right? That's just as important.
Did not.
I mean, you look at it, you look at the 5-minute chart and you ask yourself, where the heck could you even get in long? Or where's the trade on the 5-minute chart? And I mean, maybe short, but then you would have lost money. So There you go. I'd rather be break even and be okay about it than force any trades.
As we get into the final
closing
minute
thoughts,
here,
yeah.
I have some.
Yeah.
I have my closing thoughts first, which is there's a strong possibility that our mics will still be hot when we go to the closing screen. So keep that in mind. And had a great time with all of you.
Thanks, Ann.
Likewise. Everybody.
Shout out to the Bell to Bell. Shout out to the Bell to Bell Club. Dakota, thanks for joining us, man. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah, thanks for putting up. Had to do a little bit of trolling with my Green Bay Packers and my Magic 8-ball I keep on the desk.
Well, God bless everybody. Make sure you get some rest. Be kind to yourselves, each others. Make sure you pray for peace. And we'll be back tomorrow, 8 a.m. We're getting pretty close to the closing bell here. Here it is.
Yep.
Woo! Bing, bing,
Yep.
bing.
See you guys. I'll catch you tonight on Slow Markets if you're here. If not, somewhere in Discord. Take care, everybody.
Yep. All
Night,
right.
everybody.
We'll be back tomorrow at 8 a.m. We'll see you all there. Awesome being with you. Inshallah. Namaste. Good luck. We'll see you tomorrow.
Bye.
And maybe they can still hear us, which I think is probably the case.
I just drowned them out with the music.
We'll listen to the Ferris Bueller. You're still here? It's over.
Right?